Son todos bienvenidos a la final, gran final de esta red Bull Wololo Londinium, día 6 y último. Qué bueno. Vamos a ver cómo termina esto. Produce echar presente a quien corresponda. Venga. Encima en standby. Puta. Me van entrante del Cocaster.
¿Qué hay?
Hendrix, bienvenido a la final, último día.
Muchas gracias. Acá, sexto y último día, porque vamos a ver la gran final. Vamos a ver qué nos espera el día de hoy. Pero primero, creo que nos tenemos que ver la final del AgeofEmpires 4.
Pues sí, ya que.
No hay de otro, no hay de otro.
Bueno, y encima nos ponen en standby,
Sí. Bueno, perfecto. Ahora sí, yo creo que la final un poquito tarde, igualmente nada más son dos partidas. Entonces, por eso la inventaron así.
Sí, sí. Capaz se va rápido, quién sabe, no sabemos.
Pero vamos a ver, por lo menos las del Age 4. No sé qué tan rápidas estarán, pero pues ahí.
Oh, gather round and hear the tale of captains bold and kingdoms frail, of banners bright and iron will, and relics fought for blood to spill. Now cast your mind back to the year of our king, when the bells of the world had ceased to ring. 2,000 years and 20 more, the great ship Londinium spied the shore!
Land ho!
Out of the mist the governor, yo, dealt the very first winning blow. He raised the trophy to the virtual skies and claimed for the east the maiden prize. Hey! Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Through wind and rain, Germany to Spain, into London town.
Un brindis ahí por los dos eliminados de ayer. 4-0.
Pobres.
Les dieron hasta por las orejas.
Then Leary took the captain's wheel with fingers fast and
Pobre Vaipa y el pobre Sebas.
rose up to claim the
Pobres
prize
chamacos.
with castle lie within his eyes.
Bueno, Viper y Sebas se podrán perder, pero se podrán secar las lágrimas con $30,000.
The Viper struck with crown of flame in desert sands and halls of fame. We sailed her south through Spanish lands after Tato won with steady hands.
At El Renado's walls of stone, young Hera claimed the Spanish throne.
Now the ship is moored in London mud to settle the score in sweat and blood. Beneath the Albert Dome so high, we'll watch the Wololo banners fly. Yo ho! Wololo, hear the seas of legends roll. Red shine walls align and the crimson rivers flow. Yo ho! Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. The wind and rain, journey to Spain, to London town we go. Yo ho! Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. The wind and rain, journey to Spain, to London town we go. On to Red Bull Wololo.
Hay que agilizar, pues, que estamos muy demorados con eso y me está gustando. Yo la necesito es ya.
No, para mí que le van a meter mucho sentimiento, verás.
No puede empezar a recordarme ese 4-0 aquí a hacer- ponerme sentimental también, ¿no?
Sí. Es lo que va a pasar.
Y cuando graban la propia orquesta.
No lo tiran.
Welcome, one and all,
es eso, se vieron
to the
con
Royal
los
Albert Hall for Red Bull
Pensé que iban a hacer en la misma
Wololo.
Bueno, y con toda esa orquesta
Hold
van a
on,
jugar.
hold on. Did you just do that?
Creo que
That was
sí.
cool. I didn't do that.
Can I do that?
Have a go. Try it.
Let's have a try. Red Bull Wololo!
Hey!
All right.
There we go. Sure, let's all have a go. You ready? All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Red Bull Wololo!
Dale, Alex, dale.
Huh. I'll keep that in mind for the rest of today.
I love a good gimmick. That
Yeah,
was
we do, we
fantastic.
do.
Very good indeed. My friends, it is so wonderful to have each and every one of you here. And of course, everyone watching around the world,
Bull
wherever you are. It's
Wololo,
fantastic to have your
dice
company
el
here at the Royal
perro
Albert Hall.
ese.
And it's fantastic to have the support of our generous sponsors as well, Aegon
No
by
te sincronizaste con la
AOC,
conversión,
World's
güey.
Edge and Scan. Let's hear it for the sponsors for this event here. And while we're at it, how about a big round of applause for the London Contemporary Orchestra. Conductor Robert Hayes.
Pero
I do-
ese man
I do
lleva
wonder,
la
though.
misma chanda los 6 días.
How hard could it possibly be to conduct, right?
Very.
Eso sí lo
Can I
ponen
go?
a
I
la...
don't.
Can I have a try?
I wouldn't.
I'll give it a go.
All right.
Can I have a try? Let's have a go. All right, here we go. I don't mean to brag, but I did play in my high school orchestra, second desk cello, so... There's a little...
Hey, Riley! Here!
That's not the way, man. It's not the way to go.
The peanut
The
gallery is
captain is
here.
No
this.
sabe tocar.
Silly Riley.
Silly Riley,
Leave it to
man.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Possible with him.
Ah, bueno, a
No,
Mem sí
well,
le cambiaron la ropa.
You've tried.
I try, yeah, and that's it, you know. I try-ish. Okay, well,
Bueno,
thank you very much. Anyway, no, look, it's time to get
Y él le sodaban los
started. We have
sobacos.
the very serious business of
y ya
Age
se
of
fue. Que Mem,
Empires. Who's excited to
Mem
see
es
some Age of
viejo,
Empires on the biggest stage
tiene
we've ever
unos
seen?
40, ¿no?
We have two enormous finals to bring you today, Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2. We can't wait to get underway with these, Zoe. But before we look forward to what's coming today, a brief time to look back, perhaps.
Indeed. So here is the history of Wololo.
Ese va a ser el nuevo soundtrack del juego.
¿Será?
Sí, sí.
¿Será? Oye, el escenario está grande y es un coliseo, ¿no? Sí. Mira las estructuras de arriba.
Sí, sí. Puede ser que está en el icono pues de la...
A lo mejor.
What a journey it's been to get here to the Royal Albert Hall. Some iconic series, iconic tournaments across the history of Red Bull Wololo, and it's led us here today, Zoe.
It is, and I feel like today's grand finals is going to make history as well. In both Age of Empires 4 and Age of Empires 2, we have kings which need to be dethroned.
Yes, or perhaps recrowned. We shall find out. Hera versus Wham. Oh, sorry, wait, no. Marine Lord versus Wham. A last-minute
Vuelvo en un
change to
momento.
the schedule. Surprise!
Vale, vale.
Marine Lord versus Wham. Hera versus Leary. We cannot wait, of course. But it's time for us to conclude a different story now. We've taken a long journey to reach here, the Royal Albert Hall. First Lieutenant Riley Knight aboard the HMS Londinium.
Just want to quickly...
Yes,
Did you notice
okay.
something about me today?
Some people today got a little bit of a costume upgrade. Others did
Or
not.
they got promoted on the journey because they actually put in some work, whereas you were just scribbling in your diary, if I remember correctly.
I was indeed. And let's find out what those last scribbles looked like as the good ship HMS Londinium came into old London town.
Hola, hola. Gente.
Captain, land ahoy!
Day 106. The HMS
sorry about
Londinium has made
That's
port.
so
The
mad,
Royal
bro.
Albert Hall rises before us as magnificent as the legends promised. A perfect place to build a castle. This journey has been long and unforgiving. Mighty commanders have fallen along the way, but the greatest chapter is still to come. Today, on these very shores, champions will be crowned. The gods of the random map have delivered us here. The rest is up to them. Let the final battle commence.
Hello, AoE4 and AoE2 fans out there. I am Demu and I'm joined by Winston Waffles. And I tell you what, we've got a great day ahead of us.
Oh, baby, I love being in London today. It's going to be a good one, Demu.
It really is. I mean, I'm obviously going to talk mainly about the first finals we've got going on. Marine Lord has been the Wololo King. He really has. This could be his third title in a row where he's gone absolutely undefeated. He might have a little speed bump very early on in the tournament, but when he gets going, he just gets going. I think it's been clean sweep finals, or at least very close to. And then, going up against him, it's wham. Last Wololo, for Marine Lord, when he did actually reign supreme, he defeated the brother, the identical, or close to identical twin brother of Wham. So quite a story vengeance could be in the making.
Yeah, indeed. And both of these players, up until this moment, have just blitzed through the competition. They have both just first qualifier, Marine Lord. Second qualifier, Wham. And then through the semifinals, decisive victory after victory. And here they are today, ready to do it all, take on the challenge, and try and win it.
Yeah, like, make no mistake, these two have looked like the strongest players over the past couple of months. And when they have duked it out, and even in practice that I've heard little bits about, it has not been one-sided at all. This might be the time that somebody is able to make the king kneel. And can Wham do it? Oh, we'll see. We're going to get these players out on the stage immediately, though. So welcome our star AoE4 guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the Age of Empires 4 Grand Final.
Marine Lord. He is the standard by which all others are measured. On every stage he played, he somehow managed to turn it into his personal throne room. And today he's not just going to play for a trophy. He is here to prove that in the world of Age of Empires 4, there is only space for one king. His challenger, Wham, a Canadian anchor who refused to drift in Londinium. He earned his place. He earned to play on stage, and he is ready to take it all.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the first grand finalist, Marine Lord! His opponents, Wham!
Ah, se lo quieren a mover, es más cotizado.
Before the games get going, we do have a very important process that happens between these two players. The draft.
The formidable draft, and I'm so excited that we get to watch this live. We're going to have the admin on stage
Mantiene un
with
poco de
them, picking as they
patrocinadores.
go. You can see their notebooks, they're looking ready. It's all smiles and giggles from them both, but it is about
Increíble.
to get serious.
And no popcorn was spilled on the way walking out onto the stage, so nice job by Wham there. But this is going to be cool. Obviously, we can't go into great super detail if any of these players had special tactics planned, but we get to see all those flags, all those maps, and first map between these two, Hill and Dale, picked by Marine Lord. Now, I'm not entirely... We actually haven't seen this map at all in the tournament, so maybe thinking he's got something special planned amidst those. Is that Holy Island over there?
These banned?
I have no idea, honestly, but when it comes to water, these guys know how to play it. The thing is, these guys have actually been practice partners up to this event. Seeing as they were on other sides of the bracket, who better to play with than the other best player in the world? It's kind of like a J-Dong and Flash situation happening in 2026.
You can see Wham eyeing up his next selection here. Socotra.
And obviously both these players have put a lot of thought into what they're good at and what potentially their opponent isn't so good at. Now that's hard to say when they're both pretty much men of iron at this point, right? But they are both very, very formidable opponents. And what have we got over here? Kawasan. Now I wonder if those are the two bans from him and it's the middle ones getting picked. That's something that I should have known beforehand.
Indeed, and it looks like that is the case, right? Holy Island, Hillendale banned out, Dry Arabia and Socotra have been selected, two very just land-based aggressive maps. We've seen successful play from both of them on all these maps. Baldland, the next ban from Wham.
So far, denying some of the weird maps that we haven't seen so far, such as Holy Island, Kawasan. I mean, Baldland we've seen quite a bit, but we haven't seen Kawasan either. Frisian Marsh is picked now from Marine Lord, a very good hybrid map. Socotra, obviously by Wham, very aggressive. Front Range also by Wham. So if I'm looking at this draft right now and I'm thinking, okay, what are the aggressive maps? Pretty much all of them. Like absolutely all of them. And then, is that going to be King of the Hill first to get things going? That's going to be exciting.
I love a good King of the Hill game, and yeah, man, Frisian Marshes as well has just been delivering excellent matches in this tournament so far. The semifinals were both fire, and this is gonna be fireworks for sure.
I always wonder what the players have in those little notebooks, you know?
I like to think Marine Lord just has pictures of fun animals.
I know Marine Lord, he's gonna have like so many flames of me going on in there, you know, like, yeah, this. But no, this is gonna be very exciting to see, because both these players have had civs that they're obviously really good with and have been good with for a long time. Wham's draft was actually very interesting against Vortex. A lot of the players kind of unanimously said, he's picking a lot of civs that aren't necessarily regarded as the GOAT civs right now, but he was making them work and he made them look incredibly strong. And then he had a backstory to it. Well, whenever I played Puppy Paw, he picked this and he was great with it. Now that can be a little bit awkward to play, especially if you are a meta trendsetter like Marine Lord, but they both know what the other one's good at. They both know what they want to go for.
Yeah, and there's going to be, I think, a lot of competition for the high S tier civs for these land maps. This is a very similar whole section. Chinese probably the first ban here.
Does look like it. First ban for Wham. Now, I kind of know what he's been banning this tournament. He's kind of stuck with it a little bit. Marine Lord had a very different philosophy on his banning, and he's going to ban Abbasid. I tell you what, for those out there that don't know AoE4 all so well, Abbasid has been highly regarded as quite a bad civ.
But just yesterday, his games against Vortex, he showed that Abbasid is insane when used correctly. I suspect Marine Lord just saw that game and said, well, I can just ban that out and not have to deal with this problem at all.
And it is going to be English banned as well.
Nada, aquí están haciendo el draft. Aquí en vivo.
Can't go English on there when you do a ban like this to global ban situation. So Marine Lord
el draft es que empiezan a escoger mapas y...
Eso había sido desde un principio también, ¿no?
Bueno, pues le quieren hacer más emocionante, entonces...
I find that very interesting because I think Wham has really prioritized picking Byzantines himself throughout this tournament.
En los anteriores Red Bull lo hacían así desde un principio. Cada día.
So I'm a little surprised to see that.
It can come into play that, okay, it's not a civ that I'm necessarily, you know, willing to let my opponent have with what's available. And a global ban situation, it's not just banning for your opponent, you ban for both of you. Now, Marine Lord going for 2 weaker civ bans, Wham going for 2 stronger civ bans. This still means it's a lot of good civs and good choices to put out there. And I mean, there are certain situations like Front Range, very good for Byzantine. It does have a lot of berries available. first civ chosen by Marine Lord is going to be Ottoman. They have been highly versatile recently, very good early game, and they just get better as the game goes on. But
cada vez los hace más
counter
chiquitos.
choice, Malian. Now this is a civ that's been on
No
the
había
up
presupuesto.
and up, and players are just getting better and better with it.
Bueno, los dedos son
I mean, I view it as
circulares
maybe amongst the STs, I
y
think it is
el tablero es un
arguably the
poco
best
más
civ,
grande.
depending on the map. We've seen it played
Los
on a
mapas también están
variety
más
of these maps. We
significativos, se
see
ven
Sengoku
bien.
picked second for Wham. Those are two good
¿Será porque es el
civs.
4?
Those are amazing civs. Like if you go with the
A lo
combo that
mejor,
you're
¿no?
going to play
Puede ser.
a map and you get
Sí,
to
es
pick
el
both
4.
of those, and you're picking
Como
the
que
lesser of two evils, well, it still feels really bad going up against either one of those. So I'm very much curious. We still have Zushi available, we still have French available, but French doesn't like to really go into Malian, so maybe thinking, all right, what does like to go into these bad boys? I think that's Ayabid getting picked, and Ayabid also very flexible here. So we do see the Sengoku Malian a bit more regimented, a bit more set in stone about how they're going to approach a game. Granted, you can be different still, but Ayabid and Ottoman, they can literally do anything to get the game going.
That might even be a
la
slight
libretita,
denial.
güey?
Not that Marine Lord's any bad with
¿Crees que?
Ayubids, but
La libretita.
the point I was about to make is that
Para que no se les
Wham
olvide nada,
loves to
anotan
play Ayubids,
todo.
and it might have been
Anotan
picking against
hasta
kind of the
las
French pick
arrugas
and
que
not
tiene
get
el
that
otro.
really tough matchup of French and
Sí.
Ayubids.
Yeah, I mean,
Todo,
very
todo.
often players, Japanese was still left on the table.
Fíjate que eso lo veía mucho en los
that is cool,
campeonatos
'cause
del
very
Rainbow
often
Six
that's been a
Siege. No sé si
very
lo habrás visto alguna
primary
vez.
pick for players.
Sí,
Now, given that it's already been
exactamente,
picked,
pero
I
ahí hay
do know
muchas
that
más
Marine Lord
cosas,
has
¿no?
been looking at Japan
Ajá,
and been
pero no sé si
thinking,
era igual lo
you know
mismo.
what, it's beatable. Like, you know, it has these
Sí,
definite
pero también
situations.
los sacan su
Golden
libretita
Horde
para
as
empezar a
well
anotar
for
todo.
WoW. Now, this has
Antes se
seen
hacía
a
con el celular, no
massive,
sé si te acuerdas,
massive
pero
burst
lo
of the pro
banearon.
scene. Lots of players love it.
No.
Lots of players hate to go up
¿Ves?
against it. Very awkward.
Saldiana
It is the kind of civ that,
está
yeah, it can get bullied in the dark age a little
bonita.
bit. But once it gets riding, it has an age 3
Es que no
massive
la
power
vi.
spike with +2 range armor on all your heavy
Ni
units.
empieces.
And early on as well, it's just producing a darn lot.
Yeah, interestingly, we've been seeing it picked a lot on Baldwin.
Aquí
There's
sí,
some
no
pretty
llegaba
clear
Simán para se
strategies
lo
there that
perdió, se
Golden
perdió
Horde
la
goes for,
aldeana
so
que le íbamos a
interested to see
mandar.
where he ends up putting it. We've also seen him front range
Directamente
throughout
hasta
this
Uruguay.
tournament, so that could be a nice
Sí,
place for
sí.
Wham there. And Macedonian
Lo iba a
Dynasty
tratar como
for
rey.
Marine Lord is picked next.
Ooh, and it does look
Sí.
like Zushi is going to get picked as well. We've seen that actually quite a bit from Puppetpaw.
Sí, esa
Wham's
aldeana
brother.
ha estado
He's
en la
utilised
mayoría
that
de
a
los
lot on
World
maps
of
like
que diga la
Frisian
Red Bull que he
Marshes.
visto.
Now, it was very much a
Falta la
fast
otra
answer,
chica,
but
pero
we've
no
seen the
sé si
Imperial
qué
official
onda.
early on be very good about getting some early game tempo, and this is one of those fun
Pero
choices
ella
by
siempre ha estado
WAM.
junto con otra
It
chica,
didn't
nomás
work
que
out
no sé.
yesterday, but it was a bit of an unusual game, an unusual start, maybe unfortunate, you could say.
La
But
aldeana
not one
de
of the greatest
Simán.
civs out there, and took Blackbed being picked as well. I think Wham's draft is exceptional.
No había
fun.
visto que
I
a
don't
ese pana
know
lo patrocina
how- if I'm
medio
against that
mundo
draft, and granted these players are far
a
better than me,
Marine Lord.
if I'm against that draft, I'm already thinking this
Al
could be
que
a
tiene,
bit
el que
tricky.
tiene visa,
It
por ahí
definitely
leí
can.
TGK,
So
mira
initially I
la
was
de
like, okay, they're
las,
fairly
las
rigid civ
antebrazos, más
choices, but then it's like,
patrocinadores.
whoa, thrown a real curveball out
Man
there.
está,
And what's
le
Marine
deben
Lord gonna go
pagar
for
muy
last?
bien,
Because he has
entonces
to think,
a ese,
okay, maybe
creo que tiene
Ottoman's good
18
against
años,
Malian,
¿no?
what's good against Japanese, maybe it's French to some degree if you stop the
Ahorita a
game
ver si
from
lo pasan
going.
luego.
Macedonia can be awkward as well.
Vamos a ver si
Lots of
dejan
choices
que sean los patrocinadores
Yeah, and
más.
just to explain a bit how the civ selection will work for each
Pero
map.
ya por si
Both
Visa
players are going to
es
select two civs, and
una
then there's
empresa
going
muy
to be a
grande.
blind snipe on
Ya
one of the
ganan
enemy
buen
two
dinero,
civs. So you
buen
kind of
dinero.
pick what you want to play against, but since it's blind, you're not fully controlling the matchup.
The Frenchman going with Jean d'Arc as his 6th and final pick. Now, Marine Lord, since the beginning of
Sí, el otro
AgeofEmpires,
de la
which is
sudadera
5 years ago,
vino
he has
tinto
been
Nada.
patrocina a los
exceptionally
Biggies.
good with his French Knight civs.
Sí,
Jean d'Arc
no
saw
creo.
quite a bit of usage on maps like Frisian
No,
as well, with the
eso
docks
tiene
and
nada
all
más
that.
lo que
And
regalaron ahí de
yeah,
Red
we've
Bull.
got a lineup between these two,
Sí.
ladies and gentlemen.
No,
I'm
no lo patrocinan ahí.
Oh, and yes, got to say again,
Básicamente
thank
lo
you
hacen.
to the orchestra for giving us such a good back setting here. This feels so good. And I...
My friends, I don't know about you, but standing there listening to Schamberger for minutes and minutes on end, it took me back 25 or more years to those glory days of yesteryear. My friends, put your hands together. Please thank once again the London Contemporary Orchestra with conductor Robert Ames, Robert Ames.
Winston and Demu, back to you, my friends. Take us home.
Time for us to look at what the first draft will be between these two. As Winston said, there is going to be 2 civs picked between both
Como no
these
sé nada,
players
no voy a
now.
opinar.
It's a best of 5, meaning that you won't be able to play all of them, but you don't want to get yourself into a situation
La,
where
la
your
civis,
if it gets to
la
the final
civis
map,
tal
your
con las
last 2
otras
civ
civis tal
picks
en el mapa tal.
are potentially one that's
Sí,
very doable, very easy to beat on that map.
Ay,
And
madre.
then obviously your strong one is going to get absolutely sniped off the board, and then you may be in a very
Es que mira, implementaron varios mapas del 2 en el 4. Me está
situation.
Kawasan,
King of the
está
Hill. If I'm
Socotra.
looking at it, I'm like, okay, what's good on that for Marine Lord? Zushi, obviously very good with
más.
relic play. Meditation Garden can go in a nice
Bueno,
spot.
metieron
Ottoman
varios.
also with a bit of tempo.
Varios
but
los
Wham's been
portearon ahí al
so good
4
about
también.
closing off the map and making it
Obviamente
smaller
algunos vamos
against
a ver
these
todos.
strong cavalry civs. And he's been one of the players that's been most prominently utilizing spearmen as well. Now, if you just think about like a clash of styles, Wham with a lot of spears, but Murillo's been loving the archers through and through. I'm genuinely curious what they're both going to go for here.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic here. We've seen Macedonians also picked on Frisian as well later on. Ayubids feels like it could be pretty flexible. I'm a little... What are you thinking here for Marine Lord's Socotra pick? Because
Es como también que sí
maybe
se bañaron.
lacking the best civs there. I mean, you have a Ayubid.
Actually, we're going to hear from somebody far better than me about this. We're going to hear from Puppy Paw himself, what he feels about the draft.
We are indeed. Please give it up for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw. A little over a year ago, you found yourself in the same position as your brother right now, playing against Marine Lord. How does it feel to be on the outside looking in today, seeing your brother here?
I'm really proud of him. I think he's improved a lot in the past few years, especially. I'm excited for how he's going to do today. I always believe in him. Yeah, I think he has a very good chance.
It's great to have someone like you having your back in the crowd. Now, we just got to watch the draft. Do you have any initial thoughts after seeing that draft?
Marino is going with a lot of civs and maps that he's played previously in these sets, so he's going with consistency and what he feels comfortable with. Wham, he's definitely mixing it up. He banned different maps than he did versus Vortex. He picked civs that he didn't pick versus Vortex, so I think he's trying to throw Marino off his game a bit. Yeah, I think he's got a few things planned.
All right. You would know best. I assume you helped him prep a little bit for this as well. Did you guys like huddle up together yesterday and go over some stuff?
A little bit, yeah. Maybe we could have prepared a bit more, but ultimately, you can't prepare for everything, and you just kind of have to play in the moment.
Well, and we will see him doing just that. Puppy Ball, thank you so much. Once again, let's hear it for Puppy Ball. Back to our casters.
Yeah, I like what Puppy Paw said there. Wham has definitely got something up his sleeve a little bit here. Even going for the Tuklak pick, which Vortex picked against him yesterday, maybe feeling that if Vortex didn't make a few of those little errors, such as picking the Food Governor, that, hey, there's actually some potential behind this. And Marine Lord, he's very good with a lot of the civs that he's picked, so a lot of comfort picks. I totally agree with Puppy Paw.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw may have been pretty reserved there tactically. I think he really didn't want to give away what Wham was thinking. He's saying, oh, just throw off Marine Lord's game a bit. I have a feeling they have quite a bit prepared here. They're not the type to come unprepared. They practice a lot together, and they certainly have practiced for this event a lot.
They certainly have, and I mean, Wham is one of Marine Lord's main practice partners for this tournament. So I brought this up earlier, that there was a time in StarCraft Brood War history that Jaedong and Flash were both the best 2 players in the world. Nobody else was good enough. Like, they practiced with them, but they practiced with each other before the finals of Grand Finals, which is so funny to think about. But these 2 players, they are here in the Grand Finals. And I do believe very soon we're going to hear from the players themselves about what they think.
I'm very excited to be in London for the World Championship, obviously. It's like the biggest event of the year, so I have to win.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be in London. I'm always happy to come to these events.
I can't wait to play in the Royal Albert Hall. I feel like people are going to be all around us, like a Coliseum kind of, which is very sick.
I always practice as much as possible, and besides that,
Fíjate que vi
I'm
tarde
always
ayer.
focused
Mira,
on the
mira,
game.
mira.
I'm making sure I sleep properly, eat properly, and I'm just always ready to play.
Yeah, my favorite civs
Sí.
at the moment are Byzantines and Mongols.
Me había dado
Civs that
cuenta
I'm
muy
not
tarde,
familiar
no lo había
with
notado
as much
hasta
are the Knight
ayer
civs,
la
French,
repetición.
John Dog. I try to avoid as much as possible,
Ese
but my
solo lo
opponents are typically
patrocina
very strong with
nadie.
them.
I think my favorite is
Solo
probably
la
the
Red Bull
French.
y el buzo
So
para
not
que
because I'm French, but it's also
se
very
sentir igual
aggressive
que el otro.
play style. I really like.
At the moment, I think I can take anybody. I try to never have
¿Y ese quién es?
expectations, to be honest. I
Cambia
find that
ese
no
Euro,
expectations makes me play a
el
lot
equipo es
better. I
M8.
think everyone imagines winning, and it would be extremely amazing for me. I haven't had the chance to
¿Y
win
esos
a
quiénes son?
professional tournament yet.
I've won
Es un,
the
no sabes
first
quién
World
es el macho,
Championship.
un
I won the second
equipo,
one, and this is the third one.
o sea, tiene
So
varios
obviously
juegos,
I'm
por lo
clearly here to
general
win.
se especializan
And yeah, I'm ready.
en Counter-Strike, pero tienen más jugadores en otros juegos. Creo que
Super
también
cool
tiene
to hear
un
from
equipo
both of those
profesional
guys.
de
Marine
League of
Lord, he has
Legends,
been
de
world
Dota.
champion multiple times now, looking to make it a three-peat here. Wham, for a long time in AOE4, is kind of living under the shadow of Puppy Paw. But
Bueno,
in terms
yo
of like
ni al menos le
recent
llego los
history over the
talones.
past 6 months, Wham's been on fire. Like I'm
No.
well and thoroughly, well
Soy
and
un
truly
Sorofo.
excited to see what he's going to bring to the table here. Because so far,
Yo también.
nerves haven't been affecting him. Like they really haven't. He's going to get
Ah,
up
mano,
against
pero tú
titans
está en
like
la Pro
Vortex here.
League, hombre. Tremendo maquinón
Even
tienes y
put
no
in
lo
weird
aprovecha.
situations,
Es
and
un
Vortex
desperdicio
Pero
de...
no para el Age of
No,
Empires.
pues,
que
He was
güey.
flawless.
Ya
Everything
quisiera
he
yo
did,
tener
it
tu
was
pinche
really
máquina,
clean to
güey.
watch.
Yeah, besides maybe a little bit on that HRE game,
Pa'
but the
salvarte el
rest of it
trasero.
yesterday was simply phenomenal, and I think we're going to see more of that today. He's been practicing, he's been
No
sharp.
para el Age. Es que ya hay muchas
Did you
otras
notice he
cosas.
also
No,
just
no
said in that
sé.
interview, Byzantines
Es
are
que
his
el Age
favorite
no,
civ.
no me da la
It
cabeza
really makes
para
me
el
wonder
Age.
what kind of mind games are at play
Ya,
here, immediately
alguna
banning that
cosa
out.
hago
He
la
also
otra,
did
no puedo
not
estar
pick
haciendo dos al
Mongols
mismo
even on the
tiempo porque
table
se me
here.
buguea
Could
el
be
cerebro.
map draft, could be mind
Ay,
games.
pues,
Yeah, I
la
feel like map
práctica,
draft
güey, la
wise, there's a
práctica.
few answers there to
No, yo no
Mongols that make
practico
you feel
nunca,
like,
no,
okay,
nada
this
más
isn't going to be the
cuando
best. And I mean, there's maps
cuando
banned
juego
like
contigo.
Kawasan, where Mongol do like to play. They like to get those arrow slits going, having early units out on the field. But when it comes down to the finals, there are things that both these players have probably had in their pocket for a little bit of time. And I was sat with Marine Lord at breakfast a few days ago, and he talked about his practice with Wham, and he said it was always really close. And I was like, and this is not a humble man, by the way.
Yeah,
like, he would
Corriéndote
tell
el
me
precio de
if he was winning,
180
like, if he was winning
frames
3-1
estables,
every
200,
time, he'd be like, but like, no. He was being very, very genuine. So I think the player that he was most scared of going into this tournament, he's up against now in the final.
Pero es que hay- la gente
Certainly,
también
I think that's going to
tiene
be the
buena
case. We've seen
presencia.
Wham really performing well. I just want to get into the games.
Sí, si te corre a
I'm
180 estables,
very, very
güey,
curious
estables,
how this is
estables,
going to go
ya
between
tienes
these
una muy
guys.
buena PC, güey,
Because
para
I
Age of
mean,
Empires.
Marine Lord, he is a guy
Yo
that
creo que me
people
gasta
said
más porque
very
mi pantalla
meta
llega hasta
plays,
los
but very often he's
240.
the one
Imagínate,
setting the
cabrón.
meta. And then it's like,
Ahora
okay, he
checa si
stays
te
in
llegan
feudal for
estables. Si
longer
están
than other
estables, puta,
players, and
la estás
he can do
cagando.
Tengo que
aggression, he can
mirar
defend,
por
he
ahorita
can
hago
pretty
la
much
prueba,
do
ahorita
it
que nos echemos
all,
unas
which does
partidas
make him
en...
an incredibly hard
Con
opponent
Exis
to go up
Man.
against. I know he's had rivalries
No,
with
ese
players
man ni
such as
siquiera lo tiene
BC in the
instalado,
past,
¿no?
which have, you know, gone all the way, and it's like the master of defending against just the master in general. But Wham has really showcased that he is not a one-trick pony either. He hasn't been winning through sheer tricks. It's been all-round solid play. So when it comes to these two
El
guys,
Visa.
it's
Que
like
me dé la
playing
visa.
two
El
mirror-like
Visa.
players, you know? They're
¿Quieres
both just
Marine Lord?
good
Te
at it
mando.
all.
Yeah, I think Wham, you know, historically, people may have looked back at earlier stages of his career in Age of Empires 4 and said he might have been more favored as a defensive player as well, similar to maybe how people viewed
Oh, with
Beastie.
Wham Walls, Wham
Wham
Trade.
walls. Yeah, exactly. These more passive strategies. But I think what has led to his success and what leads him here today has been an immense diversification of strategy and depth, a mastery over the draft system, which I hope we'll get to see and see how that plays out here, because exactly, there are some surprises here potentially.
viendo el
I
disco,
think
güey,
there
¿pa'
could be
qué?
some really interesting strategies that we haven't really considered. Once again, that HRE pick is maybe a question mark. Is there another plan in play here that could just elevate this to something we haven't seen yet?
Absolutely could be. I mean, we also have to think about, like, some civs that weren't picked that are still quite strong. Delhi, for example, we saw that in a lot of previous games. But Marine Lord's draft, having Ottoman and French as two of your first three, picking Delhi against that is really rough. So there's been a lot of like denial civ picks as well. You talked about how Byzantine was banned by Wham despite being one of his most comfortable. I'm just so curious about what matchups they want to avoid here. Because if you're Zushi, you don't want to play against Malian. You really don't. Do you want to play against Japan with Zushi? Probably not either. So what are you trying to save that up for? What kind of situation? And same with Jeanne d'Arc. They absolutely don't want to go against Malian, nor does French, but you can potentially deny Malian.
Y por ejemplo, para los que te patrocinan, ¿qué tienes que hacer? ¿Ser bueno para ganar o algo así? ¿O simplemente llevar su sello?
Sí, tiene que ser usted el mejor en lo que está haciendo.
No
Así como era, tiene que
I
ser.
look at it, I'm like, he doesn't want Hatery against anything, honestly, but he's been playing Hatery, he feels
No, si acaso
comfortable
me
with it.
patrocina, no sé, Bodega Herrera, güey.
And he was like, I think people sleep on Hatery quite a bit. And I mean, the fact that
Walmart
Tuklak is picked as well, that's a big surprise for me.
Yeah, historically, I mean, even running into this tournament, we saw Tugluk being viewed as quite dominant on a lot of these hybrid maps, right, where they can make use of the fish and dock and get that whole economy set up, and it really sort of played well into their style. But yesterday we saw Vortex try Tugluk on the land, and he said there's some strategies here that players are not really exploring enough yet, and he was willing to bring it out in the semifinals of this tournament. So he was that confident in the practice. It didn't work out for him yesterday, but maybe Wham had some ideas, maybe Wham had some similar thoughts going into it, and we could see Tugluk being a threat on several of these maps as well.
We really could. And I mean, Tuklak, they are the elephants available. They can be decent. Like, they don't want to go up against an Ottoman, I imagine. As soon as that game progresses, it can get rough. Do they want to get... Like, what is Tuklak's weaknesses? When I think about it, I'm like, quite a lot, actually. They really don't want to be against a very feudal heavy sieve that can punish that early fort, because that's the build that a lot of players go for. Macedonia, what doesn't that want to run into? Ah, Louis. Yeah, we love him too. He's back on the ladder now. That's really awesome to see.
Oh, he'll be back at a Red Bull soon then.
Sepa.
Wow. I mean, there's awkward matchups here on the board. Macedonia is obviously one that's been very prevalent. We've seen it quite a bit on front range. They are able to take quite a lot of food early on, getting that Golden Horn Tower in the middle, the center of the map, meaning you have to go all the way around or be kind of weird about it, really slowing down the game to get out a lot of Radari. But the French picks, those can be annoying. Like, you'd love to have French against Hatery on the correct kind of map. Maybe on a Frisian, though, where French has been getting picked quite a bit. Honestly, there's a lot of question marks in my head over the drafts between these two players.
Oh, some love for Beastie in the crowd as well. Can we get a round of applause for everybody here today? Oh yeah, look at all those beautiful smiling people. Hello everybody.
It is great to be here at the Royal Albert Hall in London for the Red Bull Wololo. This is...
Should we try it? The Red Bull, what was that, Demu? Wololo.
Oh, I just did the sound for me.
What about the Red Bull Wololo? Oh, look how he did it! Are you proud?
I'm so proud of you, Winston.
Thank you.
¿Vaso de qué?
Production wasn't quite ready for me. I can't reel.
I'll keep it on their toes.
I can't reel off that. I'm only a replacement, okay? But yeah, this is going to be very fun to see what happens here. I mean, a lot of time going into this draft between these guys. I do know that Marine Lord, when he sets up his draft, he's often writing down the maps in Notepad, getting each map listed down as to what he would like to play, what he would like to set up, so a lot of thought can go into it.
Mira, Look
at all the cool hats too.
Idle Villager, I like that one as well, the t-shirt.
Get him to work.
And Marine Lord looking but also a bit like, let's get this show on the road.
No, esta vez no vino el monje, ¿no?
I've been doing the homework, I've done all the practice, now it's time to show off my
No,
stuff.
van a estar presentes en
Yeah, you might
el
notice
2,
he
me parece.
sits quite funny with that mouse and keyboard. He's one of the few
A lo
players that
mejor,
I know
seguro.
that actually does that, with the keyboard in front, the mouse very much to the side. But I tell you what, he makes it work, and maybe my little boy might make him play a little bit like Marine Lord if I want him to be an RTS champ.
A lo mejor, a lo mejor.
Train him young.
Bueno, bro, empieza pues rápido que necesitamos el Age 2, bro. Ya.
You certainly do, you
Qué hora, mano. ¿Y qué más? Quiere se levanta, come y vuelve, duerme una hora.
Oh, the finger crack.
Sí.
Wham is looking very calm. To
No
say
sé
he
qué más
is
estén
regarded as the
haciendo.
underdog, not by a great amount, but you're against the goat of AoE4. He's looking incredibly calm.
Están esperando que Viper llegue a su casa, güey, para que lo pueda transmitir, que ella lo pueda ver.
Oh, I see Ottoman on the board there. Is that Ayabid as well?
Overloading it.
Granted, I'm looking at a very small monitor here from very, very far away, but already
Viper todavía está ahí. Ellos no se van hasta el último del
Looks
último.
like we're just moments away. Whoa, an eagle and a jaguar. Whoa.
Sí,
so
el
cool.
pelón.
Hello. Hi. Yeah, we spotted you.
Voy a usar ropa de ayer, o sea que no te
In a
bañaste.
few moments here, we are going to get into this game, and
No sé quiénes son
what
esos,
a
pero todo
final
bien.
this should be. It's lined up to be a good one. I mean, we had semi-finals that were pretty darn decent, but so far these players have gone untouched. Is the other one? I just hope we have close games, Winston. I hope we have close games.
I think
good
we're gonna have
or rather some good AoE4.
I think we're about to have some very nice games, Demu, and I am so excited.
We do see the players are in game here.
Yeah, we're just doing a quick confirmation, making everything's all set, and then we'll get that up for us.
So a little bit of downtime here.
What a stage, Demu. What a stage. What a place to be for an Age 4 tournament, huh?
It's beautiful. I'm glad they've got Marine Lord in red as well as kind of the evil one. Makes me think of like Star Wars, the bad guy, and then the blue guy.
Bueno, lanzaron una expansión para el 4.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe.
¿A quién le importa?
I mean, that's insane.
Lo que yo haga. ¿A quién le importa lo que yo diga?
It seems that whenever the stakes are high, he just always has seemed to show up, and so I'm super keen to see how Wham will handle this, how Wham will move forward. I mean, even after this event, whatever the result,
No,
I think
Exis
we're
Man,
gonna be
ayer,
expecting
así
these two
leíste
to
el
be
audio que te
battling
mandé,
against
güey.
each other in the future after the recent success of Wham. I think this is just
¿Por
going to
qué
be
no, güey?
incredible
Chécalo,
to see.
güey.
Yeah, we've
Escúchalo,
got
güey.
this like dark
Es más,
thought back
escúchalo
in
mientras
the
ahorita,
land,
güey.
the previous Wololo's
Lo que
where
comienza
Marine Lord was
todo.
in the
Cuando
final.
termine,
He
me avisas.
dismantled the Mr. 4-0 in that first Heidelberg final. Then he dismantled Puppy Paw 3-0. I just hope it's not going to be the same kind of situation between these guys. But the kind of gameplay that Wham has been showcasing,
Y ayer me dijiste.
shouldn't be so easy for him.
No, te lo mandé hoy, en la
A little bit
mañana.
of moments here.
Yeah, it just looks like we have a quick pause here to handle something.
¿No te llegó?
Players, oh man, Wham's face, he just looks so locked in.
Muteate, 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 muteate.
Yeah, apologies for this, guys. Games will start as soon as possible. You never know. It's live, right? So certain things can appear. We'll keep you guys updated as moments do pass. Saw a little bit of flex over there from Wham. And hands in the air. And hearts. Winston, when was the last time you actually saw these two duke it out?
Last time I saw them duke it out at a LAN.
Anytime, really.
I mean, in the qualifiers, no? And on ladder games?
They didn't play in the qualifier.
Oh, they didn't?
No.
No, they didn't play in the qualifier, right?
I guess
No voy
that is
a
something we
opinar
can
más
bring up.
sobre ese
So,
audio.
Marine Lord qualified the first week. Oh, we're into the game here.
Let's begin.
That's what we want. That's what we want. It is going to be King of the Hill to get things
más.
going. Marine Lord will be spawning as the blue Ottoman player. Although, maybe he should be red. That is his color on stage. And we have Wham
No, pero ni que
spawning
se fuera el
as the
regrabado,
Ayubid
¿no?
player. Now, King of the Hill.
No, güey, pero
Definitely
clarito se
unusual
escuchó su
map.
voz aquí.
Big things about this
No,
map. It's
relájate,
only got
relájate, bro.
one sacred site bang in the middle. This very much promotes a lot of play around sacred site control.
Bueno, y ya
We
comenzaron,
see
es
a
lo
lot of
bueno.
players go for towers around there. They grab it early. Both these civs can go. In fact, it's Golden Horde. I was getting that incredibly wrong. Golden Horde versus Ottoman. Okay,
Esa es
okay.
la buena
This is
noticia.
already far different than what I'm used to.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup to be choosing on this map. I wonder how much the snipes came into play. Maybe Wham wanting to just get Ottomans maybe a little out of the way early in the series. They are viewed as one of the most dominant civs, mostly because of that Spahi in the Feudal Age and just that intense production bonus that they get early Feudal all the way through Castle Age. They just build this massive army, which might work to Marine Lord's favor here, as that central sacred site can prove to be a victory condition in and of itself.
By the way, I have to mention this. There's a barracks and a military school already out for Marine Lord. So one thing we talked about Golden Horde, they do not like to be attacked early on, specifically in the Dark Age. They have two very exposed resources, one being gold, the other being an Uvu
No,
itself.
¿y ahora quién narra esto?
Oh, and I believe we're having
son los mismos, ¿no? No, algo anda mal.
We're giving the game I've been getting spoke to by production here. We're giving the game a slight pause here because it's stuttering a little bit, and that will fix it. Clean up and whoa!
Hay un delay tremendo.
There's some fast lads over there, and Marine Lord immediately still producing some spearmen here out of the military school, but we do have a tech already on the go, so may lose a couple of buildings here, but this is one of the strengths of Ottoman. They really can mix it up a lot. Well, I'm going to go for an early tower as a retort here, but he has to be careful. When a building is being produced, it takes double the amount of damage. I tell you what, that is not a small amount, and you see Wham reacting to this, realizing, oh, you're actually going for it? Okay. And I tell you what, that's a lot of lost gathering time.
Yeah, that's a lot of villagers pulled, but it's really
essential that these two early
spots are really covered. You can't let the gold go down.
Eso me parece como un cuartel, y eso que
This is going to be a challenge.
tiene
There's
como
no
ese
real
símbolo arriba, me
resources
parece
near
como
this,
un
so garrisoning
monasterio de
that
esos.
outpost
No me
in order
acuerdo
to
que
defend
sí,
this villager is actually
¿no?
going to be tricky, right? The scout hops
Sí,
in,
creo que debe
one
ser.
arrow available, but at any point these spearmen might just be able to run at this villager. The villager has a bit of ways to go to get to that outpost. Could be an opportunity for some dancing here from Marine Lord, but he might just be content with the damage he's dealt so far.
I think he's going to be all right about this. I'm wondering if Wham's going to go for an early... Well, actually, he has no gold for arrow slits on that tower, so
no, mira,
that would
el que sí es
definitely help with keeping
monasterio,
all this alive. Right now, he has no access to
ese es el que está
units to deal
destruyendo.
with that. Marine Lord's tech behind this is obviously...
El monasterio.
Sí, parece que ese es el monasterio. Porque en el Age 2 ese parece que es está dentro del monasterio de los mongoles, de Tártaro, me parece.
Sí, eso es.
Yeah, but Batu's much better than a single, so Marine gonna have to run away with this one or just take him down fighting. Just a little bit of chip damage, but not the biggest deal for Batu Khan. He can handle it.
Yeah, Batu Khan will be able to regenerate when more
con la lanza del
Torgods do join the field, so not too big of an issue for him. And I tell you what, that Uvu does stay alive for now. Seeing that there is an archer range done, I do believe
es que es un edificio especial para poder
that's already a
subir de
nice
edad.
move for him, because as soon as you force your opponent to making a defensive slow unit like an archer or spears, you then have a bit more map control. The things you have to worry about are when Keshiks come out or more Torgods. Now, you can't delay the Torgods more than he has done, because the Uvu didn't die. But now he's hit his age up now. I'm very curious about what he's going to go for. Immediately starting production with the meta on that military school as well, getting the upgrade for the spearmen. Nice play.
Yeah, and I think the big question is, when do we see the stable for the Spahi? Well, answered immediately. Marine Lord wants to waste no time getting to that unit. It is viewed by many as just one of the strongest units in the game, considering when it's available, how it's available. The blacksmith there to increase that production speed of those buildings nearby. The woodline is a little exposed, but of course these spearmen in perfect position from Marine Lord. Wham was trying to sneak by and just maybe try and snipe a Vil here, but Marine Lord having none of it.
No, he's very well set up defensively, so he was on the front foot, if you will, just making sure he can slow down his opponent, deal a little bit of damage. Wham handled it pretty darn well. Definitely got slowed down a little bit, but we do see immediately going for the play that he was doing very well against Vortex, making the map smaller for himself. So immediately negating one angle of attack, protecting that deer pack as well, and protecting the Uvu, the second Uvu, and the primary Uvu as well.
Yeah, it's a great wall location. I think that's going to really help cut off the map and keep things pretty streamlined for him. Of course, Marine Lord might attack this location, but I don't know, it's pretty far out of the way. The spearmen going to get caught out a little bit by the Khan and his bodyguards, the Torgods. So a few units going to go down here. A little chip damage back for Marine Lord, but Wham probably going to be happy with this as an opening so far. Taken not too much damage, gotten things opened up. We can see a massive units from Marine Lord has moved out. The spearmen are not at home to defend. They are going towards this wall spot, which means that the gold villagers have to get pulled back. Wham counterattacking, poking, prodding, but that wall he just built under threat.
Certainly is, and one of the Sipahi here also taking a little bit of a beating. Now, there's a few things that happen there. Marine Lord focused his attacks on the Torgods. Those guys do not regenerate, so that was a nice play out of him. He's going for a spearman, Sipahi comp. Now throwing
¿Llegaste a
down
jugar el Age of Empires 3 con las
archers. Now that is
civilizaciones
gonna be
nativas?
fun for him, seeing that archers are already out.
Solamente me dejaba
Both these
escoger
civs,
a
I'm not
Inglaterra,
scared of
nada
sticking
más.
in feudal actually, which is
Ah, no,
cool,
pero ese es de
because we
momento,
could see a
porque
situation
van
that
rotando las
both of them stay
civilizaciones
feudal way
cada
longer
semana,
than
me
other
parece.
civs on this map,
Le dan 3
which is
nuevas.
highly
No,
unusual.
entonces no sé
And
nada
who
más,
do I favor?
solamente
Well, it's actually
Ese
weird.
es.
I do think that Golden Horde is one of the civs that
Yo
doesn't
creí
get
que
bullied
lo habías jugado,
by
por
Ottoman
ejemplo,
as
el
hard as other
clásico,
Oh,
antes
we
de que
have
fuera
a
edición
nice
definitiva.
angle here from
no,
Wham,
no.
trying to find a little sneaky spot with the hawk
Luego,
now
una vez
behind the
si
scouting
con esa
falcon is over
sí,
that forest, catching eyes of those
nada
archers.
más.
A good
¿Y
indicator
qué
of
tal?
when
¿Qué
Marine
te
Lord might
encontraste de
want to
nuevo
make
ahí con los
some sort of
britanos?
move. Could be when that second Vizier point comes in. Maybe we'll see some
Nada.
imams as he has taken some chip damage
Ya
on a few of these.
tiene
Spahi could be the play for him.
como si de pólvora.
Yeah, both these civs are not in a rush to age up.
Yes.
We have a lot of food on both sides of the field. The twin minaret building there.
La verdad no me
gives you
gustó.
berries
Los
for
gráficos
absolutely
tampoco
ever,
me
with
gustaron. No me
also
llamaron la
extra gather
atención.
time on them. And
A mí lo
wow,
que no me
they've
gustó
gone
desde un
with this,
principio es que
you know, a mobile little squad
mandas
here.
a
They
los
can tank
aliados a
TC
recolectar
quite
madera, güey,
nicely, but he
y parece
just
que
has
los
to be a little bit
embolsan
careful. I think you're right, Winston. I think it
tanto
is going to
como
be
la
an
madera,
imbalance. Some
la
of these units get
comida y
battered
el
and
oro, güey.
bruised here.
No sé dónde, güey, se lo
We
meterán.
have to think about what he did playing Golden Horde earlier in the
Pero
tournament.
vaya que les cabe un chingo a las
Stone
bolsas
for
de los
batch
pantalones
production.
que
He
llevan.
was very much about getting out a lot of
Quién
torgods
sabe,
with that stone.
And there's a raid onto the woodline as
Pero
well. The
buen
villagers have to
punto.
wall. 2 Torgods have made their way
Y
around.
luego
The
con
villains
el
take out
héroe
their
puedes
shivs and
construir
fend them off.
el mercado, güey.
Yeah, Marine Lord able to
El
hold there, but that
mercado,
was tight. No spearmen were
sí,
there
o el
at that
tipo, ¿cómo
location,
se llama?
forcing a bit of idle time, but the wall does hold off Wham's raid here.
¿Cómo se llama, güey?
And now
Tiene su
Wham
nombre.
angling for a large attack on the center. There
Un
was
puesto
now
de
an outpost
comercio, no me
on that
acuerdo ahorita
gold.
cómo se llama.
Oh,
pinche
but these
nombre.
Torgods, have they been trapped? Is there a way for them to get out? But meanwhile, on the gold on the front, there's also an attack on the center, forcing some idle time there, but there are a lot of units here, a lot of ways to get torches. Marine Lord
Sí,
forced to
también
make a
puedes
choice.
construir
How will he
torre
defend this?
con el
I
héroe.
mean, that tower is going to come in plenty handy here. I mean, those Torgods, I'm not sure they're going to have a way out. They're incredibly tanky units. Not too much damage, but all their damage comes from a charge attack. So really trying to utilize that is Wham. And I tell you what, he's actually going to live to see another day. Potentially going to keep those on the field. Oh, but running by these
maybe not.
archers. Oh, a little bit brutal there, but all things said and done, we have Marine Lord with only 350 resources destroyed for his opponent. Not
De
sure
los
it does
Stronghold,
include
¿cuál
Torgods
jugaste,
in that
güey?
little
¿Algunas
counter.
jugaste en Strong?
I do feel that Marine Lord's
Ninguno.
surviving
No,
what
ninguno.
could be a scary stage.
Pero
The
¿sabes de
army
qué va?
he
¿Tienes
has
alguna idea?
available is actually very good.
Wham has really walled up a lot of
¿Cómo?
his base to keep
¿Sabes de
things
qué va?
tight and concise in the center, and he's angling potentially for a castle age.
No,
8
tú me
on
explicaste,
gold.
¿no? Lo del
Not really much
castillo.
to
Eso.
use that gold on except
Ajá.
for the
Es
age
como un
up, so
Tycoon. ¿Has jugado
plenty
los
of food
Tycoon?
income. This could just be
Ah,
an
Tycoon sí he jugado.
castle age
Ah,
behind
pues
this,
tal
Pero
which
cual.
no es.
Nada más un
might
castillo, tú
put
eres el
Marine
rey, güey.
Lord a bit into an aggressive position. He might try and attack this southern wall, which is currently what he's angling towards, but keep in mind, there's
Sí, es
still that
como
force
el que,
from Wham on the
este de
field
Ubisoft, el
to
año
maybe
1800, por
deal
ejemplo.
some damage back if Marine Lord's too out of position. This is quite far away.
No, tampoco.
And you've got to remember, Marine Lord is not one that is scared of sticking in for feudal
Y hay que
for
buscarlo.
longer than other players. And he's over here. This is a
Encima
pretty
digo que
juicy
tenía
spot,
todo,
so a
¿no?
lot of income
Todas
coming
las,
over here.
las
The deer are
ediciones.
great. The
¿De
Ubu's
qué
obviously
del-
fantastic.
El
The fact
Stronghold.
that Wham was caught in this position where it's
Ajá.
like,
No, no,
I'd
no.
love
La
to
buena
be
es
able
el
to be
Stronghold
left alone and get an Age of
Crusader
going.
Definitive
And
Edition.
Marine Lord, look
Está
at his
bueno.
eco in the top left. He's gathering a lot,
Es
but
es
all
la
those numbers
versión
are
rápida.
incredibly low. Now, there may not be a way
Acción
back home.
rápida.
And I tell you what, I
Bueno,
think
según
Wham's
las
thinking about that
especificaciones, pues,
sandwich
o sea,
getting that
nada que
going.
ver como el
Eso no
original.
está
Es una
Es una
secuencia.
copia de Age of Empires porque acabé de ver el Caballero Cruzado.
Sí, sí. Se centra pues en las cruzadas, pues.
Entonces, ¿quién le copió a quién?
No, es que
Fecha de lanzamiento 15 de julio del 2015. No, el de
Ah,
Age
no, no, no.
2015.
Pero si te fijas, esa es la versión remasterizada, la Definitive Edition, pues.
Y se dio una porquería, déjame decirle. Para ser definitiva.
Oh, those villagers though, oh, getting sniped. One getting sniped, but the others being kept alive. And this wall sort of works a little bit against Wham here, but engaging that
Si lo llego a
without the
encontrar
Torgods,
por
but they're going to come in
$3, lo voy a
behind, getting a
comprar.
nice potential charge there. But Marine Lord very quick to turn things around, and now Where's the rest of Marine Lord's army? I mean, this is obviously a big squad that he has. And I do think he has the means of dealing with this. We see a lot of blue to just the left over here. And when Wham sees that, he's going to realize, you're incredibly committed to this, aren't you?
Here's the fight.
And I'm not sure Wham's going to be able to stay around for much longer here. Remember, he committed so much to these Torgods. They are not going to be able to stay alive for much longer. The Scholars doing a good job healing, trying to focus them down.
One down.
Full.
No,
Second one
down.
well. That is great play out of Wham, denying those. But
Sí, es lo mismo como el año 1800.
Look at those archers. There's nothing to keep them alive, Winston.
The spa here just
Pena ahí
running
si
down
me
the
escucha
archers. Now the
Pepsi
front line
Man,
for Wham
pero
has completely
no.
collapsed. He had so many tasks to do with his archers. He had to take out the Imperios and the Meta. It's just so much to focus down. This is why Ottomans are so scary. This feudal age timing is just so dynamic. Wham might live to see a little bit more time here as Marine Lord maybe backs off here, angling down towards the south again, but certainly a strong victory in the center. If we look at the resources, Wham was forced to commit more units into production, making Keshik instead of going up to Castle Age. His whole economy a little awkward here, but this is all forced by Marine Lord. Marine Lord now with a massive army advantage.
Massive, and he isn't slowing down here, Winston. He's had very few guys on gold here.
Pero se ve mal igual. Porque las críticas le fue muy bien. Pero es que de verdad no.
Un remaster.
Eximan debería, no, es que ni con una remasterización se salva los gráficos, debería, no sé, cambiar de motor gráfico. Eximan debería meterle al Age. Además él dijo que iba a jugar las campañas y las iba a traer al directo.
It's going to quickly amount into a large army, but he has a lot of ways to go. The gold miners are once again under attack. Another one goes down. If Marine Lord swings north, there's a whole pocket of economy on those berries that is completely exposed. Notably, Wham did snipe the scout of Marine Lord earlier.
Él dijo que las iba a traer luego de terminar. No sé qué cosa.
Wham wisely retreating there, but has a counterattack of his own onto the main of Marine Lord. So some very awkward maneuvers here for both players to handle.
Certainly is. I mean, that tower is
Bueno, si
upgraded.
está $3-4, bueno, me decanto.
Decent damage to towers, and I tell you what, that is a number you do have to respect in your base. But Marine Lord, maybe upon realizing that, hey, you've got quite a bit over here, what can I do with that? He's just checking the other deer pack with a good chunk of his army. He knows that food must be limited for his opponent. These Torgod are taking a lot of damage, actually. In fact, are a few of these Keshiks? I do believe so. Yes. So they pack a lot of extra punch, but my goodness, that is a big flock of Ottoman.
Yeah,
lo traerías a
very suspicious of where Wham is getting economy in the
lo traerías a stream.
Really isn't.
Sí.
He's run back into
Pero
his base.
¿cuál estás viendo? ¿El que se lanzó en julio del 2025?
Sí, ese, a ti te corre de casualidad un juego que llama Sombras de Mordor.
Ese güey quemaba las consolas en su momento, güey. Creo que pide mucho requisito, déjame checo.
Look at Shadows of the Mordor.
Getting a nice little grab on this army, taking out a good 7-8 supply here.
No sé si
Those are the kind of things that Wham needs on his side, but he has a huge army between him and his main base. So is this a one-way journey here out on the map?
No lo tengo, güey.
A ver,
no aparece en Steam.
Pero yo, a ver, mira, requisito mínimo. Procesador Intel Core de quinta generación, 750, 265 Hz.
A ver, ¿dónde está bien la especificación? Pero ¿cómo
memoria? Solo pon Mordor y ya te sale. Te sale Mid-Hair, Shadow of Mordor.
This kind of like extreme reaction out of Wham being on this side of the map, it's really throwing Marine Lord through a little bit of a loop here.
Yeah, but that's a big and expensive dive. A little bit of idle time on the gold, but a lot of units have taken a lot of damage here, and now Wham once again retreating. The Canadian brothers are quite good, but Marine Lord trying to get the surround here. There is a defensive army, so I don't think Marine Lord is gonna choose to stick around and fight this. It does get a few attacks off. Here are the archers now to handle the spearmen. A big battle now brewing in the center.
It is a big battle, and I tell you what, those spears have to stand and fight, otherwise they'll be picked off by all these Sipahi. Now, Marine Lord does not have the healing from those imams to keep this army sustained, but the sheer amount of units that he has available, and he's the one with a lot of guys on gold, and he can get pretty darn... Look at that, by the way, Winston. All of a sudden, cancelling all his units, getting the armory out. This is very problematic for the Canadian.
Yeah, and Wham was even trying to continue raiding, but it looks like Marine Lord already has a gate in that very southern wall and was able to escape a little bit down there. Yeah, he was able to escape, pushed off the hunt, though. That was a lot of villagers that were being threatened, but Marine Lord just so calm and collected. Look at that. No villager kills, even though Wham has been trying a lot to raid. The Meter gonna spot out and has no attack. It's just a support unit. He's banging his drum fiercely, but behind it, was it all a bait? The archers are here. The gate is not gonna be open for long. So many villagers go down.
Oh, that is so brutal. I believe a good like 8 or 9 villagers there being popped. And remember, look at all these numbers. They're all in an advantage of Marine Lord, and that tech is going to be done very soon as well. Upon seeing that, Wham's not going to be feeling too comfortable. He has to fight this in feudal, and he's got less numbers than his opponent. The Sipahi getting a good wrap around. Even the villagers in the back being focused by that army as well. Marine Lord's got way too much for his opponent.
GG is called. Wham not able to take him down in game 1.
Not able to take it down in game 1. I mean, we talked a little bit, the fact that Ottoman was allowed to go through. I'm very curious as to what the other Civ choice was to get sniped, but maybe thinking, you know what, this is a best of 5. You no longer have Ottoman available. This means if you've got a Phrygian March set up where you want to pick Ottoman Zhu Shi as Marine Lord, no longer do you have the Ottoman available, so you have to mix something else in. Maybe start guaranteeing yourself a more favorable matchup, because AoE 4, and I'm sure AoE 2 is exactly the same, when it comes to a best of 5, best of 7 series, you have to think about the long run in these kind of situations. So getting the first pick and one of the strongest civs out there, out the way.
¿Qué tal, man?
Tell you what, you can
Mira
look at that
aquí
and be like, oh no, I'm 1-0
con
down,
el
but
tormento del Age
it's not
4.
all doom and gloom for Wham.
Yeah,
Todavía
we can see
aquí.
here on this post game, just the military value really what sealed the deal. That one fight in the center really did not go Wham's way. And
De
then
por sí
he did a
empezaron
really good
tarde,
job, I think,
imagínate.
of splitting up his camp,
Una
trying to
maldita hora para poder
distract,
comenzar
buy
una
time,
partida.
build his force up, but
No,
it seemed
no,
that
le echaron muchos
Marine Lord
sentimientos,
was just
sí.
playing so sharp. Marine Lord was
Ese
able
por
to
eso,
handle
porque es la
everything.
final.
None of his counterattacks
Pero
ever
bueno.
killed a single villager.
It was actually really clean. Like, it was good defense. I also like what we've been seeing from primarily these two players. Even though you have a primary comp you want to go for, be it like Sipahi, Archer, and
Es el
Feudal,
primer round,
we've been
imagino.
seeing these spears constantly eked out. The opening was very aggressive by Marine Lord, having a barracks and a military school. Definitely, I think he caught Wham a tiny bit off guard, already making it a bit of a weird situation. Very often, when you've had a lot of time to prep, it's good to set something up that your opponent has to react to on the fly. But yeah, Wham just couldn't really get a foothold in this game. I think he played well. I really do. It's just Marine Lord's playstyle here, having the Ottoman, just making sure that he has the muscle behind it all and getting the castle behind it as well. It was really clean Ottoman play.
Yeah, and in this fight here too, pulling back the Sipahi, the archers just absolutely dominant. The Meter even coming in, leading the charge, banging the drums and saying, here they are. And this was essentially the end of the game when this attack occurred. No more food for Wham, and now we move on to our next game.
We certainly do. Yet to know
En
the
pocas
map.
palabras,
We do have
no
Wham's
compren
map
el
picks being
Stronghold.
Socotra and front range. He is still allowed to choose one of Marine
¿Por
Lords if
qué?
he does so please. And the order in which you do
Dedíquense a Age
maps
of Empires.
can be kind
Ya.
of cool. Because if you force your opponent to pick a map where it's like, oh, I had
Todo bien
Ibid
acá
planned for
opinando,
this
estamos
map, and
acá
then
echando chisme del Stronghold.
you select it, and then they can't use Ibid in their initial kind of perspective. So we might see some very funky matchups between these guys, because
Sí,
I
sí.
dare say most of the time you want to save Tuklak for something like Phrygian.
El
but
Stronghold
would you be
Crusader.
allowed to play it? I mean, Marine Lord is a silly Billy, but you won't allow his opponent to pick Tuklak over there, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's really challenging too. I'm really curious about this HRE pick. I feel like that's got to be the secret sauce. Here,
O sea,
I think
está
that's
bien
gotta
haciendo
have to be
publicidad. Yo no
something
le
that
estoy
he
haciendo
pulls out
publicidad, le
to
estoy diciendo que
win
que
a
no lo
map
compre.
decisively.
Yeah,
¿Qué pasa?
we've had civs, new
Usted
civs
dijo
like
que iba a
Macedonia
traer
coming,
las
and what has
campañas
been
de
one of the
Age of
big power plays
Empires.
for them
Y
has
yo
been
espero, porque
these
allá voy a estar en su
H2
canal
Varangian
haciéndole
guard
fuerza.
pushes. Once the hero Radari comes out,
¿En
boosting everything,
serio,
you get
man?
the +2 armor going. Can Hachery fight against that? I mean, they have men at arms, but that high melee
Esa no
armor
me la
really does a
sabía.
job on those. I'm with you. I don't know where he's going to be choosing.
Ey,
Whether
ya,
it's
es que ya,
Fusion or
ya se
one map.
retracta.
We just haven't seen it
Yo
work
la,
out
¿le dijimos o no
for
te
quite
acuerdas
some
la
time,
campaña
and
de
on
Juan,
paper,
que
it doesn't
se
make
jugara la
sense, 'cause
campaña de
they
William
start off with
Wallace?
a prelate and 6
Ya no,
villies. They should have a
casual.
super economy compared to everybody
ese
else.
Stronghold.
But something doesn't quite line up.
Front range going to be the map of choice. This is certainly a map of maps. We've seen some really dynamic moments. There are these small outposts on the northern left side here where you can capture the vision and very quickly run out of gold in your main. And at some point you have to stretch economy north either for food, gold, or both. And that makes mobility-based civs very, very important.
So, Civ-wise, we've seen
Yo ya vi, yo no tengo que mirar nada, yo ya vi. Prefiero jugarme el Age 4.
Now, if he wants to start
El
thinking about
Stronghold.
when
Y eso
would
que
he be able to
imagínese que
start looking at
detesto el Age
Sengoku,
4.
I mean, is it good on front range? I mean, it's good on any map, let's be real.
It's good on any map, yeah.
But he has to have a situation where he's not left
Habrá que
with
invitar una LAN party,
like,
man.
all his good civs and he puts them with,
Para que
let's say, a
comprenda las
Tufak or a
mecánicas.
Hachery, because then the good civ gets sniped, and then you don't really get to play your best civs. But French is awkward.
Ay,
Like, you
Pero eso
love
que
to have a
tiene que-
situation where you get
¿cómo
Mali
es que
versus
no?
French, but can it come into fruition here? You don't want Hachery against French.
Pero es
I
que
dare say the draft might look something like
hay una cosa,
Macedonia,
una cosa muy importante.
Bid against
No
Hachery,
realismo.
But again, this is all theory
No,
crafting here. 'Cause
porque igual el muro
Ayoved
tiene
is
que
very
caer sí o sí.
versatile. That is
O
good on
usted espera
quite
tener
a
una
few of the maps that do
muralla
remain. Maybe just
inmortal, ¿no?
not Socotra.
A ver, yo quiero hacer énfasis en algo. Usted monta el muro, pero nunca lo mejora. No hace ni muralla fortificada. No monta, ¿cómo se llama la mejora esa que le da más vida a los edificios?
Comienzas por albañilería.
Even front range to some degree. There are times that you get a couple of berry packs together. Having an Imperial official
No,
out
no
on
las
that board.
mejora, entonces
One
¿cómo
thing you
quiere?
might want to steer
¿Cómo quiere
clear
que la
of is,
muralla la aguante?
you know, not having
Y
balls
tras
in
de
there. Looks
eso,
like a
si
bit of a
usted,
Malian to me, you know?
si usted se encierra y no cubre su muralla y le meten flechas durante
Tell you
10
what, Malian
minutos,
can get
pues se
very
van a
awkward
tumbar.
on this map, given that they do rely on gold a lot. And those future pit mines you do
No
start
me puede decir
making
que
can't
no.
entirely be surrounded.
Ay.
It's Sean.
No, yo también
Sean
vi,
against
pero
Malian.
protege la muralla, ponle un castillo, una torre, yo qué sé.
That's a brave pick.
Cuando la están
That is a
atacando, vas
brave pick.
y la proteges.
And we'll see how
Porque las flechas no
Lord
hacen
wants
nada.
to
Siguen
play
siendo
it. He's
flechas
clearly got a
incendiarias,
plan
como
in
en
mind.
química.
Now, these pit mines going to be a central part of Wham's strategy. This one being in the back means very little to be done
Química,
about it.
man,
It's difficult
química.
a bit for JD to aggress hyper early. There's sort of this feudal timing that generally
Sí, es
works out
asedio,
in
man.
her favor. However, on the side of Wham, do you
El asedio es
think we
asedio.
see some sofa here?
Actually, this map, or rather this matchup,
You want to do Donzo Jab?
Donzo Jav.
It's solid. I think it's also
Sí.
good on this map as well, given how the map has spawned for Wham. He's got both gold mines kind of tucked away in the back, and I think that's where the static elements of the Donzo Jav composition is just so good, and yeah.
Well, it's also, if we think about this map and how it's laid out, it's a little bit like a coastal cliffs in the sense that you've got just the like home run straight to your opponent's base, and you can technically, if it's not going to go on for a long time, kind of ignore the mountain range until you hit like the H3s and stuff. Donzo Jav doesn't exactly cost a ton of gold to get going. You're going to be using quite a bit of your gold. He's actually gone for a full surround on this pit mine here. Even the mini pit mine can have 8 houses around it, so that's going to be a lot of income. Bringing in these deer as well, just to make sure that he is absolutely cooking in the resource department.
Yeah, maximum greed, mostly because you know you can against JD, right? There's no immediate threat, generally speaking. There have been some funny builds with JD, but generally,
Sí, bueno,
people
es más
just
city
do the
builder
standard.
que de guerra.
Pero es que,
más
a
city
ver,
builder.
no es por nada. Y yo trato de entenderte con lo del muro. Yo trato de entenderte con lo del muro, pero no sé, me da como cosa porque yo te he visto y sé que te encierras, pero no proteges la muralla. Entonces la muralla tiene que caer en algún momento.
Because you have the choice of 2 golds.
Esa es la
This is
cosa.
going to be very tricky from Rainlord. I
No
mean,
la
this was his
protege.
6th and final.
Espera que caiga para
wondering what was
después
vetoed
reaccionar
and
y
what was-
no.
Maybe he picked both the Frenches and he was like, you know what, getting rid of Jean d'Arc is kind of cool. But very, very curious about that one.
No la protege, pero es cierto, o sea, hasta Comando lo puede decir, o sea, no es mal plan, pero si no la proteges, la muralla tiene que ir abajo. Pero es que no te das como la oportunidad de aprender las cosas. Estás como muy cerrado a que siempre tienes que jugar imperial y con
He is. He's very good with the Knight Civs. He loves his aggression when he gets to do it. Very often, he's not really allowed, because when you are the GOAT, a lot of people try and throw you off your game, and they realize, whoa, you're really good at defending, aren't you? But yeah, Jeanne d'Arc, definitely. If this game goes on with neither player doing anything, Malian's just ahead. They have a far superior economy. So on Marine Lord's side of things, he's going to have to work and try to get things done early on.
Me da risa porque él cree que solamente está el arquero tirándole flechas. Aparte de que tiene la mejor armastre, tiene química, hay como 40.000 lanzapiedras tirándole a la muralla y él cree que no es flecha. Ahora está un agro de asedio pegándole a la muralla y que solo las flechas.
Other players often are sticking on that main food, moving large groups of villagers out, and then that greed ends up paying off later on in the game once those natural food sources run out. That tends to be when Marine Lord is somehow up, a huge amount of resources or up a large army, and we'll see what the play is. It looks to be are going to see the barracks opening for Wham with the archer range as well. So this is the Danzo Javelin composition to defend. It kind of deals well with the spearmen, and it can kind of fend off, the knights with the spearmen, and then fend off whatever form of JD is picked, although it is the woman at arms.
It is the woman at arms.
No, yo sé que se puede. Yo sé que se puede jugar, pero no me gusta ese modo de juego porque a mí me gusta sufrirla, no que se me haga fácil.
Even when it comes to like level 3 Jean, level 4 Jean, it gets awkward. A little bit of boar trickery going on here. Now, this is Marine Lord's boar, meaning that this is one that he will eventually want to be gathering from. Boars do give you quite a lot more food, and he's out onto it immediately. Wham, by the way, was very, very cautious about getting his second pit mine. He made sure he got his barracks first, his archery range first. This scout was not in position to block it, but Marine Lord does get to see that it is going up at this location, and will be like, all right, so that probably means your wood went elsewhere. So can I be as aggressive as I want to be? And he went for a second stable, Winston. We can't forget that.
The scout is actually very low for Wham here and could get attacked, and it is indeed taken out there on that north side. The night charge coming through next to the stone mine, and now Wham is playing blind with spearmen against knights. That's never where you want to be. You want to be able to see where these knights are coming. And I'm curious where Wham is going to build his mining camp.
I love this by Marine Lord, sending Jean in first, despite being the slower unit, just meaning
the villager
actually hit Jean and not the knight. And you see here, that's that villager being kept alive by the skin of its teeth over there. And this Jean, she is going to town, tanking all those bad lads. These knights probably just get braced over there, but the other spearmen getting caught out pretty darn massively.
Yeah, another cleave coming out from John. The Knights are on their last legs trying to run away. There is access to the AoE heal, but later we'll see if that is an option for Marine Lord to heal up those hurt Knights. Meanwhile, he's just sending John on a war march here against these Danzo.
She has one mission, keep those Knights alive. Make sure your opponent can't get a free one, because those Knights will later be allowed to heal. And we do know that on the side of things, we went very heavy into the Knights. It was a second stable before an archer range, before a barracks, most likely going to be archers.
Que aprendieras los counter, ¿no? Porque sacas unidades, pero las que te gustan, no las que te pueden servir.
Aggressive, it does allow you to take things on the map, and that is your first form of defense. And here, trying to get the charges off, nice cleave by Jean as well.
Oh, but several Knights going down here. This is going to be an interesting exchange of experience, though, for JD. She's going to get a lot of experience for these.
Mira, trae las campañas, tan siquiera la de, tan siquiera
Marine Lord's willing to pay, as especially this could lead to map control for him. The archer mass building behind this. Wham has opted
Eso
to
no son
not
tan
go for
complicadas.
the
Y ahí
javelins, and
vas
now
agarrando experiencia.
entering the
Ya,
Sofa
no
phase
se te
of
olvide
the
el arte de la
Village
guerra,
Alliance.
aunque sea en baja dificultad. Si no, no va a aprender nada, güey.
Ah, no, no, yo pensé que ya había hecho eso.
No, no, no. El arte de la guerra es muy importante, güey.
Sí, exacto. Bueno, no es una campaña, es un tutorial. Pero hicieron varias cosas. Pero es que no, sabes que ni saca las mejores porque yo te he visto en Imperial con unidades de feudal. No es- y saca de varias. Porque, mira, por lo general cuando juegas 6, tienes que jugar dos unidades. Un ataque y una defensa que pueda cubrir las de ataque. Y el asedio. Dos de 2 a 3. Pero tú sacas de todo. Pues sacas scouts, después te hombres de armas, después jinetes, después camellos, después arquero a caballo, después guerrilleros. Y no.
If the middle of the map is secured. I do love how Wham did run around that north side of the map, and he does have vision. That's a setup for
Pero
the
eso
later
no
stages of the
millas
game, not
mucho.
relevant just yet, but this first sofa,
Con
finding the
200
gold
está
miners of
bien.
Marine
Mira,
Lord, it has
te
snuck
juego una
around a
partida
bit
de
of a
máximo
surprise. It could
300
go
de
down.
por,
This
porque
could
no
be
vas a ser
the
capaz
first
de
villager
manejar
going down.
las,
Wham, finding
las
some
300.
damage.
Así uno se le dificulta manejar las 200, imagínate tú con 500 o 1000 de población. Quedas loco.
Sí, güey. No, pero ya hay campañas que te ponen a 75, güey.
Ay, sí, imagínese.
When Marine Lord wants to go so heavily into knights, just seeing, hey, I am doing a little bit of eco damage. May not look big, but it is quite a bit of denial here going on.
Yeah, we've seen both Wham and Puppy Pod do this a lot, and it's just make one cavalry unit, be it a scout and a horseman, a scout and a knight, a scout and a sofa, and he just runs around, and I almost feel like it's a way of keeping you honest. He doesn't want you walling with one villager slowly. That villager will die. He doesn't want random buildings going down on the side of the map. He doesn't want
Pero ese
builds.
modo
He
vas a
doesn't want
poder jugar
aggressive
tú
walls.
solito.
He wants to know what's
Pero
going
no vas
on,
a
and
ser
here we have
capaz,
a
te vas a
big
romper la
exchange in
cabeza.
the middle, but that's a lot of Donzo to
Quédate
charge the
con
knights
las
into.
200.
John, though, wants
Es
that
más, mira
experience.
que
She's
con
going to
200 a
charge
ti
in
se te
first.
dificulta.
Get a big cleave, but baited out by Wham.
Now, for Marine
No
Lord,
sabe-
he
no
doesn't
vas a
want to
ver
stick
qué hacer.
around for that next Donzo shot unless it's a fight happening. So
No,
Wham is trying to keep him in
En campaña no se puede. Sabes, tú instalas el mod, pero el mod de las 1000 unidades no te va a servir en campaña. Tienes que jugar escaramuza tú solo. Con un mod base ahí. Pero es que no es lo mismo jugar eso que AgeofEmpires. Mira, si quieres hagamos el ensayo. Juguemos una partida en AgeofEmpires 500 unidades y te voy a volver loco. Solamente con las 200
if you
y
get
con
up to those
500.
20 cattle and hit the castle age with the corral, we'll see if that comes
Porque
into play
hay
here.
que
Now some
estar
big walls
muy
going up needs
criando
to
en
stave
todo
off the
lado.
raids and make sure no damage is
Y estar
taken. So a
muy
lot of bills
pendiente
being
de
put
la
on those walls, but a
economía.
fight now
No,
once again in the
no
middle.
vas a
JD
poder
wants some
estar.
XP. The knights will
200
charge in, at least
está
baiting out
bien.
the spears, backs up, baits it again.
And for those that don't know, when you brace a spear, it takes a few seconds for that to come back online. And look at Jean coming in here. She is just a tanky gal. The javelins do a good job against those archers, splitting up the focus fire as well. The archer count's too low to really deal with this number of Donzos, but Marine Lord doesn't look like he's too worried about that. Just constantly climbing in the knight count. And I don't believe Wham's even mined any gold to get all this going. And that probably shows why the javelin counts remained fairly low here. There's no blacksmith upgrade.
Él me la dice, ¿sabes, comando? Él me la dice porque seguramente me va a jugar 500 hombres de armas y yo lo limpio con 10 paladines.
Where these gold miners are, the scout is indeed going to see it. There's only one knight in defense, but it should be enough with the quick walls here.
Porque aparte de que nunca mete mejoras de herrería tampoco.
Iba a decir mira de fuego.
There's deer, an extremely important element of that, and if he hadn't taken that fight in the center, which did notably give JD a bit of experience.
Pero sí, o sea, yo me imagino eso, me voy a salir con los 500 hombres de armas sin ni siquiera la fuerza.
Things could get crazy fast if another fight breaks out in the middle.
It really could, because Jean, all she needs is one big fight, but I tell you what, that is so much Malian now. The way that Marine Lord's been playing this, he's been hoping this Malian count wouldn't get as high, because Marine Lord, he is hoping for one fight, where Jean hits level 3, he overwhelms massively, he can start getting those champions out of Jean d'Arc as well that are incredibly good against the Donzos. But the way that Wham's played economically, so much emphasis on the food. He hasn't just relied on the cows. It's been, I am getting the deer, the berries, absolutely everything on my side of things, which has allowed him to go very, very heavily. And it doesn't look like Marine Lord's going to have that window where he can get caught out.
And we see Wham now potentially eyeing up a castle age.
¿Has
He
jugado
has
una
now
vez
put
antes el
those
Bannerlord?
villagers on gold, which he was able to get away with not doing before. Now he's committed to a big amount of gold. He has 1,000 food in the bank. The cattle bloom up to 16, not
Es un
fully
juego de la edad
complete,
medieval,
but close
pero por ejemplo es
enough.
como el
And this
tipo AgeofEmpires
could
en
be an
primera
interesting
persona.
position where
Tú
Wham
puedes, por
wants to
ejemplo,
age up,
comandar
but Marine Lord
por
still
unidad, por
wants
ejemplo,
that
elige
fight in
ser,
the center, and
no sé,
this
un
could get interesting.
arquero,
The javelins
un
have
jinete,
segregated the archers out onto the north, but the knights have charged around the forest. The Donzos in reserve
es
here.
multijugador masivo.
Could be a big moment. That is a lot of knights.
And while this is going on, Sofa
Si
denying
no
the
quiere
gold
que
to
lo
Marine Lord. And I mean,
ejegiemos,
this is the one fight that Marine Lord needs right here. He baits the brace.
rápido.
Now we can try and get a charge in. So Wham trying to buy time, and yet again. Oh, John, she's getting low. She's getting focused by those javelin throwers that only have +1.
Para que sea justo, para que sea justo con Albert.
Marine Lord has to get out of there because he will get no XP. Jean
Uy,
back on the
sí,
field
hay
though.
que hacerla. Pero es que cuando viene este no viene el otro.
Sí, bueno, yo no sé qué pasó aquella vez. Tuvimos suerte que caía aquí de repente, no sé.
No, pero Albert le monta la castilliza.
Wham just knew he needed the spearman here against this composition, and now Marine Lord may be in a bit of a pickle.
Es que me jugué una partida con Albert que no hizo nada, pero tenía como 15 castillos.
Marine Lord is in more than a pickle here. Like, he really relied on that fight going super damn well because
con
this
sus hombres de armas y Albert
starts
con,
off bad,
con esos 15
but when
castillos.
that H3 comes online for his opponent, it gets a whole lot worse.
Pero es que
The
Albert
upgrades will come
también
in
está
very
muy
quickly for
novato,
Wham.
¿no? Albert
Right now
no
is the
mete
moment
horas de
that Marine
herrería
Lord should
tampoco,
be in
no
his
le
opponent's
sabe.
base, dealing all this echo damage, trying to really mitigate
¿Y
that army, but
cuáles
Wham
campañas
played
lleva,
very
según?
good with making sure that his weak spot in regular Malayan play just wasn't there.
Yeah, and we saw early game, Marine Lord took these outposts
O ya
along
que
the north
completó la de Buenas Bolas.
in order to have
Yo creo que sí,
access to
pero ya,
raiding if
ya no está
villagers
jugando.
did make it
porque
out there.
Albert
But look what Wayne was able to do in all the chaos. He was able to sneak a Ville up to that north side, and he has built a wall there. And now that he's up, Marine Lord basically can't attack and has to look to age up on his own, right?
Yeah, and this sofa, look, this whole spot is undefended over here. Immediately gets Don's upgrade, gets the Jav upgrade. I believe that is the Jav upgrade. In fact, it might be sofa, but still, Marine Lord looking to be aggressive here. His army in mere moments is going to be significantly worse than his opponent. But Jean, she's level 3. That is a big deal. He's going to get 3 champions out in the field. They are very good against most of the army that he's up against, but here we go. The Donzo's getting nice Jav throws here. The Jav's also upgraded. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, Marine Lord just looking for the dive. He's just marching in, but there are so many units for Wham here.
Oh, I love this by Wham. He baited
Jean in the middle.
Jean, she's going to get picked off immediately. That is such a huge power spike gone for Marine Lord. And now, how does he get out of there with all those archers? There are so many Donzos, so many Javs on the field. His army is no longer the big lad on the playground. And even these champions at the back there, they're too slow to get away.
Yeah, it looks like he just wanted to take another engagement, fight with John, fight with the Knights, but it's just not enough. The sheer quantity of Donzo on the field is immense. Wham is impending, and this is the doom for Marine Lord. Wham potentially looking to take a game here, and things could get crazy.
They already are crazy. I mean, I don't know how Marine Lord gets himself out of this one. Jean is back on the field, though, back from the dead. The knight count has been well and truly thinned. That javelin count has just continued to grow. And now it is Marine Lord kind of chasing him down a little bit. Oh, Jean on the front line, already down to close to half health. The javelins focusing down the archers one by one as well. And again, charge is done, but I feel that was a big cleave on Jean, though. And his supply isn't dropping, but neither is Wham's. And look at that, he's got to go home with his tail between his legs once again.
Yeah, the Knight's gonna rally in one last time. Jean doing the cleave, but she will go down to the javelins here. And again, Wham has taken out JD, and Marine Lord on the retreat once again has just enough resources to try and age soon, but it's gonna be so far away, and GG is called.
Wow. And I tell you what, in Wololo Grand Final history in AoE 4, this is the first time that Marine Lord has dropped a map.
And Wham is looking so cold.
He's fierce.
Wow.
I mean, on paper, this is a good matchup for Malian, but as was the first map for Marine Lord with the Ottomans. So the first pick civs from both these guys are now off the board, 1-1 apiece. And a little bit of a sigh of relief there. The plan just wasn't able to get going. I was kind of wondering from Marine Lord, like, feeling that there's so many units out and how much emphasis there was on Wham getting the berries, the deer, you name it, just being so focused on having enough, making that one hole, that one weakness of Malian, just kind of too hard to get into. He narrowed the gap so damn hard, and I was wondering how Marine Lord was going to get himself out, because he has to turn a corner at some point, realizing this is not going to happen in this scenario.
Yeah, the economy of Malians here just really skyrocketed as the feudal age progressed, and things just got really ugly really fast for Marine Lord. Wham putting on immense pressure. Even though it looked like Marine Lord was the one attacking, it was because of Wham's setup. It was because of how he was playing. Marine Lord had to force these fights, and at times, you know, we sort of questioned these small skirmishes and exchanges. Granted JD a lot of experience. She hit a decent timing on the level 3, but both times in those fights, she went down so fast, just immediately evaporated to all of these spears being thrown around. The archer micro, really great from Wham here to snipe these down, keeping the Danso in good position, spreading and falling back away from the cleave attacks from Jean. Just impeccable play from Wham, and this is exactly what we were talking about when we mentioned how his path has been in the past maybe just a few months. He really looked like he was a top 4, potentially now the top 1 player, and it's because of plays like this time and time again. He has just continued to improve, and now he's taking a game off of Marine Lord, like you said, unheard of.
In the grand finals, at least, of Wololo.
Yes,
it
exactly.
It really is. I mean, Marine Lord can't be too flustered either. Jean d'Arc against Malian is very much a stiff matchup to go up against.
And it sounds like we
Ahí ponen los CPUs al frente.
Vortex, another contender here who was in the semifinals, and he might have his opinion on the game so far.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please, everyone, put your hands together for Vortex. We've been watching the games up here.
¿Será que tienen ventiladores ahí donde están ellos sentados?
Yo creo que sí. Estaba pensando en eso, ¿sabes? Creo que es eso.
Yeah, so basically in Age of Empires 4, we're kind of used to not global bans, but for this tournament we do have global bans.
Y más si son de marca para que los vea el público, ¿no?
Really banning only
sí, por el patrocinador, que es Rock, no sé si viste. Los tienen que ver.
Ajá, o sea, es de los monitores.
He loves Byzantines, but he banned the Byzantines because he knew if Marine Lord took it, it can be also a really big problem for him. We also see most of the strong ships getting through. Like in normal tournaments, we wouldn't be seeing Malians like we just did. We wouldn't be seeing ships like Chinese or even the one in the first game, Ottomans. So it's kind of, the draft, there's a lot of strategy going on. And I think that actually showed a lot on the draft already, how they have prepared for their opponents really well.
Y el
Wham tied up the series. It's 1-1 now. Last time at Red Bull Wololo Londinium, it was a one-sided affair in the grand final. We know we talked about how Wham is on the up, that he's at the peak of his game. Do you feel it's enough to take down Marine Lord in his current form?
I think so. To be fair, the first game I think was the matchup was really in favor of Marine Lord. He tried his best, but there's only so much you can do when the matchup is kind of balanced. The second game, though, he played super sharp, very few mistakes. And I think the ships that are left for him are really good as well. He can find some decent matchups. So I think he could be doing it, honestly. He's been looking super strong lately. He obviously beat me yesterday as well, pretty comfortably. So honestly, I think Wham does have a high chance.
All right, well, let's see how this one plays out. Vortex, thank you so much for sharing your insight. I'm going to head on back over to
Bueno,
our
pero es maquinón.
Lovely
Es
insight there
maquinón.
from
Comparado con el mío es
Vortex, being
maquinón.
able to talk very honestly and candidly about the situation. And yeah, the draft
Y yo
really
quisiera
does
poder
come
jugar
into play a
AgeofEmpires a
lot for these
240
guys.
frames estables.
The draft was actually
Para irme a la Red
changed
Bull
just
y
a
me
couple of
casteas
weeks ago
ahí.
that the players had to incorporate. It changed due to the global ban situation, so they haven't had
Pero no
too
puedo.
much time to think about it. But I like everything that Vortex said there, because the
240 estables, imagínate.
still having Japan, Sengoku in the mix. I mean, Hatri and Tuklak are
Eres
obviously
un
a
dios.
little bit more wild cardy, but yeah, having the first choice civs off the table now. Zhu Shi, that opens it up a little bit, given that Zhu Shi didn't want to play against Malian. French also didn't want to play against Malian. So it's definitely opened up the doors for Marine Lord as well, but it's not as if WAM doesn't have choices to make.
Es que según yo estaba viendo, esa vez que te dije que estaba investigando. Bueno, mira, para empezar ya tengo el queso. Esta vez lo elegí, lo elegí manchego. A ver qué tal. Lo probaba el manchego.
As soon as there's 2 points
Es
on the
así,
board, it makes match point
suavecito y
for
la
someone,
chingada.
right? And I think that's just incredibly
Voy a ver
challenging
qué tal.
to handle. And
Pero el queso
we're
ya lo
about to
tengo.
enter that
Es más, te voy a
stage
mandar
where
fotos, ¿verdad?
almost halfway through the series, things are
Tengo
getting
el manchego.
interesting, and I think I caught a
Así
glimpse on one
en
of those
bola, güey, lo
camera
encontré en
panning
bola.
around that it is Sakocha
Y
next, and
nada más que quiero ver cuál es el que tú consumes,
so
güey.
maybe Marine
Porque
Lord
tú
going
estás
to
leyendo
his,
ahí en la
you know,
página
sixth
de...
and then fifth picks
No sé si
potentially, or
bueno,
some other civs. What are your
parece que es
thoughts
un
there?
super, no sé.
This is going to be a
Pero
fun
es de
if it
marca
is
Doña
Sakocha,
Coca, güey.
like Zushi is
Y
very
dice
much
que
a
es
pick.
Fincetta,
Macedonia with a
pero ya
very
cuando leo las
abusive style,
especificaciones
getting the
dice que es
or rather the
estilo
strongholds
Milán.
around, just turning them into arrow
Es
towns
salami
and whatnot.
italiano estilo
And
Milán.
honestly, WAM
Pero luego me pongo a investigar la diferencia entre Milán y Fincetta
Japan and Sengoku
y me parece que alguno,
okay
digo, no
when it
me
comes
acuerdo
to
si es
feudal.
el Milán o el
Obviously, the
Fincetta, que
fast
tiene
castle timing's
los
really good, but
grumitos,
Yumi's being
los que
cheaper,
parecen
a lot cheaper as
granitos de
well.
arroz,
But we are
blanquitos, de
loading
hecho
into the
aparecen
game
en la foto ahí que tú me
right now
mandaste,
to
aparecen
see what
como si
civs
tuvieran
these
granitos
lads
de
have picked
arroz
here. And that looks a bit like French to me, that
dentro
does, Winston.
del relleno,
Yes,
pues.
indeed,
Y eso
French
está bueno.
on
Y hay otro que
Sakocha is
dice
certainly a
que son
choice, a
grumitos de grasa,
Douglas.
pequeñitos, chiquititos.
Oh, baby.
Okay,
¿verdad?
this is already cool. This is already
Pero bueno,
really
difiere
cool
entre
now.
si es Milán o si es de Fincetta,
If the
pero
board
bueno, no
game
sé.
was to be a thing,
Voy a
French
ver
is
si lo encuentro
obviously
como
the civ that
Milán.
wants to do it. But
Pero como
if
Fincetta,
we
no
look at
sé,
Marine Lord's
parece
side
que
of
no.
things, doesn't look
Nunca
like
lo
he's
vi.
gone for that immediately. Now that doesn't mean that he won't, because he's French, right?
Y unos
They
tienen
love
arroz
to get
también.
the
Ese, como
meat
te
on the
digo.
field, the deer, the boar, you name it. Done a good little job of scouting around
Viene
here, just getting
condimentado
as
así chido
many
por dentro.
sheep as he can, but not putting all his eggs in one basket. Now he does know that his opponent can't go for it. Wow, look at that sheep counter, by the way, for WAM. So he has been monstrous about getting a lot of food. And I tell you what, Tuklak love to have a lot of food with
ya,
big chunky boy
la
elephants
parte
later on. So
de-
yeah, he definitely won a little bit of the scouting game there.
¿Cómo se llama?
Yeah, getting very good.
el
Scouting
pan.
is essential, and we do see the scouts just finding each
el
other.
baguette.
Nothing crazy happening
también
here.
ya.
These vills are pretty far
Ya
on
también
this
consigo el
further
baguette.
berry.
Ya me
Ooh, an interesting
faltaría
decision there early on, and Wham going for the
la
Dome
madre
of
esa de
Faith.
saber cuál,
This
cuál
makes me
salami.
think that WAM is going for something a tiny bit more old school with Tuklak.
Yes.
Now that is funny to say, given that it's only been out for a few months, but when Tuklak first came out, healer elephants were such a big deal. We've seen a lot of people going for these fort plays early on, where they get the food governor, they put it on a gold, they feel very safe, but your gold's all the way at the back. If you do manage to get elephants and some spears out, all of a sudden French can feel a bit like, hold on a minute, what's happening here? Am I getting bullied? Because they want the food out on the map, and how do you get it when your opponent's playing very aggressive? So
Sí, a
already
menos que nomás llegues
a very
al super,
different style of
que
Tuklak
llegue-
so
a menos
far
que
from
nomás
what we've
llegues
seen in
hacia
this tournament.
Tata
Yeah, and
y
these healer
buscas
elephants,
salami y el
right?
primero
They
que te
have
encuentres
such-
así macanón como el que
they have
mandaste
such a
lo agarres y
snowball
ya.
effect.
Juan.
And one bad fight against them,
Te lo
and then
comes,
suddenly
pero
they're in
no
your
sé.
base. They keep fighting.
O tienes
they
una
keep
preferencia en
healing
especial ahí
everything,
de
and
salami,
with the right
un
composition
sabor en
here,
especial.
Marine Lord might not find that much success. We
Esa
are
era
going to have
mi
the
duda.
quick fort, it looks like, as the follow-up behind the healers. Maybe the healers are sort of a later feudal option.
I'm starting to wonder, this is a very small map here, Winston.
Oh, Fort Rush.
It could be one of these
Oh.
things where you get the Emir warriors running out, but I don't want to get too cooked up on a possibility here. But Marine Lord's actually getting his school of cavalry incredibly quick. 5 villagers building up. He did go for wheelbarrow early on, but that is going to be very quick knights coming out for him. Now, the amount of guys that he has in gold still not too high, but he's going to make sure that he's got enough for a good couple of nights when those bad boys do pop out.
This is going to be all about timings, right? Like, these villagers are exposed. There are some spearmen, but Marine Lord's going to have
Bueno,
knights on
ahora
the
que lo
field.
compre y
2
que
knights
lo
within
abra,
a
pues lo
minute,
voy a ver.
right? It's going to get scary.
Me voy a dar
And it's going
cuenta.
to get scary fast
A
to
ver
be
cómo
on the
está
map,
el-
and you need a lot of
Están
stone
los
for these
colorados
forts, so I'm curious how Wham is going to handle this. Both stones are forward, so if the plan is to mine this, he better have enough to use it, and let's see how this
cuando
timing works out.
usted dijo
Spearmen in production, but
usted está
already
acá,
a
¿por qué no
knight
viene a
about to be
acompañarnos
on the
acá a la
field very
final a
shortly.
castearla?
This is what Marine Lord probably wants to be doing is running this right across. He sees these villagers on the map and he says, well, it takes a minute to build a fort too. It's not going to be instant.
Yeah, we saw this out of Vortex where it was like, you know what, I will get a fort eventually, but I make sure I'm going to have some
¿Cómo se llama mortadela, no?
Wham does have more than enough
Estilo
gold here
mortadela,
just to make sure you
o
can
es
get the spearman upgrade, you get it
hay güeyes que le ponen a la
immediately as well.
pizza
It's back,
pepperoni,
one of their things, all their techs take
estilo
5
pepperoni o
seconds
es otra cosa.
But the knight
Bueno, a menos que haya de Chile,
the
no sé,
best knight
desconozco
user
si hay de
we've
Chile.
known in AoE 4 is not going to be easy to contend with.
Yeah, last game we did see
A lo mejor ahorita cae aquí al casteo, cuando empiece el 2.
Oh, that's so
Sí,
smart.
cuando empiece el 2 cae aquí al casteo.
Ah, pepperoni. Sí, pepperoni.
Creo que debería entrar ya.
Esos no pican, güey. El pepperoni no pica.
And there's the fort timing with the textiles play early. This does give the villagers a bunch of HP, 2 spearmen in defense. It's hard for the third one even. It's hard to even see if Marine Lord can deny this. This will protect the berries and some deer.
Oh, so annoying.
No, pues yo tampoco voy a hacer los dos.
Took the charge there from the knight, so gonna have to wait for that to come back on cooldown. And now this spearman count is getting too scary to deal with. And this spot here secures the stone, secures the berries behind, secures a little bit of a baby deer pack as well.
Pero sí,
That's
tiene
going to be a
los
lot of
puntitos
food
blancos.
available. And already, Wham is dealing
Voy a
with
hacer
a
la
tricky
comparación.
situation very nicely.
Yeah, we talked about the timing here. It can be really, really tense on these short maps, but this seems very practiced for Wham. He knew exactly what kind of timing he was going for, and now we see Marine Lord moving out to the board, but there are spearmen on the field. Wham is going to be wise to this play and has the spearmen in position. There is an archer, but maybe a villager could go down here. The knights are now here on the path to running straight into the spearmen.
I mean, both players have to be so careful here in this early
¿Qué
game
pimienta será?
situation. Wham has set himself
Yo, por ejemplo,
up for a
me
nice
gusta
spot here, and
consumir los
look,
alimentos la
not
pimienta
forgetting
negra.
the food governor. That's a big deal, going to be having
La
that food
última,
gathered
Dios.
immediately. So
Está muy buena.
Eso me está poniendo como pretextos para no venir a castear, ¿no?
These
Pura
villagers can
maña, güey.
obviously stay alive for a bit longer
No,
because they
Pero tranqui.
do have
Pues
that
hace pimienta
textile
negra,
available,
¿no? La más
just keeping
común, creo
them
yo.
just alive here, but
Hay
still
varias
not
pimientas,
quite
sí.
enough stone, and Marine Lord's postured himself here.
Pero yo consumo la negra, la única que te conozco por el momento.
Yeah, but the villagers probably could take some damage here.
Y
They
sal,
have
a lo mejor no sé,
textiles,
a lo mejor
they're
tiene sal
protecting
marina,
the
cosas
around to the
así.
berries, and a healer elephant is in production. So pretty soon that healer elephant could just march on over to the villagers and heal them up all in a jiffy just like that, and then make these spearmen also feel a lot harder to kill with just a few archers. Marine Lord will need enough to one-shot, and a dock.
I really love that play out of Wham here. Getting a dock on this map. This is one of those maps where you are on a little island and the golds do tend to be very exposed for your opponent. So being able to just make that a little bit awkward, and if you don't react in time, you can be under a lot of fire with those villagers. So Wham has to balance his eco pretty damn well here. He still needs stone, but he's getting the first upgrade on the fort. He needs wood because he needs the houses and he needs units. But he is definitely setting himself up in a spot here that he can get H3 without taking too much damage. Also, that dog can play the purpose that he can get a galley behind his gold, just to make sure he doesn't take damage over there.
I'm actually looking at the minimap demo, and it's going to be very hard for Marine Lord to get gold. He just built a wall, kind of walling off the maybe only inland gold on the map, which is right there. He'll have to add a gate there, and that'll be really close to the fort of Wham, which will be sort of this defensive posturing position where you can push out, fall back, push out, fall back. And as these players poke each other, more and more damage coming through. We do have the healing of Chivalry on the side of Marine Lord. Not yet, but it will be an option. On the side of Wham, though, the healing is much more monstrous.
I'm all of a sudden starting to get scared for Marine Lord. I didn't think I'd ever say that during this finals, but this is getting to a situation here. 2 healer elephants is the magic number, meaning that they can heal the units around them, but also heal the healer elephant if it gets low. He's got to walk this fine line of constantly scouting his opponent, just making sure that he knows what army he's up against and how much of it there is.
And so the next major play here is going to be this arrow ship looping around the south of the map. It will find the gold. And yeah, this little guy, he's going to be such a nuisance. Marine Lord moving his army out, just trying to spot what's going on, has a scout in the mix.
No, pero
I mean, There is a fort.
¿Será que te
so
creo?
Trying to deny any of this food is going to be hard. It really is. This fort not yet fully operational, but it's not as if Wham is struggling for food. He's really gunning out for a lot of wood here, just making sure he can get anything going that he wants. Marine Lord with his own dock here. And I tell you what.
Let's see the reaction.
Let's see the reaction. Oh, there's a big shot.
No reaction just yet. Another he does run, but one villager could go down. Oh, everybody lives to tell the tale.
That was so damn close. I mean, the galley obviously with the AoE shots here, still some villagers trying to get onto gold, but it definitely slows things down. But galley is produced by Marine Lord. Pretty good timing as well. Can go back to gathering. Now, if you are near a dock, you do regenerate with your boat. So this is not a fight that Wham can stick around for.
Yeah, and it sort of raises the question, do I really want to keep investing in the water, right? Like, there's no fish here. It's sort of a nice, cute play to make this attack, but it doesn't necessarily win the game unless you're able to deny water fully. But the ships are quite expensive, and now it's up to Marine Lord, maybe looking to age up.
Síndrome de fatiga crónica. Se le va a cansar la garganta casteando.
And this fort is doing a great job securing this location. I do like how he's been walling off the map a little chunk, just making it awkward for his opponent, just if he does want to cross the map. But Wham, no longer mining the gold.
Pero para el Stronghold no le pasa.
Upgrades quickly as well. The blacksmith, we do know that the upgrades come in ridiculously quickly, and still he's had so many guys on wood this whole time.
Yeah, third healer elephant even. That almost indicates that he might want to go for an all-in as soon as Marine Lord ages.
And I tell you what, it's
soon.
It's a pretty cool timing. I mean, granted, French don't mind being in feudal for a while, but we do see that Marine Lord isn't truly thinking about sticking around for it for a while either. And this is a very weird game state here. The spring old ship has been made by Wham. Get some nice micro in here. Might be able to get this galley.
He's gonna get it.
That's a big deal. So Marine Lord has to have a spring old ship, at least one available, just to deal with that spring old ship. And he's going to go head back home, realizing that, hey, my aggression over there, it's not going to be possible.
We see the scout of Wham spotting out all of the units here. This is critical info. Scout does go down, but he now knows the numbers here. And
Síndrome de pereza
as much as he
crónica.
was expecting, because now we're going to have that castle age from Marine Lord in just a second. Potentially the Guildhall, I guess. Oh, yeah, Guildhall is the choice. I think both may have been options.
I will quote the Great Vortex here. Even if Royal Institute feels like a good option, it's not.
No solamente te vas a sentar, vas a echar chisme con nosotros y ya, no vas a hacer nada más. Tú no tienes que hacer nada más. ¿Cómo te vas a cansar?
He's not close to age 3, and he does have to start thinking about what he's going to do to defend, because it's going to be very highly upgraded units.
A ver, yo creo que sí, pero sabes, eso no te va a hacer mucho esfuerzo, bro. Es lo que pasa.
But we are in a state of the game that I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's really interesting on this small map. The tankiness and turtle nature of the Tugluck here is really interesting. The night charge comes in, several villagers go down. The healer elephants, not enough. 4 vill kills out of thin air for Marine Lord. A great pickup as he hits the castle age.
He hits the castle, and look at this. Wham was making an immediate tower, and he's like, you know what? I need a fort.
En este momento, ¿dónde estás?
On my side of the map. I need to make sure I am not gonna die.
Ah,
Now, there's
tienes que
also water
cocinar.
skirmishes happening while the stuff on the map is happening. Trying to wall off with his units. Tugluck do have the same abilities as Delhi. Quickly moving away, making sure he doesn't take too much damage from the archers. They're both handling the situation very nicely.
And 12 archers is enough here, I believe, to handle spearmen one at a time, but not until it might not be enough buffer, right, for Marine Lord. So this fight could snowball in either direction, depending on the position. Wham trying to force the issue and build this fortress, but Marine Lord just diving once again onto the villagers.
Wham, he can finish that fort. He can finish that fort. I really feel that was a bit of an error there. Could have finished that fort, maybe hopping the villagers into there. Now he's lost 14 eco all of a sudden, and Marine Lord can't be too upset with how many villagers he killed there. He's got and I believe the demo did win the fight over there in the south as well, meaning he can't gather gold on his side of things.
Right, this is getting interesting because Wham has a really solid army and potentially a position to threaten all of these knights. They could go down. They're going to try and squeeze through. The veteran upgrade is in. The archers just barely taking. They're going to go for the quick wall.
Oh,
the units are trapped.
Trapped him in. He's going to get so many knights out of this. Look at that. Maybe 2 knights can squeeze out there. But I tell you what, Marine Lord could not afford that to happen.
What a play by Wham, using these bonuses so effectively, and right behind that, the resources for Castle H. He has the map control, he has the army, he still has the healers, so this is going to snowball fast. The House of Learning behind this for a few techs to boost up his army, and this could get interesting.
And we got to remember, like the relics have not been grabbed. There are 2 on Marine Lord's side of the map and 2 on the other, and Wham just utilizing the wall ops there so damn well. Knight count no longer scary. Wham can immediately say, you know what, I don't need units right now, we're going to tech up. But Marine Lord would not be Marine Lord if he didn't think about what happens now. We've seen it throughout this whole tournament where he's like very comfortable about making it a long game. He's so pleased, and that looks like is what he's gearing up for, getting quite a few archery ranges, I believe, around that that he has freshly made.
Ese trae mercadería, fíjate.
Was he even thinking about, I think he was thinking about a siege workshop there as well, you know.
Es una maravilla que
no, güey,
trae chuches right away, but Wham now waiting for these upgrades to
come
in just with a little bit more gold. They are pretty expensive, but Vet Archer, Vet Spearman would be critical upgrades for him. Marine Lord able to grab 1 relic at least, even though in theory here Wham has the map control. Things here are so spicy. This monastery on the front could be a target later for Wham if he's able to maintain the numbers, but Marine Lord, keep in mind, he is now up 60 vills to 38, and there are a couple of passive sources of food on Wham's side, but of course there's the guild hall as well, churning away.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was obviously something that Wham needed. And Marine Lord, he's kind of set himself up. He's not in a dire spot behind it because of all the defense he got ready. He's also zooming out archers. I kind of want to see how much he has around that keep right now. Another relic being grabbed by Marine Lord. So just making sure, and yeah, I mean, he has to start thinking about how do I counter the elephants pretty soon. And arbs are a great way to do it, but no arbs yet on the field. This little army that Wham has available does pack a punch in a direct fight, but I tell you what,
elefante de asedio parece que tuviera una casa encima.
Field day. Meanwhile, the archers are upgraded for both players. The knights getting a charge in. There is the healer elephant, so the little poke damage isn't going to be enough. You have to focus units down if you are Marine Lord. This is such a tight moment for both players. Wham going to try and force the issue after that great pickup on those knights before he has maybe a moment or 2 of advantage that he has to make use of.
Yeah, and I mean, Marine Lord's doing such a good job of just making it so if you attack me, you have to come into my base, you have to go into these buildings, and we all know how the units like to attack, but is this the fight he wants? The big daddy elephant out in the field. Not going to be able to deal with that directly. The healing being really good. Marine Lord still has an archer advantage for the time being, but now matched by Wham, who is winning this engagement, trying to thin out that archer count and the spearman count, and Marine Lord's doing nothing but producing archers right now, though he's only got 2 guys left on wood.
Yeah, this is really good micro for Marine Lord, I think, in this moment. He's just been focusing down the units of Wham. The numbers have been thinned out dramatically, and those units were important. You kind of want the buffer for these war elephants. There are now 2 on the field and going to be very challenging to take out.
Los camellos tienen el mismo alcance que los Gulam, o el camello que tiene mayor alcance.
None on the field yet, indeed. And I mean, Marine Lord
no,
did
yo creo que el
manage to
camello
sneak
tiene
out
más
that food
alcance,
out of the
¿no?
guild hall last minute there, so made use of a good 800, 900 food immediately. The longer this game goes on,
Me parece que se supone que la lanza del camello es más grande, ¿no? Sí.
A good vantage point
Sí,
for
pero
Marine
no he
Lord.
comparado
Still
la
available
distancia.
on Marine Lord's side of the map, still available in all of them actually on Marine Lord's side.
Hay que jugarlo con
Think about how does he utilize this army right now? Because those elephants, even though they're great,
Encima tú con camello, yo con
I'm not
Gulam.
quite sure how Marine Lord did it, but he did somehow snag a 3rd relic that he's looping back now. The Arbaletrier, though, on the retreat. The elephants and the archers just charging forward. These war elephants are going to be so challenging to take out. Well, the healer elephants are on the map.
Yeah, Marine Lord actually for a moment there had 0 on food. I think he was really committed to getting all this on the left side of the map, which is very exposed over here. And in fact, there's a big tuck-back going in this south side of the map, but now we do see, can Wham get home? Can he? I mean, that's so much fire down that back line. One hero elephant does fall immediately. Second one, maybe not going to meet its maker. And Wham, he's using the archers, the range to kind of bait back, get out those elephants, out the backside. But can he be taking these fights right now? I don't think so. Marine Lord looking to absolutely take it, but again, so patient with how he's taking these fights, just making sure that Wham has to commit with these slow melee units.
And trying to take these shots very carefully with his ranged mass. He doesn't just want to waste shots onto the elephants until it's really clear that there isn't a better option, because they will just heal up with these healer elephants. Do have a good position for Wham on these berries. Gonna deal a little bit of damage. Might get a Vil pick here to try and neutralize. No, the one to hurt villager able to escape. Now Wham forced onto this gold here, and we do see...
Oh, that is going to be a galley over here. They do have textiles now, so they survive for a little bit longer. Marine Lord fairly quick to react, maybe not going to losing a single villager. And the tower does deal with that galley rather handily. But you can see that Marine Lord's being thinned out a bit. No longer has true food income right now, especially with losing that guild hall. I know he was remaking it, but this is a stressful time for him. His army's not building up as fast as he wanted it to. Is going to deplete this gold in the south, so maybe he can focus more on the right side of the map. But you got to remember, that governor with the food is kind of like a little mini Fulani in a lot of ways.
Yeah, generating 300 food per minute right now, and could do a little bit more if one more house was built since the stone was depleted. But on the side of Marine Lord, we have something that I've been saying is his signature all weekend. He's added some farms in. He's found the space to just start macroing for the later stages of the game, realizing that the food is going to run out. He has built a decent chunk of farms, which will somewhat solve the food issue for now. Certainly not enough right in this moment, but with just a little bit of time, with this economic advantage, Marine Lord is surely going to keep crawling ahead.
It's kind of...
Oh, more villagers getting caught!
Oh, and those knights getting a big, juicy hit there. Remember, the eco of Wham is not as good as Marine Lord's. And here, doing the same thing again, just utilizing the movement against these elephants, taking them down one by one.
The Arbalist just getting so many shots under these big, tanky boys. Only 3 elephants remain, 1 healer on the map, meaning Wham will have to reproduce those in order to have a large healing force and keep that structure alive. It is so challenging right now for Wham. He is slowly winning the small battle on the water, which could threaten some of the gold sources for Marine Lord, but he does have 3 relics, 1,700 gold in the bank, Sacred Site victory on the way. Marine Lord is looking so inevitable in this moment.
It's kind of cool that Marine Lord managed to grab that relic, not on just his side of the map, but on the other side of the map. Now he's got Sacred Site control as well. We do see that the crossbow count is getting a lot higher for Wham, but he's still playing catch up in that regard. And whoa, that is such a big, juicy raid here. Look at the worker count on both these sides, 81 now to 43.
He's going to double him up.
And for the first time, I'm looking at the webcam for Wham's face. That was a big sigh there, realizing that, oh my goodness, moving in the chair as well, changing the posture, realizing that even though a few things went right this game, it's still kind of rolling the ball up the hill, Sisyphus style, against the champ, the king, the Marine Lord.
Yeah, we saw so many attacks from Wham so far, right? Onto these gold miners with the ships and little engages here and there, and still 0 Vil killed for Wham. That is now almost a 10,000 resource collected lead for Marine Lord, even denying the wall in the north while he has his own here in the center of the map. Wham once again positioning, has equal numbers, has a good chunk of elephants, but the massive Arbaletier is now up to 30, soon 36. Trebuchets on the field to start pushing these fortified positions of Wham.
Yeah, this is going to start spelling, I feel a little bit of doom and gloom here, putting a fort up so aggressively as well. I don't know where that first Treb is, or even the siege workshop here. It's very aggressively
En este
placed.
Socotra puedes crear fuerzas navales y en el Socotra nosotros no.
In the middle of the map becomes so darn important. Treb fire underway now. Wham's going to feel that there's
bueno, pues ya que
another thing
nada
he has
que
to worry
envidia.
about on the field.
Well, first blood for Wham on the economy of Marine Lord. A few builds going down here, force a little rotation, but the army for Marine Lord just behind this wood line as well. The elephants pushing through the gap. This is going to be an uphill battle for Wham potentially, but he's got the numbers. The Trebs are in the way, trying to walk backwards. They're going to tank a few hits. The Arbalist taking out the elephants one at a time. Two have gone down, one has gone down, more will go down. The Knights charging from the side.
And look, Pavis is being used on these arbs as well, meaning that they have extra range armor. Trample being used by Wham, trying to go down this very thin corridor, but look at that arc of pure French power in the back line here. Just range units remaining, and now Marine Lord being so careful with those horsemen and those knights, keeping them alive, and now they can play big, lad, tanky boys in the front line, all elephants, fleeing the field here, and the number of arbs available is tremendous. 34, 6 more on the way, and they're all a lot cheaper as well. GG!
Wow, what a game from Marine Lord. You know, we really looked at Wham's setup there in the early game, and it looked so solid, so good. And then there were just 2 Knight charges. First it was 4 builds, and then another 10 while trying to build these buildings, build that defense up. And it just seemed like the game was so hard for Wham after that point.
No sé, bro, por qué jugará con ese mouse así como torcido.
Small, tight maps just favor this aggression
Hombre,
so much.
¿has visto que unos güeyes sacan el teclado bien mocho, así de torcido?
Pero tiene ese, no sé, esto atravesado.
Hay unos que juegan con el teclado.
Yo tengo el teclado así pequeño, yo también lo tengo, pero mira como acomoda el mouse.
If Marine Lord was not able to get some of those villager kills early, or those villagers kept on building that fort and then hopped in, maybe minimizing the losses a lot there, we could be looking at a very different story. It's just Marine Lord's so good about these situations where it's like, it looks pretty rough, but he always thinks a few steps ahead on how to get himself out of it. Farm transition was pretty darn good, even though we lost the guild hall, which is a big income source as well. Managed to get out the right units, and he was so patient about those fights. I loved a lot of that game.
Yeah, that was a really clear display of
both players.
And I'm really excited to see how this plays out. We
así.
saw these little skirmishes early where it looked like Wham really just had the
no, déjalo así. ¿Por qué no pones al mejor de ya así acaba?
Way you can deal with French, and he made it look pretty simple and trivial. Like, he had the build down, he got the early textiles. Things just felt so difficult to attack, but when those French Knights charged in, and this pull micro here, I think it's just a testament to the skill of Marine Lord. To somehow not lose any villagers is crazy. You have to kind of shuffle and dodge. It's challenging there. We also saw later he pulled only the Woodvilles back over to the gold mine, not to risk them getting caught again. But this was the game-ending moment, basically, where the lead was held by Marine Lord.
And look, he starts fighting with the villagers. I know they have textiles, but I really feel that that was maybe a choice that Wham may come to later regret, because after this, very shortly after, we had that lovely cage moment. And you don't see that very often. I think this is it, where all of a sudden, it's like, boom, there's a wall up. There's a wall up. You can't get out of there. Very nicely done, because you can see every turn these knights go for, you can't go for it anymore. And all of a sudden, Marine Lord was looking like, even after doing all that eco damage, the game got kind of reset a little bit.
Yeah, that might be my favorite play I've ever seen. Like, that might be one of the best plays ever, and we're gonna get it again. Yeah, then we should. This is so cool. So they're able to build these palisade walls with their infantry units. That includes the archers and the spear, and so just pulling out and really getting that great surround with the walls early, that quick wall play, something you see a lot more in Age 2 than you do in Age 4.
Yeah, and I mean, that was especially important given that these knights do regenerate. So if that fight was something that those knights could get away with, then come back again just a few moments later, Wham would have been dead right there and then. But I tell you what, there was water fights going on here, there, and everywhere. So many villagers did fall for Wham. You could really feel that Tuklak was still kind of scary, despite losing 27 vills this game. It really does showcase that Tuklak can be quite scary, but look how much damage these arbs do.
I mean, it's 37 Arbalist. Arbalistry, right? That is a lot of units on the field there for Marine Lord. Crazy, and even as a sacred victory timing right here, he just got everything. He got 3 relics, so there's only 1 left on the map that was on Wham's side and isn't really able to grab it.
I also like that he was very careful about, if the war elephants are on the front line, I don't send my horses forward.
Yes.
He was so careful about it. And you see, even when the spears, there's a few spears hitting, it's like the knights are juking and jiving back and forth. Just very cool play. Out of both of them, honestly. It's not often you get to see Tuklak But the Tuklak that I've seen so far out of Wham, that was really cool, because it was a mix as well. It was like the old school healer elephant stuff, but not the all-in. You really saw that he tried to make kind of a mishmash, and it really looked a bit scary for a while, actually, because he was doing it very darn well.
As scary as those, like, big, shining, armored statues behind each of the players?
Ah, the looming statues behind them, yeah. Arms of coats, or coat of arms even. But, okay, so last pick for both these players did lose. First pick for both of these players did win. We're now left with Sengoku, Japanese, and Hachiori for Wham. And we've got Zushi, Macedonia, and Ayabid. Now, if you're Wham, depending on the map, and you have Sengoku, Japanese available, worst case scenario, you will potentially be forced into playing Hachiori on the final map. But both these players do have to be thinking about that, because the civs that are left over, Ayabid doesn't necessarily like to go up against Japan. No civ necessarily likes to go up against Sengoku. And we got Macedonia as well. Like, it's a very, very awkward and tight situation. Both these players have got to be putting forward a lot of possible scenarios that they might not want to encounter.
Yeah, the draft is going to be really challenging at this point. You can see both players simply so focused on this moment. This is everything. We're at that magical 2 number, right? This is a best of 5. The next game that Marine Lord wins will be another tournament for him. He is just one map away to do it again, to bring it back.
And then kind of confirming his status as the AoE 4 GOAT if he hasn't done already, right? But still, you got to think, Wham so far in the games that he's lost, he hasn't looked bad doing it. Like he had, as Vortex mentioned, it was kind of a very unfavorable matchup for him with Golden Horde against Ottoman. The second game he played very well, but again, a good matchup for him. And in the matchup that Tuklak, being one of the worst civs on land, he still make it look very formidable, and still having Sengoku and Japanese in your roster, that doesn't feel all that bad. He's just got to be so careful on what he goes up against, because the thing is, if you're Marine Lord and you have Macedonia, Zushi, Ayabid, those are all 3 very good civs remaining.
Yes.
Like, if this goes to the final map and he's got one of those against Hachiori, which one do you want? Honestly, I'm spoiled for choice if I'm Marine Lord.
Yeah, and I think that's what could bite Wham here, but I think we'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, Sengoku and Japanese are both just so threatening themselves, though. Those mounted samurais have been the talk of the town, as they have just rampaged around this entire tournament, running map after map, and we'll see if that's going to be Wham's Hail Mary here in this next game, as I'm almost undoubtedly sure we're going to see mounted samurai being a key part of this next matchup.
Yeah, and what map's it going to be? I mean, we've still got Dry Arabia, we've still got Phrygian marshes. Now, Phrygian, Hachiori could be played there, wouldn't be too bad. Maybe it's one that Sengoku doesn't really want to go for. I mean, it's possible for sure, but Japan also quite likes it, cheaper barrack situation. And for, on Marine Lord's side of things, like an Ayabid or a Zushi, Macedonia we've seen used on it as well. Wow, I tell you what, maybe feeling the pressure for the first time in his final career.
Yeah, that was a big sigh there from Marine Lord. Just like a really big inhale, exhale, like a breathing exercise almost, just to really calm down and get focused, get centered. That last game was very hectic. There was a lot going on there. You know, it looked like maybe just one fight in the middle after another, but actually there were skirmishes on the north, the south. The walling situation was wild. The scouting information had to be on point. And those little ship skirmishes matter a lot when it's literally, you lose access to gold if you lose too many ships in a row, right? You have to stay on point with that. You have to keep producing the ships. That is challenging. It really stretches the players to be playing on Socotra. And so now we're going on to the next map, and the mental state, you have to just bring it back in, right?
There's so much balancing you have to do in AoE 4, especially in a game like that. Like the water, the land, the army, the eco, and just thinking constantly steps ahead of what is the next weakness? What is my next power struggle kind of thing, situation that I have to deal with? And it's going to be Japan for Wham against the Macedonian dynasty from Marine Lord.
And the instant barracks, so we got an immediate drush. This is no super surprise when it's Japan. This is something they love to do. An early move out to the hunt with the farmhouse, going to be the follow-up for Wham. Meanwhile, Marine Lord with the Macedonians, what do you think the key to his strategy is here?
This is actually already kind of funny, in the sense that Wham's moved out immediately to Dia with Japan, which they don't often do, especially not with the barracks first kind of thing. So immediately going for that means that he's going to have pretty safe food if he does choose to try and get a fast stage 3, meaning that you can then resort to your berries, your deer in your main base. So already thinking about if he gets taken off that food later on or is a bit food starved. You do see here that Marine Lord being very careful about getting a little wall around his gold so he doesn't want to be, you know, taken too far apart against just a single spearman opening by Wham here.
Yeah, just the one spearman, maybe to force a little bit of a reaction. Of course, Japan gets that cheaper barracks, so it's really not that big of an investment to just get this one guy to go force a reaction. If the gold is out of range, which it clearly is here, it means that there's going to be some spiciness for Marine Lord. He did do that little tiny quick wall, that little tiny wall to force the spearman kind of around into TC range if he wants to get in range, but that is quite the expense, right? It almost kind of compensates Japan for that barracks cost, right? And now you have a barracks and your opponent has some very tiny awkward walls on their gold. So interesting openings from both, but no major damage.
No major damage, and both these civs are civs that, you know, they can hit feudal without too much trouble. We see Macedonia, they can hit feudal and it's like they don't worry too much about the gold. Yes, it will deny them from silver later on as well. But both these civs aren't strangers to just kind of playing their own game or getting knocked off course too hard. Imperial Hippodrome will be the age up of choice, and that is by far and away the best or the better of two for them, meaning they'll get out those hero units, those hero cav, and allowing him to have real strong map presence without much cost.
Yeah, Wham already has the barracks up, which is going to be very convenient in this matchup, right? You know the Hippodrome is coming, which almost inevitably, you're at least going to train one horseman just to say what's up, say hello, and just force some reaction. So Japan being on those hunt, maybe he can stay a little bit longer if he has another spear there or brings his own spear back. He's currently just doing some interesting shenanigans, trying to force some reactions from Marine Lord, make this a little awkward as he's denying the deer.
This is just making sure, making sure that Marine Lord can't get all the deer in one nice little spot here, meaning that the gathering of them a little bit annoying. You saw that on Marine Lord's face as well. A little bit of a shake of the head there, realizing that his closest deer pack that he inevitably is going to want to take is a little bit weird.
Yeah, that spear getting a lot of value there, forcing Marine Lord to just kill them all now and drop them where they were. And now he needs to bring these sheep home. The Kura storehouse, no surprise on the side of Wham. He's got the Hippodrome to deal with, but already the spears.
It's honestly, there's not a whole lot to say about the situation right now. Both players going for a very modest age up, 3 apiece, so not massive rush being done there. I'm mainly curious about what Wham chooses to do when he hits age 2. He's got a few choices available. Does he skip age 2 entirely, just going straight for, you know, a fast castle, getting out those mounted samurai? Your opponent, what are his strengths? A Varangian guard push, which could be annoying, but they're not the best against the Yumis because they have low range armor. But Radari have to be on your mind. They have to be. So trying to get to a stage of the game where he doesn't have to worry about those too much, and he's already got the deer outside his base. I mean, the options are endless.
Yeah, that first horseman in queue just going to be a nuisance. Just try and find some damage. Maybe a few more will join. Usually players like to build between 1 and 4 just to see what they can get damage, and then of course the Hippodrome horseman hops out and buffs them up, which makes a nice little raiding force, pretty challenging to handle and deal with. Looks like we're going to see more than just one horseman.
Wham's been pretty damn cool about his gold income here. Like, he's getting the berry upgrade here, meaning he can gather berries a little faster, making his workers a little bit quicker too. Those deer very nicely worked on as well. He's got enough gold to get the wood chopping upgrade, which can often be a choice that players go for. Going to get the spear upgrade as well, making sure he's been producing a couple of spears back at home. And Marine Lord going immediately for those archer units here, which I quite like out of him, meaning that you can open up a path, deal with those archers, allow your horsemen to reign free.
Yeah, just has to make a few of them first, right? At least get a few out so that you can then make more horsemen. Economy is very small at this point, and we do see a push out to that hunt on the right side. Looks like a big chunk of villagers, so enough for 2 towers. Probably 2 outposts need to be built there in order to protect them. We'll see if that is the play of choice. I mean, nothing super aggressive from Wham, so maybe could delay those, but at some point you like to protect them, and that's a lot of vills going to the hunt.
It really is. A spearman here, sat on that gold, kind of hiding there behind a villager. Now Marine Lord's food income will be sorted. Going to get a wheelbarrow just to make sure his own villagers can move around a nice little bit quicker here. And no damage is able to be done on either side. Wham does have a lot of food available. Is going to start trying to get a tower on this goal. Granted, this is quite a bit later. Going to use these villagers over here to gather the stone. And I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to put down an immediate house next to those deer, just to make sure he doesn't need to build a forge over there. It's a smart play.
Yeah, some interesting maneuvers there, some nice macro. The horseman going to come in, try and do a little poke. The one archer there could be a nuisance.
That one archer is actually very quick for Macedonia. Very often it's not one of the units you make immediately as this civ, but there are horsemen being produced by Wham. On how many stables, I wonder, because he has had a decent income that up until this point was left untouched for the most part. Wait a minute, he's still got those villagers on the stone there, so maybe thinking about getting a daimyo up and running?
Just without building the forge. I mean, the forge isn't that expensive, but I guess maybe just trying to save what he can. Every resource must be spared. It's a long haul, though. That is a big walk time.
That is a big walk time indeed. And if archers are on the field and horsemen, what's good against all that? I mean, you could say your own horsemen, especially with a Uma Bannerman, but I'm very, very curious about how Wham's going about this, because this feels like it is going to be a fast castle, but he's kind of just done what he did in the Malian game, where he's just made sure that he's not super weak getting there. And I think against an aggressive civ, that's a smart choice.
Yeah, I would love to see maybe a wall on that north side to try and like rein in some of the potential hippodrome raids, because he is getting the first Daimyo Manor and has upgraded that outpost on the stone, but now the archers under attack from these horsemen. Not going to be the biggest deal as the spearmen are in position to defend. Marine Lord looking good to hold his own hunt as well.
So seeing that it's horsemen being produced from Wham, and that was the first time that we saw them, Marine Lord is like, you know what, I'll get horseman armor over here, making sure that all my units are tanky, because I don't think this game is going to end anytime soon. So that's an investment in not only his horses now, but the Radari later. And yeah, you pointed it out to me. Wham is looking like he wants to get that castle going.
Marine Lord not too far behind, but he has spent a good chunk of his gold on these upgrades recently. Just now getting wheelbarrow. Only 5 on gold means that his Egypt will be a good chunk later. It will probably be the Golden Horn Tower in a solid position. Maybe buy those hunts over there to try and defend that. Maybe near the main to get the second gold online. Not quite sure.
Those two big golds aren't that far apart in the center of the map. That could be very annoying. Ooh. And Wham was very quick to pull those villagers off deer way earlier to get that stone. Just thinking about the possibility of them getting attacked. Oh, but this is quite a few
almost gets this around. Will take one vill down already.
Yeah, that's really nice by him, and gets the villager off the gold, slowing down the potential of getting an H3 quicker as well. This is all nice by Wham, because we do see resource-wise, he's also being slowed down, using the other villagers to body block, keeping that low villager alive, and immediately, boom, starts throwing down the landmark, and that is something that Marine Lord did see, but can he do anything about it? He's looking to get his own castle. He's not got the units out to deal with it. He's just got to play catch-up, knowing that he's going to be behind on that front.
Yeah, an interesting moment there. Both players, horsemen, getting a little bit of value. Wham obviously getting that one villager kill is a huge boon to his setup at this time. Now the gold's still a problem for Marine Lord on the stage. It does have the food, but not the gold. And once again, the gold is attacked. Wham somehow finding the right spot here, delaying that Ageof again. And the villagers are just sent back into the grind of the 4 horsemen. Gonna be forced to retreat, but so much idle time. That Ageof is so delayed.
It's so delayed here, Winston. Those guys wanted to have that Ageof already going. So the fact that they're being slowed down and these horsemen just doing puppy paw and wham things, being there, being annoying, wasn't a massive commitment. And now Floating Gate online. What is going to be the unit of choice? Most likely Mounted Samurai, I am guessing, and it is going to be Mounted Samurai, and they're going to be getting boosted from that Yashiro.
We talked about it during the draft and right before this game. The Mounted Samurai have been such a dominant unit in recent times. It's a knight that just does a little bit more, and that little bit more is so important in these fights. Now, there are Radari on the side of Marine Lord. He has opted to place this Golden Horn Tower to defend those hunt patches on the north, which leaves the gold on the south exposed. This is going to be a very difficult position to defend now, because the base is kind of obvious to attack. We see the Bannerman here too.
And you got to remember, this is a Bannerman that just hit age 3, so this is going to be quite a bit stronger. Going to try and take down as many, but no villagers falling yet, but still, Marine Lord needs gold. Those Radari are incredibly expensive.
Has he not scouted that corner gold on the far right of the map? It is kind of behind the Golden Horn Tower. He does see it. Maybe he's just thinking he can defend this position with army, but the Bannerman is still here. He has not sent his units to defend it. A villager could go down and will wham with 2 Vil kills on the board and a lot of idle Vils for Marine Lord.
And look at Wham, by the way, already adding on Onimusha very early by him as well, realizing the potential threat of those very heavy armored Radari that will be on the field. Marine Lord doing a little tip of the head there, realizing that something bad happened, and yeah, there's another samurai in his gold. Wham being relentless with his harass on that gold, slowing it down.
Yeah, I mean, both Wham and Puppy, I feel like this is quickly becoming their signature. It must be a key part of their practice, is just moving individual knights around the map. We talked about it earlier in the Malian game. That one sofa felt so key to distracting Marine Lord, keeping him honest. Several knights were always running around chasing these raiding cavalry, and other players sometimes raid with more units, but the Canadian brothers get so much value from just the one.
Yeah, for a moment there I was like, doesn't Wham have any relics? So he's been utilizing a lot of his resources just to get out as many units as possible to do all this slowing down. But he has gathered one of the relics that was a little bit tricky to get and brought it back home, just not yet with a monastery. So you can really tell that a lot of his focus here is just making sure that he's out there slowing down his opponent however he can. Now he's starting to expand out on the map a little bit. Marine Lord very aware that his opponent can get relics quite a bit quicker than him.
Lord, now that he's in the Castle Age, starting to diversify his army, grabbing relics as well, adding in those crossbowmen from the Golden Horn Tower will kind of help round out this composition. And once again, with the addition of the Onimusha, the gold villager walls are no longer enough, as they can simply shoot over this gold mine and hit the villagers. And Marine Lord once again idle on the gold, wondering if that gold on the right just isn't appealing at this time. It could relieve so much pressure, but Marine Lord so good at these reactions, but 3 Vils down is so challenging in this moment. And now a big forced fight by the Mounted Samurai. They're going to get an interesting engagement here, but there's so many spearmen from Marine Lord and a few crossbowmen as well. The Mounted Samurai trading some HP and a few of their brethren. Not much on the other side of things.
I tell you what, I don't think Marine Lord's going to be sad about that one at all. The relic was snagged in the north, by the way. I think the Radari kind of... Oh, there's a monk over there trying to grab it. So that monk on a journey to absolutely nowhere might quickly go for the sacred site in the middle or in the north over there.
Goodbye.
Radari here, trying to get the Wololo going. Well, I thought we were going to hear it in the crowd then for a second, but Marine Lord now feeling that his moment of being a little bit strong is now. He's got the range upgrade for his units. The crossbow count is going to start getting higher very naturally from that Golden Horn.
Yoink.
And boom, he's going to bring that one back home.
There's Onimusha though, so even if you block with your own units, the timing isn't going to work out for the Wololo here, I think. Yeah, down it goes, but it is a little bit closer now to Marine Lord. We have a good old-fashioned tug-of-war for the relic in the north.
Yeah, I wonder what the Yashiras have been placed on for Wham, by the way, because now he's got 2 relics in a monastery. We do have it on the archer range second. What's his third one? Most of the time it's on like a gold, or it was in the past, but yeah, TC can be a very good option as well. Getting so many resources, and he's been free from getting harassed this game as well, which is really nice for him.
Yeah, this game is just building up the tension here. The players trying to angle for little tiny advantages. Nothing major yet, but we are, I think, brewing towards another clash over this relic. Both players with a monk heading for it. They're like, I want it. No, I want it. Give it to me. And now both players checking to make sure the other hasn't. There's this really annoying forest here that's sort of blocking the vision.
Marine Lord's been very different about the upgrades that he's been getting, by the way. A lot of players really focus on getting those Radari through and through. Marine Lord getting like infantry armor as well. Now focusing on the range upgrade. So being very good about reacting to what his opponent's making. Are spearmen great in this situation? You bet. Because they're good against the Onimusha, good against the Samurai. Trying to keep alive these villagers with a Wololo. We'll be able to do so for a little bit of time, but that's a lot of low health villagers over here, and that Samurai smells blood, and whoa, lovely block there with the villagers, just making sure that Samurai cannot get through.
Great micro again from Marine Lord to mitigate the losses, but once again, Wham finding a way onto that gold mine. It feels like a tale as old as time. Marine Lord must be a little annoyed and peeved by it, but he doesn't seem shaken as he's been able to nab that relic yoinked back again by Marine Lord, and the Mounted Samurai are like, wait, where'd it go?
Yeah, kind of funny that Wham went this long without getting any sort of upgrades. Now he's going for double upgrades, getting the Daimyo level 2 as well, meaning that he will be able to add more bannermen. We do see a pretty big switch on the archers by him. There are still quite a lot of spear on the field, but right now the army that he has available isn't really meant for dealing with this number of those Macedonian spearmen, and that number's getting higher. The Yumi count, though, also getting significantly higher here.
Yeah, and also the Mounted Samurai count is scary here. That exchange did trade a few of Wham's units, definitely in favor of Marine Lord in that exchange, but it just seems like the Mounted Samurai count is still a big fear. Up to 9 crossbows from the Golden Horn Tower and 21 for those spearmen to hold that front line. It's gonna be tight here. If Wham does decide to take this engagement, it will be challenging. He has the superior units, but does he have the numbers to handle? Marine Lord just charging down the center of his base, will go for this outpost, forces the charge from the rear. The Atgeir will get a few kills on the front lines, but the archers now exchanging fire across the front.
And I'll tell you what, Wham is like 20-30 seconds away from having 2-2 done on his range units, which is a big deal. Keeps the samurai alive for a lot longer. Nice range focus fire by Marine Lord, but I tell you what, there's so many mounted samurai here in the face of his opponent, keeping alive all these Yumis. The Yumis focusing down the crossbows on the back line as well. Looks like it's going to be a cleanup from Wham here, dealing with a lot of the army. A nice runestone gets popped, meaning that all these range units deal a lot of extra damage and movement and range, but there is just so much Wham here.
Yeah, but now there's crossbows still in the retreat. They have the movement speed from that Hippodrome Radari, which is boosting up all these infantry units. The Mounted Samurai numbers are thinning. There was a quick raid from Marine Lord during that fight. He did find 4 villager kills for himself, but once again, he has 15 idle villagers probably on that gold mine, maybe from another raid from Wham. Things are really heating up here as the cavalry now charge, force Marine Lord back across to his base, hightailing it home. Will the reinforcements be enough? The Golden Horn Tower is just beyond our sight here to the right. It will provide a moment of respite for Marine Lord after maybe a pretty successful attack.
I think it wasn't bad for him, you know. Like, he wanted to get more done out of that, obviously, seeing that upgrade timer, but thanks to Japan having forgers, be the same as blacksmiths, he was able to catch up on those upgrades incredibly quick. And now, the special weapon in Marine Lord's army, which was those spears, have been well and truly countered by the number of units.
Maratonistas, güey. Fíjate cómo corren.
We do see that
ahora más que la unidad militar, ¿no?
is just quite a bit higher than that of the Macedonia.
Corre más que a caballo, ¿no? Mira.
Se alcanza el explorador, va por detrás pisando los talones.
To be seen. He's already added a few of those greedy classic Marine Lord farms, and to try and get the scaling going early. These Mounted Samurai are only going to find a single spearman for their
Llevan ese monje a las Olimpiadas, ¿no? Los Olímpicos.
No, güey, son maratonistas, güey, aquí los pinches monjes.
Helping with the defense a little bit, but natural food resources definitely being diminished here on both sides of the map. We're going to have to start thinking about transitions. What do they go for? Marine Lord has 800 silver stacked up here. Thinking about most likely a tier 3 archer upgrade, which would allow that back line just to fire that little bit stronger.
Voy a preparar el fiambre, güey.
¿Y qué es el fiambre allá? ¿Mate con qué?
Con el guachicol ese que te dijo la otra vez. ¿Cómo dijo?
Guachimate, algo así.
Algo así.
Just try and hold their eco. Maybe Marine Lord happy with the damage he dealt in that last engagement.
Yeah, and I tell you what, even though Wham was quick to start getting the relics, Marine Lord didn't skip a beat either. Grabbing 2 of the relics, he did hold that sacred site at the north as well. Just getting any sort of eco grab that he possibly can. But I dare say in the next couple of minutes of this game, Wham is going to look to utilize this big spike of food income that he has available for the time being, because those berries and deer are not relying on this world. Even getting a second TC behind this.
Yeah, this game could go the distance here. If Wham isn't able to take a
Hasta la
really
hierba
decisive
que
fight, we could just
te
be
hace
looking
reír
at a
mucho.
bit of a macro play. Of course, Marine Lord needs to make a move onto the map, probably to
Mira, neutralizado sitio sagrado, ya le capturaron eso.
I don't know how much Wham feels that it is a win
Sitio
condition at
sagrado
this
se lo
moment.
neutralizaron.
It's nice
Va a
to
ganar entonces el otro.
Marine Lord did go for the +2 armor on the cavalry, meaning these
No,
Radari
no,
are again
los
getting
dos.
stronger and stronger.
Yeah,
Still adding on a bunch of Radari, a bunch of spears as well. The armies are going to be very awkward to micro against because both of their archers don't really want to be shooting the big chunky boy samurai type units or horsemen. But that mounted samurai count here over here,
No,
Winston,
sí, te lo volví a coger, mira.
22 and growing. Also, the Onimusha count doing a very good job of seeing the army and responding to what he's making and making the appropriate counters.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to get really awkward for Marine Lord, right? Like, what units is he going to make? It
Conversión.
just needs a lot of them, right? He's not producing anything right now. He clearly, maybe he doesn't know what to make. Maybe he wants to try and sneak in an Imperial Age if his opponent isn't going to attack. But now, a little skirmish across the middle. The archers are firing back and forth. The Sacred Site going to get decapped. The Mounted Samurai looking to angle for an engagement. The Radari are just going to commit the Atgear behind it. And Wham is going to wipe this fight.
He's got so many Mounted Samurai here just wrapping around to that back squishy line. Taking out the front line. Very handily indeed. All the Radari swept off the map. Those archers running for their lives. They do no damage whatsoever to these units. And Wham takes a 30 supply lead here. Even the slow crossbows, the spearmen are going to try and do what they can. Quite a few in that back line there. But Marine Lord's food income is not there. It is just not a level playing field. You see a lot of farms being produced, but I tell you what, Wham is not going to let him breathe or get that opportunity.
Yeah, he just placed all these farms here and he just lost the fight in the middle of the map. Wham just charging down with the samurai. The Atgear making the last valiant stand. Will it be enough? Surely not. The number is just there for Wham and GG's called. We are going to game 5.
This is awesome to see. This man right here on the camera, the only person in the history of AoE4 to not just take one map off Marine Lord in the final of Wololo, but two, bringing him to match point here. It's all down to one game here, Winston, and I tell you what, these players will be feeling the nerves in front of one of the biggest audiences they've ever played in front of.
Things are now tense, and we have to look back at the draft because we have 2 civs left on the final game, which means that you can essentially snipe the opponent's civ. So we could just see Wham playing HRE. Not one of the strongest civs coming into this tournament. With confidence in the semifinals.
Era tomando las fotos y si hay.
¿Cómo se llama?
Crazy map too. We've had so many incredible Frisian games.
No es el fiambre igual de acá de.
Let's first take a look at some of these replays.
No.
I feel like Wham got so much tempo from those raids on the gold mine.
I mean, honestly, the amount of gold that he denied there, slowing down the H3 of his opponent many times. The food was there, but the gold wasn't. Just needed one more drop off, but Wham somehow just knew about it. Some of these fights look like they could have been a bit close. You see here that Wham doesn't want to truly engage until those upgrades are done, just trying to utilize the range, getting the charges in here and there and everywhere. Once they came in, though, he managed to hold this army back.
Yeah, and I think Marine Lord was probably happy with his engagement. He was able to pick off a few vills in the north there with the Radaris. And, I mean, it kind of looked okay here. It just, as the game progressed, he was sitting on like 1,000 resources and just took a fight in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, this was rough.
This fight. Like, he just started to produce as this fight took off. He had nothing in queue when he took this engagement, maybe overestimating his position here, but Wham surely didn't miscalculate at all. He knew he had the lead, and he just took the fight. He said, "You're offering, I'll take you up on it."
Yeah, this is one of those situations where Marine Lord could have been assuming that his opponent was actually doing like a farm transition while that was going off, but we saw how committed Wham was to getting all that wildlife off the map, all the berries as well. There was still like a boar in the south there that could have been Marine Lords potentially, I suppose, with Macedonia. They can mine the boar, right? Gather the boar? Yeah, okay. I just think there. It's been a long AoE4 series when it comes down to it, but yeah, I think that's something that he thought about. And Wham wasn't like super greedy in that regard. He was also getting farms in the mix. He got a second TC behind it as well. Wham was not like, you know, honing in on finishing the game right there and then. he was also thinking a few steps down the line, and it just felt that once he got the ball rolling, it was forever sliding downhill with Marine Lord sitting there, ready to take it at the other end.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a moment here as players get ready for the next game. What could be going through their heads at this moment? I mean, Wham looks the same as he did at the start of game 1. He looks so calm. He looks so prepared for this moment. He is rising to the challenge, to the legend of Marine Lord in these Wololos.
This is tough because Marine Lord, is he gonna want to play Sengoku on Phrygian? Actually, of all maps, that might be one that Sengoku doesn't thrive on. Whereas Hatery, of the maps, they can play it, but these civs are just in 2 totally different leagues. So both these players do have to think about things. Which civ is Wham gonna consider going up against his Hatery? Zushi's kind of a rough one. Iobid, very rough actually. But yeah, you can see that both these players under a lot of pressure here. They brought each other to the finish line. But which one is going to be the one to take it all home?
I almost have to feel that Marine Lord is going to snipe out Sengoku here. I think it's inevitable, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's inevitable.
I think you snipe out Sengoku. I mean, Phrygian is a map where there are battles potentially everywhere. And if you have the ability to have the fastest horseman and samurai in the game, you don't want that. You really don't want that. Even if you've got like Iobid or Zushi, I think you get yourself out of that situation. So if he is against Hatery, and he's got Iobid or Zushi, I still feel that that is in Marine Lord's court there. But again, you know, these guys are both better than me. And I mean, Hatery, it being this kind of wild card pick, and this is one of the better maps for it, you got to be a little bit worried if you are Marine Lord about that as well.
And he's taking just a sip here as everyone's just preparing. A shake of the head there, clearly thinking about that last game maybe a little and just disappointed, knows he is kind of expected to deliver in these moments, and that was tough.
It was tough, but Wham looking pretty calm and cool. I feel the pressure is a little bit on him, you know. Because if he has gone for this weird pick here that he might be forced to play, I just wonder what he's going to pull out, because in the semi-finals it did not look too great for him. Granted, it was going up against Ottoman and nothing looks great against Ottoman, but he's done it. He's got to the final, obviously, and down to the final map as well.
And look at all those beautiful people in the crowd. Can we get it up for game number 5 in just a moment? Yeah. And then right after that, we'll be live with AoE 2 Grand Finals, Hera versus Leary. So things are just getting great here in Londinium.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those AoE 2 fans out there, very often in StarCraft, when we have like a bit of a lopsided semi-finals where it isn't the best day, we always know a great Grand Finals day is going to happen. And I hope it's going to be the same way later for you guys. And if this series is anything to go by, you're in for a good one later on as well.
Yeah, and you can see Wham still just, his facial expressions have not changed yet.
Iceman.
Iceman. Ooh, that's a cool nickname. Is that it now? Is that what we call him?
Iceman. Has a nice big polar bear as well. Ooh. Man from Canada. Lots of ice. Who knows, who knows. Ooh, and we're going to get right on into it. Final map here for the AgeofEmpires 4 finals between this man spawning over in the top as our Iobid player, it is Marine Lord, and then the camera switch, but over to the left as our red Hatery player, it is Wham.
Yeah, and we saw Wham pick it. I mean, Hatery has been used on Frisian in the past, so this isn't such a crazy pick. It's been used, I think it's fallen out of the meta since the last DLC where Civ's kind of shifted up and really changed how it goes. The map has also undergone quite some changes. The meta has gotten a little faster.
No hay F.
Was like a decent option on this map, but it's just a bit slow now. Players maybe opting for the mind work from the HRE here, and we'll see what Wham's doing, because yesterday
tendrá que ser en esta semana te mando la
did
foto.
not look that great, but maybe it just wasn't a good showing. Maybe it was a matchup issue. Maybe Vortex just had something great
que lo
for him
encuentres,
in that
encontraré cualquiera,
what's that?
pero no los que yo exactamente
I
como.
was starting to think there for a moment it might be a villager going for an aggressive
¿Qué te
barracks,
estás viviendo una
no, it
Pepsi?
won't be.
Porque es que,
So of these two civs, Wham kind of knew he was going to be forced into playing Hatery. So he said, I don't want to play against Zushi, I want to play against
Lo que
Iobid.
pasa es que esa marca es
So even though
casera,
Iobid do have cheaper
no,
docks, what
no
don't
es
they
de una
have
empresa en
that
general,
Zushi
sino que las
have?
hace
The
alguien.
ability to play a Dark Age game. They don't want to be making a barracks. It slows them down way too much. What are also they potentially weaker than Sushi at? A feudal fight. Like when you've got Zugnu on the field, that can really be a bit of an imbalanced situation, and it is going to be a barracks early on. So already thinking about these things, Marine Lord will try and get up maybe a few docks, but he has to realize as well that he doesn't want to take that early fight in the Dark Age and maybe thinking, well, if you are going to be going to barracks, that is very, very likely. I don't really want to overcommit to the water because then I'm just behind and losing all my docks.
Yeah, it's probably expected here to see the barracks from the HRE. It's a pretty nice opening for them. We'll see if Marine Lord Scout is able to spot this. It is now moving around past that dock. This is a critical moment for his Scout. He'll see the canceled barracks, and that might give him some indication that something could be up, and surely he's about to spot the barracks from Wham here. And he does.
Yeah, no gold being mined from this base, and Marine Lord probably thinking, you know what, I'm very happy I didn't go too greedy here, because right now we see he's not gathering wood at all, or he's just switching to it, but he's got enough food here, so taking those guys off the sheep there, did not go for the mill, just realizing, hey, I'm not going to commit too much, going for the reinforcement wing over here, Winston. That is cool. That means he's going to be able to produce Desert Raiders for free, granted one at a time, and pretty few and far between, but still, that's going to be able to deal with these spearmen pretty darn quickly.
Yeah, and just getting a few of them for free leaves your macro open to a lot of things. You can kind of do as you wish. On the back of it, you can make, sometimes you can go for a stable and add horsemen, you could go your own archers or spearmen as well. Things just sort of are flexible when you have these units to deal with this early aggression. The timing is a bit awkward at times because it does take a while for a Ubits to age up and then a while to get that first reinforcement out, but once you have it, the spearmen should be no issue. Wham has decided to stop at 3 spearmen, which is just enough to be pretty dang annoying against that dock.
Pretty dang annoying. Now his Scout is in the main base of Marine Lord, so we'll be able to get good vision on which wing he's up against. And these players are so good that seeing that wing over there, he knows it's a military wing. Now that could also be a blacksmith wing, which has been getting a little bit more, playtime and what have you, meaning that, hey, a feudal fight could be among us. But those Desert Raiders will be able to be on the field very quickly. I'm not entirely sure about the Desert Raider choice here, but this is Marine Lord. I'm not going to question him.
Yeah, he has a lot of strategies for a lot of situations. I wonder how much this matchup would have been practiced. I don't know if this matchup on Frisian was in the practice rotation for either player. Maybe Wham knew this was an option, but as we said, with the draft changing so recently, it might just be that this is starting to be some pretty quick, on-the-fly strategic decision-making, because what can you do? You can't plan for everything. There are simply too many matchups, and we might be in for some real spice here. Things could get really crazy really fast as, yeah, we're probably not going to be going by the book very shortly.
No, we've got to wait as well and see which age up Wham's going to go for, because, Marine Lord's cards have been revealed, but Wham's still yet to age up. Going for that second dock, does now have the gold available. And it's going to be a mine walk here, so that means you'll be able to get upgrades very quickly. 7 upgrading it as well, going for some power docks. That dog could be a real thorn in his side if it starts attacking that worker as well, which it does.
Oh, the wolf on the ville thing. Oh, poor Wham. That villager just has to run super far away to get the wolf de-aggroed, and the Scout pretty happy with that moment.
It definitely will, and there is a Desert Raider now on the field, meaning that, where is that guy actually? Coming over here just to secure this dock. Another villager has been moved out as well. Remember, Ibid docks are significantly cheaper. Wham does have a few units out in the field. And
double stable.
He must know that this is a potential for a play as well.
Full Desert Raider.
Full Desert Raider.
Full Desert Raider against HRE, which I think it actually works pretty well against the mine work. Now, there is the follow-up into archers for HRE, which might be the play, but the Desert Raider just does pretty well against... I mean, they got all pikes. It's just so good.
So the thing about Mine Walk, it's not necessarily going to be for owl pikes. It's going to be about getting archer upgrades very quickly,
yes.
I'd imagine. And if you're going for archer play and you've got a bunch of Desert Raiders, you can then go into very quick horsemen as well. So the way that Marino's playing, it's uncomfortable to go up against. It's awkward. It's weird. Now, it's all about how fast these guys scout each other out.
The villager has been pretty low. He will go home. He will go home indeed.
No kill on that Villa. He lives to see another day. Does head back home. But that does definitely slow down dock play and dock production. So right now, Wham
que ahora se acaba ese sufrimiento.
is going to start working on some upgrades as well, getting lumber harvesting going. He's got the docks going as well, faster than his opponent. And these are just some of the things that can be very helpful for you as a HRE player. Because again,
entonces, ¿qué vas a hacer?
No sé, bro, estoy esperando que le pregunté a un pana si por allá de la casa y por allá por donde vive él y que me los haga llegar hasta acá y yo le pago.
Desert Raider Horseman combination of Marine Lord, especially as he seems to have tempo on the map with the mobile units. He is both defending his dock villagers and denying the docks of Wham at the same time. Is Wham, does he have a potent strategy here? Hiding a villager in the south here, HRE, does just have the chops to keep up with the Ayubits here. Marine Lord looking solid in this opening so far.
Yeah, and I mean the army has gone for as well. It's very awkward, it's very mobile as well. Like the fact that you have those Desert Raiders on the field means that horsemen are going to be far less effective. Yeah, your spearmen as HRE are faster, but getting an army out to deal with this and stop this dock bleeding, it's going to be hard.
Si no te tocaría lo básico, ahí te preparas unas palomitas caseras.
Like you talked about it earlier, getting our pikes for the horsemen.
Sí, pero ya prácticamente sería hora de
kind of negate that camel debuff a little bit.
Yeah, but the Desert Raiders against horsemen,
they do a lot of damage.
Melee a bit, and they do take a lot of damage back, but they deal so much damage on the front. If Marine Lord feels like he has the numbers, he could just go for the throat here. The economy of Wham, he's massively invested in these pawns just recently. Remember, we're just barely tickling the feudal age here, and the horsemen for both players going to clash over essentially the last two docks of Wham.
Yeah, this is really a lot of mobility out of Marine Lord and a lot of firepower as well. Having this big switch where you can make them go range or melee to take down the docks much faster, and all of a sudden that eco advantage that Wham did weasel himself out here kind of diminishing. And on the other side of things, it does look like Marine Lord has been spreading docks. There is a little red blip on the minimap that might be looking around to deny and see what he can do. But already, I feel that Ayubit is doing a good job of just being the bully.
That sneak Vil that went to the south, I think Vil to house and has now gotten up 2 docks, and we'll see if Marine Lord scouts that. Typically, he's very good at keeping on top of that, but right now, I believe his scout is in this main army, trying to spot with the horsemen and the spearmen engaged. So Wham trying to play it sneaky, trying to get some advantages elsewhere on the map because he knows he can't hold his own base right now. Marine Lord just going to take more and more fishing out of the equation for Wham while he's forced to rebuild it on the back of this. The horsemen going to clash here with the...
Oh, I mean, this is really nice out of Marine Lord. They're both trying to utilize their units as good as possible. Hiding out in the open, though, if these horsemen get a wraparound so the spear can get on top of these Desert Raiders, that'll be brutal. Lovely focus fire out these Desert Raiders, utilizing their very quick attack and spin. I'll tell you what, Wham is doing a good job keeping most of his units alive here, but now he's out in the open. I'm not sure if Wham can be here.
No, the camels could just turn at any moment. There's only 3 spearmen left. They're getting focused down. Marine Lord just falling back to the reinforcements as well. Not many units streaming across from Wham. The scouts are even involved here. This is where all the marbles, the fight will now go in favor of Marine Lord. Wham on the retreat, on the heels, but there are so many camels.
So many camels, even with +1 armor. They are able to easily clean up those spears, and that is one of the issues when you're against such a mobile army. If you're caught out on the map, there is no way back home. Going for +1 attack, I don't know if he does have already. I'm not sure he does. Oh, he does have pikes already. Okay, so these units are dealing as much damage as they possibly can here.
Marine Lord Scout is going south from the sacred site. Wham just invested so many docks. We can see him going south. He's going to spot the new docks. He's going to spot that there's been a Vil sneaking in the south. And Marine Lord, he's going to just send his units right there after Wham just invested hundreds of wood.
There is a demo being made somewhere, and there are a lot of units, and there's been a lot of kills so far.
Could be a demo moment, but it looks like Marine Lord is so wise to it. The horsemen going to back away. The explosion not utilized in this moment. A big investment. That is 160 resources. Boom in the water and nothing to hit.
No, and I mean, yes, he's been spreading, getting a good little horseman counterattack in small numbers. These Desert Raiders don't want to be fighting against these horsemen. Marine Lord still with a decent amount of units back home, but these are very well upgraded horsemen. Fights happening here, there, and everywhere. We've got little blinkers happening all over the minimap here, but that Desert Raider count is getting big here, Winston. Wham is doing a good job of accumulating a lot of resources here in food. 29 on food here, getting out a lot of spearmen. And against the spearman horseman mix, you do have to micro so damn well with these desert raiders.
Yeah, none on gold compared to 12. Of course, these desert raiders do cost a bit of gold, but things could not be more clear for Wham in this moment. He needs to make horsemen, he needs to make spearmen, and they need to win the game soon. And things are heating up here. Marine Lord is up 10 villagers in this game 5. Golden Age 2 even has been activated. His base building at home, feeling comfortable. Things are looking crazy. The armies could clash in the south.
Still, okay, Marine Lord does have +1 range attack now, but he has to be careful here, Winston, because if there is a big wraparound, if Wham can get around this army, it won't last for a long time, so Marine Lord has to make sure that he's able to run away whenever he can. Those spearmen are a bit faster than normal. I tell you what, going to start getting some pokes going on.
Oh, big engagement for Wham. He's made so many spearmen and so many Marine Lord's units go down here.
7 Desert Raiders, 8 in production here. Marine Lord has 16 villagers on gold, which is a huge number. But does he have to start thinking about switching it up? As long as he has field to run, he's going to be feeling pretty okay. And again, has Wham stepped a little bit too far here? Some of these Desert Raiders are getting picked off from these spearmen that are a little bit faster than normal. And I tell you what, you do have to be so careful with these Desert Raiders. They are not cheap.
Quite an engagement for Wham. He's continuing that production, now moving villagers to gold himself, maybe thinking about some additional upgrades, feeling that the pressure is off. He was able to weather the storm. His docks did go down a huge economic loss, but on the back of it, he seems okay, only down 10 villagers.
Yeah, Wham, or 10 eco even, including the fishing boats, but you know that Marine Lord wants to be on the south side of the map. It wants to be burning down those docks. They are more expensive for your opponent. He got it set up. They're going to last for a long time. Wham wants the attention anywhere but. That is why he's here. He's on the other side of the map. He's near his opponent. He's getting a lot of gold here, probably thinking about an Ageof as well. That is so many guys on gold. Even thinking about regular archers here. That must have been quite a sad archer there. And Marine Lord, he's having to fight in 2 places at once. This is when Desert Raider Micro gets very, very tricky.
Yeah, Marine Lord looks like he was actually aiming for that castle age. So 2 games in a row, Wham raids the gold at the perfect time.
And 6 Desert Raiders in queue. Still so much emphasis here on a feudal situation. These spearmen still able to deal quite a bit of damage, but he has to be so careful. As this army gets thinned out, it will not be able to stick around. And Wham realizing how many guys on gold there, yeah, he has to be thinking it's going to be castle. And I tell you what, the situation doesn't get better for him. As Desert Raiders hit age 3, it gets so damn scary if you're a H3 player stuck in this kind of army. Look at this, lovely micro, focusing down these horsemen one by one. These Desert Raiders do great damage, even against these nice range army units.
This is just looking better and better for Marine Lord. The number's just not there, but Wham maybe was thinking about going castle age, just 600 gold and nothing to really spend it on at this moment. Just sticking with the plan of horsemen, spearmen, and logistics is coming in. That's going to be massive. Relic grabbing on the field, also healing. We've seen a lot of these Desert Raiders are very hurt, and them getting healed up here very quickly, mind you, by these the dervishes could look amazing for Marine Lord. And the prelate goes down, the economy under attack.
This is very scary now, because Marine Lord, he's looking strong, he's looking fierce. There's a lot of villagers out on the map. Wham does have wheelbarrow available, but now that Marine Lord's come over here, knowing the army's somewhere in the main base, he can start picking off the villagers, but also working down to the south, away from his base while he's taken up, and close to where the docks are. Lots of the food income.
Wham once again sort of forced to defend his base by charging into death with his army, just sending them forward, saying, I need you to buy me just a little more time, please. But Marine Lord will have none of it. He will not even let these spearmen hit him. Potentially, well, I spoke too soon, but Marine Lord still whittling down these numbers so effectively. And logistics swing is only a minute away.
Oh, this is brutal for Wham. I mean, you said buying time, but buying time for what? It's his opponent that has time on his side. Logistics means he's going to be grabbing relics. Hatchery really want relics. The eco is so much better for higher bid as well. So many guys on gold.
Rams!
On Rams, that's going to make short work of these docks. And that is one advantage of having that Desert Raider wing. Even your camels can start producing siege.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. Wham will hear the sound, hear the news. Golden Age Tier 3 even is in. So many bonuses are accumulating for Marine Lord. Things are just looking better and better for the reigning champion to hold his title. Wham making one last charge here, potentially trying to get us around on all of these Desert Raiders, but it's just not enough. Marine Lord just whittles away once again.
He's whittling down those spearmen, and if he gets rid of all of those, Age Up has happened. The face of Wham probably in despair right now. The webcams are obviously a little bit later on the front, keeping a few spearmen in this stealth forest here, but the upgrades are coming online. Relics will start getting grabbed. There are more Desert Raiders in total than any number of military on the field for Wham. And I tell you what, soon they're going to get upgraded pretty massively here with that veterancy.
Camel Lancers as well going to be the next unit of choice for Marine Lord. He switches several to melee mode and just takes the fight. He says, you've been chasing me around, now I want to take the fight to you, Wham, he says. Marine Lord now running down what remains of Wham's army, looking for the kill, looking for it all.
And you see that bit of disappointment on the face of Wham here, realizing that maybe his time has come to an end here. He's made it to the final, but once again, Marine Lord being a bit crazy there with his Desert Raiders, but they have all turned silver. This means that they are upgraded, they are a lot stronger. The fights have not been fair thus far. Marine Lord taking this fight here, doing incredibly well, and I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Marine Lord is our champion here in Game 5, match point.
Once again, he does it.
The three-peat, the Wololo, undisputed champion of Red Bull Wololo. 3 times in a row. This time he was taken to the very end. The first time he's ever dropped a map in the final of Wololo. But what a performance from Victor and from our second placer as well. We'll hear what the man has to say. Take it away, Zoe.
Thank you so much, everyone. Give it up for our champion, Marine Lord. Another trophy for your trophy case. But Marine Lord, this was unprecedented. Because Wham did push this. He really made you work so hard for it. What made this game so close?
I mean, I was expecting him to do worse because it was the same quality as he did in practice. And in practice, it's always pretty much 2-3 or 3-2, and with practice, whole months. So I was expecting him to have some nerves and like not be as ready as me, but it went toe to toe, and I think every game that he won, he had a better sieve, and every game that I won, I drafted better, I think. So, and yeah, he played very well.
Do you feel that pressure? Because people do expect you to sweep it cleanly and like play so dominantly. Does that play in your head once you're actually on the back foot or once your opponent manages to even out a series?
No, I really don't care. I won enough trophies, so I know I just want to have fun. So I don't really put pressure on myself. And yeah, I just try to have fun, and it was very fun to have such a close 3-2 against Wham.
You couldn't have asked for a better final. You guys made it so exciting. Now, Marine Lord, before I'm going to let you lift that trophy that is rightfully yours after this victory, any final words to the people who have been following and supporting you on your journey?
I mean, thanks everyone for the support. Thanks to my team, Gentlemates. Thanks to all my sponsors. Thanks to my family. Thanks to my cat. And yeah, thanks to everyone else here. You are a lot. So yeah, thanks everyone.
I'll take that one from you. And now, Marine Lord, this is your big moment. Everyone, Marine Lord!
Champion of Red Bull Wololo, Age of Empires 4!
No, para eso no hubiera jugado. De verdad, bro. Bueno, lo que importa es la plata, sí, la verdad. Creo que la verdad les faltó presupuesto en el trofeo. Espero que el de Les 2 más ahí con una cosa así.
Cuidado.
¿Es donde lo compraron? ¿En Temu?
Sí, seguro.
Yo espero que el de Les 2 para verlo no tenga una porquería como esa.
Yo siento que va a ser igual. Lo compraron 2 por 1, güey.
Well, let's keep the energy up, my friends. What an incredible final we've just seen.
Lo compraron 2
Before we
por
get
1,
fully
güey.
settled, how about we put our hands together for our valiant runner-up
Están
Wham
baratos los
as well.
barquitos.
3-2.
Están baratos
He
los
went
barquitos.
down swinging. He gave us a hell of a show. Well done, Wham.
O sea que la orquesta de atrás
All
chismea
right, as
toda la
we set
partida.
things up and get ready for the next stage of the proceedings,
Están baratos los
we have,
barquillos,
I
güey.
am somewhat flattered to tell you, have received several
Bueno, lo que
requests
vinimos.
to replay the sea shanty bit from earlier. Very pleased to hear you all enjoyed my singing so much, or maybe everyone's just got the song stuck in their head and this is the only way they're going to get it out. In any case, we're going to play it again, so please enjoy from the HMS Londinium filmed earlier this week, the Wololo Sea Shanty.
Ah, bueno. Ese no le duró nada la celebración tampoco, ¿no?
No.
Dijimos, bro, vamos tarde con el 2, apura. Le dijo.
Deja que coman, güey. Así es hora de comer.
Eso. ¿Y eso es qué? ¿Qué es eso?
Sabe, güey.
Tremendo.
El chorizo que ibas a preparar.
No, eso no es así de feo.
Below deck,
No.
by lantern glow, on biscuit hard
Y
and
de
pea
seco.
soup slow, we filled our bowls and raised a cheer, for Red Bull Wololo was drawing near. Oh,
Agárrate.
gather round and hear the tale of captains bold and kingdoms frail, of banners bright and iron will, and
Agárrate,
relics fought for blood to spill. Now cast your mind back to the year of our king, when the bells of the world had ceased to ring. 2,000 years
A ver,
and
agárrale
20
el
more,
paso.
the great ship Londinium spied the shore.
La tienes que aprender, ¿no?
Out of the mist,
Cuando
the
gané era.
governor Yo dealt the very first winning blow. He raised the trophy to the virtual skies and claimed for the East the maiden prize. Hey! Yo ho, Wololo, to the Royal Albert Hall we go. Through wind and rain, Germany to Spain, into London town we go. Yo ho, Wololo, hear the seeds of legends grow. Red shine, walls align, and the crimson rivers flow.
Then Leary took the captain's
Molesta
wheel
al
with
capitán.
fingers fast and nerves of steel. Then Doubt rose up to claim the prize, with castle lie within his eyes.
Then the ship made land on German shore. At Heidelberg's gate, we called for war. The Viper struck with crown of flame.
El Simán se perdió la del aldeano. Pero es esa. Es esa diagonal.
We sailed her south through Spanish lands after Tato won with steady hands.
At El Renado's walls of stone, young Hera claimed the Spanish
No,
throne.
ahora sí.
Now the ship is moored in London mud to settle the score in sweat and blood. Beneath the Albert Dome so high, we'll watch the Wololo banners fly.
Una cerveza. No más.
Unas chelas.
Una che. Ay, se la tiró al capitán.
Yo
what terrific fun we're having here at the Bull Wololo halftime show, brought to you by Loom. Protect your villagers today for the low cost of just 50 gold. And heated shot, not as useful as it seems. The festivities continue, my friends. We've got a very special program here for you.
La orquesta solo le pagaron para cantar al principio, al parecer.
We've had a specially composed piece of music, an original piece of music by Ben Fowler that was composed specifically for Red Bull Wololo, and it's my great pleasure to reintroduce to you the London Contemporary Orchestra here, who will now be regaling us with a rendition of Dancing Chariots.
Ah, bueno, parece que sí. ¿Cuál sería? ¿Los palillos? ¿Te gustaría hacer ahí de los palillos? Los palillos es que dirige la orquesta, ¿no? Que se para ahí, no se acerca.
No, ese es Exit Man.
El del piano, el de la batería.
El del piano todavía.
Sí, no, el de los palillos. El de por allá parece una sombra, ¿no? El que está arriba. ¿Sigues creyendo que tuvo más presupuesto la anterior o esta con esta que se mandaron?
No, el anterior, wow. De hecho, las dos anteriores creo que estuvieron más chingonas que esta.
Pues que la de España no tuvo orquesta y siempre fue el mismo escenario. En esta fueron 3 locaciones diferentes.
Bueno, pero...
Para fase de grupos, semifinales y finales de coliseo. No hubo orquesta, no.
¿Cómo chingados no, güey? ¿Invitaron a grupito ese?
¿En la España hubo orquesta?
¿La España? Bueno, no me acuerdo. ¿En qué año fue de España?
No, la del 2024.
Esa estuve yo.
Sí.
Sí, entonces hubo,
no me acuerdo, para mí no me acuerdo de orquesta.
Cabrón, pues si te fuiste a la hora...
Me fui y se cayó el internet.
To conclude the halftime presentation, a special extra
pero yo me vi la fase de grupos, semifinales y cuartos y no hubo orquesta ni nada.
Me playing the organ. I'm going to please, thank you. This wasn't on the schedule, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, here we go.
Bueno, entonces.
Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, all right, we ready? Here we go.
Va a tocar el capitán.
¿En serio? ¿Sí le sabe?
It's pretty good, huh?
I don't understand this. It's nonsense. This is...
Pay no attention to the man in the peanut gallery. He has no taste, I can tell you that.
This captain... This is incredible.
No,
I hate it when people don't take this event seriously.
Anamen por allá.
We want to hear more for the orchestra, right?
¿Qué pasa si se cae?
¡Vamos! ¡De orchestra! ¡Bravo, de
Ay,
orchestra!
no, Ana Nili, mejor todavía.
Una arlequina, ¿no? Una arlequina.
¿Qué se le dice bufón?
Yo lo conozco por arlequín.
Pero aquí es bufón, ¿no? Anilis, es la vestimenta de bufón.
Arlequín.
Bueno, sí, por aquí es bufón.
En Edad Media... Hostia. Creo que es arlequín.
¿Qué es eso?
Eso, hombre.
Red Bull se puso a hacer anuncios con eso. Ahora capaz de tomarse un Red Bull.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
Ahí está.
we are nearing
Mal.
the Age of
¿Ves?
Empires 2
Patrocinando la
Grand
nueva
Finals.
mierda.
I get the sense that we're all ready for that. Indeed, that's what I thought. But before we get to see them battle it out on the stage, let's take a look at how they got here.
Compralo. Bueno, lo que vinimos.
Y ya hasta me está dando sueño.
Otra, no la hagas. Lo que la gente cree. El pobre eliminado primero.
Me recuerda a CSM.
El Vaipa. La gente que da el Vaipa.
¿Ya viste que los oídos?
Le envié, le sacó. El único que le logró sacar 2 partidas.
Well, that has been the road we have taken to the finals here at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. But there is a road yet left to travel. We have 2 competitors waiting in the wings, ready to get underway. Zoe, Hera, and Leary. 2 titans of the game. I can't wait to see them do battle.
Yeah, and they are so familiar with each other, which makes this so much more exciting. Both of these players have had an extremely dominant run through the playoffs. They barely had to show anything during the semifinals. So really, there might be a lot of cards up those sleeves.
Yes, indeed. I think we are going to be in for a hell of a show between 2 of the game's all-time greats. Who's looking forward to seeing these 2 players do battle? The energy is at an all-time high, my friends, and we're a safe pair of hands casting our match. Cast your eyes to the stands above and bear witness to T90 and Dave.
Mira, esos también se bañaron, güey.
On the other side of this, they will be teeing up
Sí, está bien, están bien. Los caster, Dave y
The crowd is
T90.
something that's new to me, and especially this time around, we have numbers that I've never seen, so that's gonna for sure get me a bit nervous. Let's see how I can keep my cool under that pressure.
No presentan a los de español, bueno pues.
I've never played in front of that many people as we expect in the Red Albert Hall. Expectation / goal is definitely just enjoy the moment and remember it for the rest of my life.
It's finals day here at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. I'm Dave, joined here by T90 official. Welcome, one and all, to the Royal Albert Hall.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, Eric Clapton, and Age of Empires. Wouldn't have said those words, at least you would have thought. At one point, we only had maybe 30 people watching the game. That was online. In person, we have 3,500 viewers here.
Let's hear it.
Thank you so much.
Oh, this is unbelievable. The atmosphere here, the tension building between these two. Can Leary finally do it? I think the only thing we can say for sure, Tristan, is that we have the two best undisputed players in our game currently, right now in this grand final.
Unbelievable. And no dispute on that, Dave. They know each other so well. And I think every time that they've played this well, played this dominant leading towards a final, I know they've met a lot. It has always gone down to the final few games, and I really expect that here today. Let's send it down. Let's get ready for our grand final of Age of Empires 2.
The time has come. The grand final is upon us. All that remains is for us to introduce the players.
And I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind here that Hera is currently the #1 in the world. He's the type of player who turned the modern era into his own personal dynasty. He came here undefeated, untouched. And he is so
Mira,
ready
sí hice los
to prove to
filtros de la
everyone
CIS ahí
that
ya
the
todo
crown
listo.
is his alone. But his
Sí,
challenger
pero
today,
sí son más grandes,
a
¿no? ¿O qué?
teammate,
Son
a
igualitos,
practice
chiquitos.
partner,
Yo creo que son iguales.
Leary, a legend in his own right, who has found himself in the grand final of Red Bull Wololo 6 times. Twice, he came out the winner. Both times
Me
against
gustaba más la
Hera.
presentación del anterior.
Alas,
Sí.
that was many moons ago and the times have changed. But he once more emerges victorious, ready in the grand final to take his throne back.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the reigning Red Bull Wololo champion. It is Hera!
El actualmente campeón de...
And his opponents, a two-time Red Bull Wololo champion. Welcome to the stage, Leary!
El dos veces campeón.
Wow, what a matchup we have in front of us, Tristan. Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Best of
Unbelievable.
nine? Leary Hera?
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm so nervous right now. I can only imagine how they feel. I can only imagine how much I'm making it worse because they can hear me say that.
We're going to have to be really careful.
But ladies and gents, we are going to have our draft live up here on stage. I'm sure you're very familiar with a lot of those civilizations and maps we've seen this tournament, all behind them. But my goodness, Dave, it's going to be a day.
Yeah, and we begin with the draft, and this is a more difficult draft than normal because usually you have it all laid out for you on the screen, right? Maybe you have a notepad with your strategies coming into the draft, but this time they just have that one little paper book and they have to keep all of the options in mind. Now, they both have experience with this. They've both done this before in previous Red Bulls, so let's hope that that pays off.
As someone who permanently lives on his computer, I cannot tell you how uncomfortable it is to have to use a pen or a pencil at times.
I can't even write anymore.
Yeah, I had to write a check a couple months ago, and it was terrifying. So here we've got these two pen and pencil outs ready to go, handshakes. And yeah, we're going to get into it here, shape up our final. And that is the home map. Dave actually put on his glasses as he said that. I just want everyone to know.
It reminded me. As you get older, you know.
Yeah.
Forget how to write, forget how to see.
Speaking of getting older, I actually cannot see. It is Volpine.
It's Volpine, yeah. That's your favorite map, right?
It is, yes, the Foxes. And I wasn't going to say it. I might as well say it during the draft. But apparently, yesterday during the semifinal, I heard Fox noises. And I told myself, don't complain about this. That's unprofessional. There were no foxes on the map. Production added that in to annoy me.
Looks like we have controlled as well. Remember, this is a best of 9, so we're getting most of the maps here.
I think it's 11 maps in the pool, yeah. So really easy to think about what maps do players maybe
Pero después del draft, como pasar atentos a qué va a pasar.
It's tough because they're both so dominant on all settings. Typically, I would say the very closed maps, but this is Empire Wars.
Happy to see Thames there.
Pues sabes qué es lo interesante, que ya no escoge los mapas, sino que la misma Red Bull escogió los mapas de la final.
Also, not really taking too much time on this, are they?
No, I think when you
no sé, pero que casualmente parecen ser los mismos que siempre se han jugado.
The Civs, it's going to get a lot more
sí, va a estar el pinche Bullpin y eso de map. Bueno, es que están empezando el ban. Están empezando el pick ban.
Eso sí les faltó, ¿no? En la Red Bull pasada los mapas fueron diferentes para cada ronda.
No, también hubo pick and ban,
played that a couple times already.
Yeah.
Pero no hubo en semifinal.
It was against Hart, and I believe he played Ethiopians there. Okay, that was the map that I was expecting to not see played today.
De los que se jugaron en fase de grupos.
Clearly some tricks up the sleeve here.
By the way, Crazini.
Stone Drift, no.
Oh yes, we should appreciate. He's looking fantastic.
He's looking great.
He's looking fantastic. And here we go. This is gonna be map.
Ahora van a escoger, ¿no? Se supone que van a escoger.
We've got a spin.
No,
hey!
No mames.
Nobody
¿Qué
wins.
es eso?
No.
For that one.
Yeah. If it ends up there again.
There's someone
what if it's just a continuous
There's someone who's on the production team back there who brought this up, and he was like,
No, otra vez.
No, wait a second.
We've got to get to the games here. Crazini says, all right.
Eso quiere decir,
Eso quiere decir
que en la final la tuvo que jugar Viper.
He's also holding up another one there. Is that
I mean, these are all the maps I want to see these two play. I think Stonefront is the one where I'm leery.
Ya, Viper, déjalo morir en paz, güey.
Maybe Hera's a little untested on the water maps. I don't know. But yeah, all these maps very open, and these two are both so aggressive. Really fun to watch them duke it out with military.
This is where the difficult part of the draft
Era tumbando las velas.
The maps, there's not a lot of options there. You just leave 2 out of the table. But now we get to the civs. We have so many civilizations in our game now. It's going to become endlessly complicated here for these two. They know each other so well, though.
Yeah.
So do you think there's any way to work in a surprise in the draft?
So
without us revealing something
again,
to them?
ever so slightly awkward because they both can hear us right now up on our stage. But I do think they're both going to look for 1 or 2 of them. I don't think you go for surprises early picks here, Dave. They're both so experienced. Civilizations are fairly figured out. They know each other. What typically breaks a final is a 5th and beyond pick beating a top 3 or 4 pick. If you have 1 or 2 of those, you're going to look really strong here. So I think the civs that come to mind, maybe we'll get to, but they've got a lot of maps to work with. They might break it into category, which makes it a little bit easier. I know many of the viewers watching probably don't play tournaments. You might not even play online. But you could look at Hengehold, Stonefront, Rampart maybe is somewhat similar, and say, okay, well, I'm good with opening archers there, and there's obviously quite a list of civilizations from there. So typically you're going to see players go for very flexible civilizations unless it's very specific. So like Loch Ness is a lot more defensive and boomy style. There you might see the early picks come in early. Civs like Vikings, Harrow went Bengalis before. Italians is a civ that both players like. Blue Wells as well. Lots of fishing, so more fishing-oriented civs. And my goodness, this music is incredible.
Can we get some recognition for the orchestra here, like Schamberger in the background during this draft? It's very calming.
Es que no venía en camino, güey. Estaba una hora, dijiste hace rato.
Es que no me respondió el bro.
To the community watching this, everybody, the production, everyone with Red Bull who made this happen. I know it's early, we're just starting, but we're going to be into the games here. Microsoft World's Edge, everything's just been such an incredible opportunity. I'm so thankful. Dave and I were recounting as we see Bengalis there. I think Harrow went first pick Bengalis in his semifinal, so that's an interesting snag. Yeah. Or, sorry, ban. My bad.
It's a ban. They have
I got
a few
excited.
bans
I
first.
wanted to get to the civ picks.
I know.
I got excited.
We're all on the edge of our seat here, but since we don't have seats, we're gonna
we don't actually.
ourselves.
We don't actually. Edge of my seat would be falling off of the second floor.
I'll catch you.
Which is only slightly terrifying. But
We might go down together.
Yeah,
Saracen's banned from Hera. I think that's also a great one. Portuguese as well. Those fast archer civilizations.
Yeah, the bans do, if you watch standard tournaments, the bans do change a little bit. One civilization you don't see banned or picked a lot here is actually Chinese, because it's a very awkward start with Empire Wars. But I think like civ like Tupi, I think we might even see Mapuche banned. I mean, Leary has consistently banned all 3 of the new DLC civilizations. He did say 3 weeks ago he didn't have the DLC purchased. Leary, smile at us.
Poles is
if that's the case. Because if I'm Hera right now, Hera should be like, I'm not banning Mapuche. I'm not banning Muisca. I'll ban Vietnamese instead.
Oh man, competitive integrity at its finest right there. We see the Poles ban as well from Leary, and the thing is, Hera always manages to sneak in the Poles somewhere in a grand final.
Yeah, true.
Best of 7, best of 9.
True.
No, ya están haciendo el pick and ban de las civilizaciones y demás.
Koreans also most played civilization during the ladder qualifier. Someone's going to be banning a civ typically, or first picking it, so nice ban there from Hera.
Mongols, great ban.
Mongols?
Saw what Leary did with the Mongols against Sebastian.
And he did it on Rampart. Which is one of the maps.
Es un best of 9, mejor de a 9. Es mejor de a 9. Ahí era mejor de 7, hoy es mejor de 9.
Now, and there's 2 more new DLC civilizations, so
sí.
He might have gone ahead and bought the new DLC at this point. He's going to make a couple dollars from this event, win or lose, so I'm sure he can afford it.
Looks like Hera's really considering here what he wants to ban. Telling Frazzini now. What's it going to be? There was quite a bit of thought behind this one.
También están los vetos en todo.
Okay. Another good ban against Leary.
All right, yeah, absolutely.
Mira, ahí está.
Dave, I could see
vetaron a los mayas, coreanos. El otro le veta el otro a este.
They made it Maya because that's more
Ahorita están vetando las civis ahí.
We're not calling them the Brito. It's the Britons.
We hate change here in Age of Empires.
They took my NS.
Well, actually, there's your NS up on screen.
Ah, no, es que ahí acomodaron malas cosillas.
Well, what did Hera die to against MBL? He died to Aztecs game 1, and that was on actually map 1. So I think that's a really good ban. I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, well, there we go. Again, it's a tough situation. Typically, we're sharing our opinions on the draft. Players cannot hear. Civ, though, we're not going to say it, that Hera has loved on Northern Board. We saw it a couple times. I think we saw it from one of his teammates.
Ah, no se me pasó, cariño.
That's basically.
Ah, sí, un fry, no alcancé a ver. No alcancé a ver, la verdad.
Picking up a little bit of tempo on the Schamberger. It's a slow builder, the song.
I wonder who named
background music through so many like group projects and stuff at Call.
Oh yeah, that's sick, dude. That's sick. Yeah, that's my ringtone when you call me, bro. It's good old Schamberger. But I'm gonna need to
customize.
I'm gonna need to replace it with this version because this version is just insane.
Okay, now here come the picks. very, very important, especially the order, right? A lot about civ drafting is where you can sneak in the civs you really want without sacrificing the position in the draft.
Yeah. I think I'm curious to see if Bulgarians gets picked up here, because I feel like Bulgarians are made for Empire Wars.
Well,
they just don't have any eco bonuses. So,
but it was the last pick of the draft.
Yeah. Well, it's a good later pick though. Yeah. It's a very good later pick. Hera seems to be shielding the camera with his words, so there's no lip sync action for the casters here.
I think he's blocking the sound from there.
That could be that too.
Dravidians.
Dravidian's super good on Blue Wells and Loch Ness, and like we said, there's 2 maps there out of the potential 9 where you've got those water-oriented civs. So I like going for the water picks early here.
Also, you know, we were talking about the Cumans, how they get that fast start because they have cheaper buildings. Dravidians get 200 extra wood.
Yeah, it's
so
huge.
It's basically like the same start.
Yeah, Hera has played that multiple times.
Way and Burgundians, great civilizations here, especially with the Flemish militia being the way it is right now.
Yeah, Burgundians is perfect for Empire Wars.
Me agarraste mandando
Definitely have my feelings on where these civs are going to play out, but it's still very early. There's Ethiopians now getting picked up.
They've been really prioritized during the group stage.
Recién estaba tecleando ahí un mensaje.
I think Hera might have been the first one to do it as well, so I think other people saw him do it, then said, hey, let's do that ourselves. Didn't necessarily work out as well for them. And then Byzantines.
Always great. Doesn't even matter what tournament we're playing in. Feels like the Byzantines
La
are
gran
there on
siete.
the draft.
Especially if you play towards just not making any early mistakes. You don't do anything crazy early on and you just defend. Very hard to break. I think that's perfect for Hera's play style. Leary
now picking. He gets to pick 2 here.
Also perfect for Leary's play style.
Yeah.
Cheap archery ranges, cheap stables, allows you to go for the early aggression.
Bueno, vienen las civilizaciones a favor.
But maybe Leary's got
la selección. El pick, pues.
Okay, so we're waiting for our next pick. See a view of the hall right now. It is unbelievable. We walked in here earlier this morning, and I think Tristan and I both got chills. We were getting instructions from the production crew, and I don't know about
Parece que le toca elegir a Hera.
To be honest, I've always had an issue paying attention to any instructions, so that wasn't too different for me. You know, Dave, we see Georgians come in. It just pops a thought into my mind.
No, fue
a best of 9. They get mule carts, which should be very good. They have solid navy. They have like the longsword play, which could be good starting in feudal age. You got some options.
I mean,
out
they're
there.
listening to us right now.
Well,
los tártaros.
You know, they're not going to take my ideas, right? They're not going to take a caster's ideas. That would be
eligió los tártaros.
But I think it's actually maybe pretty good later on in the draft.
Tatar is a very good civ for Dorothea Quarry.
And I think that was the one I was thinking of earlier.
Yeah, and I think Leary knew before you said
¿Qué más se viene?
that it was out there.
Well, Leary's also played.
I mean, both of these players, incredible drafters. They've had so
Romanos.
much experience, right? Leary drafts towards his strengths. I think Hera more eliminates your strengths and capitalizes on your weaknesses.
Yeah.
Dando quitos.
Ever so slight difference would be Hera typically a bit more defensive. He does have that aggressive switch.
And a little bit more adaptable as well.
Yeah. But yeah, Burgundians way, Cumans, Georgians here for Leary. And he will go for his next civilization here in a moment. But now this is where it gets tricky. All these other civilizations are no-brainers. Now you're getting down into the weeds a little bit after 6 bans and this many picks. Do you think they're learning about Age of Empires back there as they play this music for us?
I think so.
Think so? I think we're going to have, what is it, 60 people in that? You think we'll have 60 people buying the game after this?
One person in that orchestra that played as a kid and is like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Just one.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You'd be surprised. Most of the people here probably at one point in time saw a video or something and were like, wait, that game still exists? So now they're here. Frank's there for Leary. Very good civ. I like that pick as well because Hera has played that quite a few times himself.
Do we have another pick from Leary coming? I believe so. Khitans.
Dangerous civ. Dangerous civ in the hands of aggressive players. A bit awkward to manage economically, but if you can get going, can be incredibly strong. And we've got the Vikings then.
Vikingos.
There, Dave. Still wondering, you know, what's the approach going to be on Loch Ness? I could see Vikings being the approach there. also Dravidians, and then Armenians there for Hera. So
Armenios.
we're not wrong. I like the flexibility. I think like with Hera's approach, he could actually play that on most of these maps and just say, I have mule cards.
Bueno, al parecer no había, me tocó.
Relics, maybe like even a weird play on like
me tocó papas. Ey, pero ¿quién baneó las civs?
Yeah, could be really good.
Ahí está todavía por el momento el pick and ban.
Only 2 civs get mule cards and it's split.
Pero ellos se banearon a sí mismos o cómo fue la cosa?
Sí.
Estaba de frente y otro estaba mirando aquí. Man, no viniste aquí a hacer el cocasteo.
Yo creo que ya viene, güey, ya viene.
Oh, ven, así sea un rato, ven.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about it a little bit.
Exactly.
I think that's a
bit ya comiste, cabrón, ya comiste, ya.
Versus
ven,
on a screen.
así sea un rato, venga aquí a vernos una partida aquí los tres,
toda la final.
Especially since the speed of the men-at-arms got increased. It's such a dangerous opening.
Yeah.
And the water control is insane.
Oh man, I have some really big thoughts right now. We got Mapuche.
He forgot to get one.
Yeah, he didn't ban the Civ.
Hera was smiling a little bit.
Estamos en el grupo de Steam. Man. El grupo de Steam.
Leary can still play against it.
Sí,
There's a couple picks here.
Ahí buscamos la
I'm
manera
wondering
de
if we're going to see Turks. Yeah, Hera loves the Turks. Can be very interesting in the late game, which is so good to getting to. I like that pick for Hera, but again, the position of it's great.
No lo puedo invitar de aquí desde la misma.
You wouldn't want to prioritize Turks very
Déjame.
I think Leary has two.
Mano, ahí escribió, vea.
He's got the way, he's got the woo. Will we see a shoe, perhaps? We'll see.
Well, I don't know about you, but they don't seem very viable here. Well, maybe. We've seen them before on Thames, I think.
It's our Archer Civ. It's an Archer Civ. That's
Hola.
the way I see it. Huns.
Yeah.
Applause for the Huns? Oh my god, I love you guys. Let's go. Round of applause for the Huns.
Can Hera pick Huns as well, and then we just have Huns war again?
Let's go.
Back in time.
Back in the day, baby.
Spanish, great pick. Rampart is there. Spanish are very, very dangerous on that road.
Se agradece que se está haciendo compañía.
Thinking about their playstyles, I completely forgot about that, Civ. Britain as well.
Yo pregunto por qué se
escapa. Doing it for the fans, and maybe he's got a strategy cooked up as well.
Pretty sure English was banned in the AoE4 finals, so both games are great, but AoE2, we picked it. All right.
Porque el campeón se tapa para decirle.
Well, that's it, folks. Those are the civilizations, and we'll be into it here. And let's see.
La costumbre, ¿no? La costumbre. Tal vez quizás le esté diciendo otra cosa también.
¿Costumbre de nuestro campeonato?
A ver, no.
Acá está mirando, mira, ahora se quedó mirando qué civilización va a jugar el otro también. O sea, no lo veo.
Eso es de
partido de taparte.
Let's keep the energy up. Let's keep those hands together. Who's ready to see an
Eso de muchas competiciones, no solamente acá, por ejemplo en el fútbol también pasa eso.
Bueno, por eso el fútbol, pero en el fútbol es una cosa, por eso. Y acá porque el fútbol te agarran conversando un audio o algo, pero acá el otro te está mirando que se sienta poniendo. Pero está contando, ahí sí, te lo admito, pero acá.
Le estará diciendo al presentador, ¿no?
Sí, claro, le está diciendo al presentador y el otro, claro,
privado, ¿no?
Normal.
Moments away.
Pero continuamente. No empecemos, si el otro está mirando.
My goodness.
Nos vemos al rato.
I'm really getting ready for this one now. A little bit of a wait. We have the draft, we have the civilizations, and Dave,
no sabe
it
el
looks
otro.
50-50.
Bueno, ahí
These
sí
players oftentimes can be 50-50.
Sería lo ideal,
but it has been Hera who has just been able to tip the scales a little bit, get that extra win when it matters, and win so many finals when up against Leary. It's hopefully we get 9 games.
Uno contra otro.
If the
sería lo ideal
I saw
de que
yesterday
no sepa.
shows up
Digo
today,
yo, ¿no?
I don't think I've ever seen a player that can beat that.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Absolutely.
If he shows up at that same level today against Hera, I think he can break the curse. And if you're unaware of what we're talking about, there is a history between these players.
El que pone el otro dice, bueno, sé que civilización voy a jugar contra este que puedo llegar a ganar.
So many of them.
¿No?
He's just waiting. He's always that one game away from making it happen. I think today is the day for Leary.
What a story it would be, seriously. Yeah, 10 years ago, I was in Germany at Gamescom. It was the first LAN I ever attended. There weren't many LANs back then. It was Viper versus Leary, grand final. Leary was 14 years old, and Leary lost by 1 game to Viper. And of course, since then, there's been a lot of LANs, and Leary has been very close, and it hasn't happened. But the crazy thing is, you add it all up, he's the most accomplished Red Bull player there has been, because he's won 2 of them. He has been in second place so frequently. He is the best Empire Wars player. Can he actually take the crown? Can he actually win the final? It would be an epic moment to do so, as our crowd is doing the wave here in London.
Love to see it. Up on your feet. Come on, let's go.
Wow. My goodness, this is so well coordinated. This is insane.
Even the upper
deck as well. Very well synchronized. It's almost like you guys have experience or something.
Unbelievable.
Wow. That is sick.
I also want to point out, Tristan, I cannot believe we've had a repeat champion in the Red Bull Wololo series.
In the lands, that's correct. In the lands, that's correct. We had so many good finals. We're getting close, folks. I know you guys are getting a little bit antsy. I know you're having a bit of fun.
We're getting in there, but let's hear from a couple experts about their analysis on the draft that just happened.
Uy, hay gente. ¿Dónde lo están haciendo? ¿En un cine? ¿Un teatro?
Well, guys, Lily, look at the crowd we have here. Do you think we can analyze the draft with this crowd here?
They already analyzed the draft for us, right?
They love the hands.
Yo creo que estamos, no es tan competitivo como dije, porque el otro ya sabe qué situación, con quién jugar. Como te decía, no sé por qué se tapó, si el otro ya más o menos que sabe, obviamente, que sabe con qué situación va a jugar, entonces va a ser bastante complejo. Si el otro contrincante no supiera con qué civilización, que ahí sí sería más competitivo,
pero
ahí yo apostaría, pero acá va a ser muy reñido porque el otro ya sabe con qué civilización jugar. Lo que digo, porque pusieron todo en la mesa, pusieron todo en la mesa.
No sé si te acuerdas, ahí te corres un poquito, mira, lo que pasa es que obviamente en el momento del draft tienes ese montón de civis, Era y Ray. Pero al momento de jugar el mapa, hay una opción que uno pone que no se vea que sí va a jugar el rival. Entonces realmente tú no sabes si va a jugar el mapa.
Bueno, entonces yo elijo X civilización y el otro se lo va a jugar por X civilización, pero ninguno no va a saber.
El otro puede tener una idea de qué civis va a jugar.
Y acá, por ejemplo, seleccionaron las civilizaciones, pero el otro ya sabía.
Japanese, we could see on
acá se la
Blue
están
World.
jugando.
Way is the big question mark, right?
Bueno,
That is the only
no sé,
civilization
está
that plays a bit slower than all the others.
Pero,
but don't you think that maybe his civilization is going to confuse a bit more Hera in the sense that
¿de qué país el otro, el del águila?
Versatile.
Austriaco.
Several maps. Maybe here is going to be able to predict the civilization from Hera more in the maps.
There are also some versatile civilizations.
El austriaco ya ha ganado 2 veces
200 wood at the start. They can be
torneo.
played on so many maps. Yeah, they're incredibly strong.
Y era
for example,
el vigente campeón, el de la edición pasada.
Double archery range, an extra dock there, and you have the massive eco advantage.
Ganó el canadiense.
Leary would be on the back foot.
Sí,
how difficult
el
is to analyze all
2024
this,
porque el año pasado no hubo.
Wasn't pick at all. Even
y acá lo que pasa es que, claro,
second pick in the grand final.
y según las
Actually, we've
civilizaciones y
seen
los
it a bit,
mapas,
right?
¿no?
We
Yo es lo
remember
que me di
the Mr.
cuenta
Yo
también,
game
¿no?
against Hart.
Exactamente.
That
Que
was
hay
really nice.
gente que
Also, the win of Hera against
puede
Viper,
ganar las
right?
4 veces,
So
pero
that will
teniendo
be a
suerte de
massive
que
aggression, and
agarraste
that will
un
actually
mapa
be
y
one
una
of the most
selección
interesting games
adecuada
to
al
me
mapa,
at
¿verdad?
least, right? Because
Sí, sí.
Hera demolished the Viper yesterday. It felt like a 3-minute game. It lasted a bit longer, but
Eso
the
observar,
game
¿no?
felt over. And now the big question mark: how was Leary able to weather such a storm?
Pero no sé, creo que el campeón.
Okay, I think
Va a ser
Londinium
bicampeón.
has, in my opinion,
La verdad
the
ahorita
best
está en un mejor nivel.
gameplay.
Y
Before
lo
we
que
go
pasa
with
es
T90
que
and Dave, any
Lee
prediction, Nele?
nunca entrena, ¿sabes? Él va a jugar lo que él
Casters
sepa
often
jugar,
say,
nunca entrena.
oh yeah,
Si
we are
Lee
looking for such a
entrenara
great
fuera hasta
grand
mucho
final.
mejor que
We
era.
are looking, well, Hera
Nunca
is
lo hace.
taking back the
¿En qué
stage.
sentido entrenar? ¿Que no
We
juega?
often say,
Juego.
Eso, o sea, me
yeah,
refiero a
like
que
everything
no
can
planea una
happen, tune
estrategia, en
in,
cambio
watch.
era,
But
tiene todo más
honestly, I
mecanizado.
think
Era entrena todo
for
el
Leary. My
tiempo
prediction is
y el rey
5-4
juega
for Leary.
cuando quiere
Well,
jugar.
I'm not going to be original.
Lleva
I'm
bien.
going to make the same prediction. Tristan,
Ya
Dave,
eso ya es
take it over.
Pues imagínate, o
Ya
sea,
es
si
distinto. El
Rey
otro ya es estratega
So their
y
prediction, a bit
busca,
bold
cada vez
considering
que
the
pierde
last,
una
what,
partida,
16 S
es
tiers
como el
have gone to
ajedrez.
Hera,
Cada vez que
but
pierde una
I do
partida,
agree that maybe
él
the best
ve
player
esa
so
partida, a ver
far
qué,
this tournament has
qué
been
le
Leary,
da
but we've
capaz,
said
¿no?
that before with
Eso
Hera.
le pasa a Era, muy
He
bien dicho.
tends to
Era
step it up when
es
the
de los
finals
que,
come
por
in, when the
ejemplo,
moment
mira
gets
todas las
brightest,
series
and
que,
it's
que cogió.
pretty
Era
damn bright
sabe
here
ya
in London with
exactamente con
3,000
cuál va a jugar en
viewers.
cada
both of
mapa, qué
these
unidad
guys
va a
have the
sacar,
most
etcétera,
experience.
etcétera.
Claro, ahí va,
Potentially
exactamente.
Viper up there as well.
Y el Rey
But
saca, o sea,
recently,
saca lo que
grand finals
él se le dé la gana,
you know, we always
por así
wonder, are the
decirlo.
players going to
Si Era
crumble
saca,
under
no
the
sé,
pressure? Not
digamos
these
Yo
arquero, y el
creo,
Rey va a jugar
Hera
caballería.
has come out on
sí,
top
yo
a
lo que
bunch,
creo que capaz
but
que
Leary
si
has
sos,
always
capaz que me
been there.
equivoco. A ver,
Usually like one
si sos
game
pro,
away.
debes
I
saber
am going to
jugar
say,
a
though,
todas las
this is
civilizaciones.
a land
Eso
unlike
claro.
any
es
other.
importante, ¿no?
And we've
Sí.
covered lands, and we just have to talk. And you
Bueno,
told me to
pero ahí,
soak in the
claro,
moment. You're
cada
like, Tristan, don't
civilización
focus too
tiene
much, soak in the moment.
su
That's bad advice.
pro
I
y
was
contra.
freaking out up
Lo que
here.
decís.
And so I think that
Negativos.
for them, you know, it's
Entonces,
got to be
según
similar
el
to some
mapa,
extent.
ahí
That it
donde
might
vos
take some
ganás
time to get a
y
feel.
perdés.
Luckily, once you're
Capaz que
focused on the
el
screen, you kind
Hera
of
ese
don't turn
ya es
around,
más
look at all the
estratega
viewers.
y ya sabe el
You tend to
mapa y
forget a
todo
little
lo
bit,
demás
and you tend to just
con qué
work
ir.
on what you
Y el
know.
otro, bueno,
But
ya
I
tiene un
felt like
instinto de
Leary and Hera
Claro,
were able
exactamente,
de
to
ya.
disfrutar y de
completely
jugar
punish their
y
opposing
ver,
players in the
capaz que lo
semifinals and
hace
not let them get a
en
feel
vez del
for the
otro ya
land,
tener
not
una
let them
estratega,
get
es
into
que
their
lo hace
comfort
en el
zone.
momento.
If someone
Y
starts
esto no
fast on
funciona,
either side,
hago
it could
esto
be very
que va a
difficult
funcionar.
first hour, and in Empire Wars that could be
Ahí
3
ya
games.
es un poco,
So I
creo que
think
un
for
poco
both
más de
players,
pasión, creo.
Dorothy
capaz
Core is
que
actually a very dangerous map to start off on. This isn't a passive map at all.
Y porque recordemos que Era ha ido nada más a 3 Red Bulls, incluyendo esta. En una perdió en semifinales, la otra salió campeón y ahorita está jugando la final. Rey ha estado desde la primera y en casi todas, menos en el año antepasado, ha llegado a la final. Ha sido finalista en todas, menos en una. Y ha ganado 2. Es un muchacho que nunca entrena, nunca hace nada. Es lo que sabe.
Sí, ya es más pasión, creo.
Well, folks,
Y
when
la
we are
estrategia
in,
lo hace en el
I would
momento.
love to hear some noise
Según
here. There's been a
cómo
lot
viene
of
la mano.
noise already for Age of
Entre que el
Empires
otro ya tiene
4,
todo
for the intro
automatizado.
here with AOE2, but when we
Vamos a
are
ver
in, let
vamos a ver
the
unas
players
partidas
feel it, let
interesantes.
everyone
Ahorita
feel it.
Era
And once
están
again, thank you so much.
en un nivel
This is
mucho
so
mejor que
crazy
el Rey,
to me
no por
that we
mucho,
are here
pero
doing
el
this.
Rey puede dar
Everyone
sorpresas.
who's
Lo he
been
dicho, la
able to enjoy
experiencia.
this event.
Este es el que le ganó
all
al
the
uruguayo, ¿verdad?
staff,
Sí.
the players, the casters,
Sí, ayer
so
4-0
There's been a
le
lot
metió
of work
por
behind the
Sebas.
scenes. We get some of the plaudits because we're up here in front.
Sí, yo vi
We appreciate
un
you
poco
guys.
y fue...
I've seen
en el-
so
pero
many Leary
al
legends.
minuto
I've
ya
seen
estaban,
Hera fans, Leary
ya estaba
fans. I've seen
encima
people dressed up as Jaguar
Entonces
Warriors,
yo le decía
Eagle
que
Warriors.
comando, no,
la
no,
I mean, the list goes
va a
on, dude.
tocar hacer
People are
las
going all out
lagartijas,
there.
como sabes.
It's been super cool.
Empiece
There's
de
an idle villager.
Pero recordemos que Era viene a ganar también 4-0 a Viper. Y Viper es el jugador histórico del juego.
Also, as far as I know, it's kind of first come, first serve for these seats. So people are outside waiting early. I could actually be very wrong on
Y
that.
los
I was
otros
given a
años
seat
saben
in
por qué
caster's desk,
perdió por
but
alguna...
love
por
to see
algo.
it. Thank you
Se
so
dieron
much.
cuenta porque obviamente uno se tiene que dar
Unbelievable,
cuenta
dude.
porque
Let's
perdió,
get a vibe check in
por
here
alguna
before we
equivocación
get
o
into
fue
this
porque
set.
Yeah.
Who here is a
era más
Hera fan?
That's pretty decent. All right.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe.
Who here is looking for the upset? Who's looking for the underdog to take this one? Who's a Leary fan? Yeah, I think we got the vibes.
Oh man, people would love to see a new champion.
People love an underdog.
People love an underdog, and it's such a crazy story. It's not your typical underdog, right? It's a guy who's won events. He's one of the most accomplished players ever. People will say he's the most talented Age of Empires 2 player ever. He just hasn't been able to clutch it in the finals. We'll see, folks. There's a look at our venue. There's a bunch of people at home right now who are thinking about clicking buy on that ticket, and they're like, nah, maybe not. Look at this, dude. Oh man, what an awesome opportunity. So
puede haber
cool.
plata y
Bunch of firsts for this event. I believe, if my information is correct, this is the first esports event
de Londres
hosted in the Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
Precedent setting, trailblazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get more.
Let's get more.
Anota todo aquel, ¿eh?
I could be
Todo como
completely
un
wrong,
ajedrez.
but we're going to stick to it.
We're gonna they'll believe us, Dave. All right. As long as you say something with conviction, they won't.
I just got to commit.
Hopefully they won't fact check it, but no, I believe that's the case. And
Así que acá son
yeah, I just think the thing is, like I just talked about starting quickly. That's the thing that also makes them both so good. It's like they're ready to go right away. You in a normal game, you have like 9 to 10 minutes. You can wall up a little bit. You could try and establish your eco.
Estamos hablando si
But
está
here,
ganando 5-0
it's a
o
very
ya
different situation.
lo
9
ganó
to 10 minutes
o
against Leary or Hera is like
tiene
you're already in
ganado
game
por
3.
cuánto.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're safe to dive into some
Va
of
a
the
ser la primera
civilization things
partida
now.
acá.
Obviously, we're about to start the first one. Here's
Ya
just some of my
por, ¿qué
call-outs
será,
on either
5?
side. Very hard to know, but I think game one, Tatars for Hera would make a lot of sense. He's played that civilization on Dorothy Core. He's had some epic games there. He's very comfortable. You go down the line there for Hera. I would expect him to play Dravidians on Glacis. And people are expecting Dravidians maybe on Loch-Ness. That's also very good. But I seem to recall Hera just going double range opening, super fast archers there. And I think he's trying to match the first pick of Leary on the other side, Burgundians, because we've seen Flemish militia there. So we'll see.
I think you can also go Armenians or Romans on Glacis as well. We've seen that a lot, right? Romans were one of the most picked civilizations there. Leary also has a civ that hasn't made it through many drafts, and that's Burgundians. And Burgundians were used a lot on Glacis for the Flemish militia.
A poder elegir, vamos, de favoritas.
Honestly, with Leary's playstyle, it wouldn't surprise me if he just plays scouts and skirmishers. He might play cav archers or something. Maybe he does get to a castle, but Leary's not one of the players to typically try and go to stone early and go for a castle. But maybe that's something he needs here in this final, Dave.
Guys,
maybe
can we get a
Sí,
can we get a 14? Can we get a 14?
A crowd 14?
Yeah.
I think, do we have to queue them?
Start the game already on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you guys are the person that joins the lobby that I just hate.
You guys just got kicked from the lobby.
Instantly kicked.
Yeah.
Not coming back. El de las colinas, ¿no? Me parece que era va a jugar tártaros.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Sí, es la cantera dorotea.
La va a aplicar con tártaros.
Are we able to convert the crowd, or are we too close to game number 1?
No,
I want to try and convert.
Bro, I've already been through that conversion chamber. That was the most awkward 3 hours of my life.
I really don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to
give
it a shot. And if it doesn't work, then hey, we tried. Wololo?
¿Tártaro Quitans o tártaro japonés? Por el bonus de la pesca.
Damn, all right. I don't think I did a very good job at prompting everybody.
It was more of a question.
I really wasn't sure if I had the power. I mean, that's pretty epic.
Tártaro,
mapuche,
pero la virrey me queda en duda.
We've all seen those monks. I didn't research Sanctity yet.
No, le va a abrir Kitán, o si no... Con georgiano. Está eligiendo mucho georgiano.
Clearly, maybe a technical difficulty. I'm not
no, sabes, creo que mejor me voy...
Just in the game. Just double checking. Again, game 1 should
tártaro
be very,
japonés.
very fast. Everything's got to be locked and loaded here.
Really interested on the civs.
Japonesa,
I think Tatars is pretty much a lock, but I can see opportunities for a lot of Hera civs, and like I said, he usually pulls out that one strat that's completely unexpected.
Yeah,
Quién sabe, a lo mejor de última se elige español.
Very not Hera. Very not Hera. You pull that out in like game 4, game 5.
Ha estado muy vetado
game 1, you go for your established picks and you get some wins on the board first.
Yo creo que
I really like Georgians.
se guían por los mapas o se van a guiar por las últimas partidas con la selección que juega mejor.
Exactamente, puede ser una estrategia, me gustaría verla, aunque eras conocido
o juegan con la selección según el mapa.
Exactamente, así ¿no?
Las últimas.
Aunque eras conocido por liquidar las partidas rápido, entonces él agota lo primero, lo mejor de primero.
But also then what are we going to see on blue whales? And I feel like Leary loves the Japanese on blue whales.
Vale, que las partidas, lo que pasa es que acá son muchas partidas.
Que lo ideal...
¿Estás veo qué? ¿No nos comentaron veo qué?
A couple seconds until we're into this first map of our best of 9 grand final. Leary and Hera.
5-0.
We've been here before. Not
Que
here.
lo ideal, man,
We've seen these two players match up.
En competitivo es de acuerdo al mapa.
Leary as our champion or Hera, our returning champion. They have game number 1. Leary versus Hera. They're almost touching. Tatars for Hera and Kitans for Leary.
We have seen some crazy spawns with this map, and they have spawned closer than we have ever seen. What a way to start it off. We have the Kitans for Leary, we've got the Tatars for Hera. Hera typically likes to play a bit more defensive style.
Son las ostras que le llaman.
Kitans want to break those walls. Again, Hera, reigning champion, he's won 16 S-tier events in a row, but Leary has come the closest to taking him down, and he finally wants that land final victory here in London.
I think Leary was very surprised. You see the way his scout...
Hera doesn't know. Look at Hera's
Hera doesn't know!
Hera found out late. Hera's wall's on the back side. For him expecting the pressure coming from another direction here. That is a lot of wood spend
I think his scout went all the way around the map to find Leary.
Leary actually had to do a double take. He actually passed the shoreline, saw the way the water kind of jutted out to the sides there, and turned around. So better recognition from Leary. Oh man, here we are. And that archer's pretty exposed. Their scouts are there.
Lo que pasa en este mapa que si tú le juegas sistemáticamente a Hera no puedes ganarle, pero si le juegas estrategias extrañas, sí, eso le pasó en Biel en este mapa, que le ganó a Hera, que él tenía tártaros y en Biel tenía seca.
Pero tremendo raidar lo hizo con las águilas.
Por eso, pero porque es una estrategia rara, o sea, Hera no se espera ese tipo de cosas. Es la única que el rey puede hacer para sacar la ventaja.
It's really tough, and we've seen instances where Hera's dealt with this before. It just simply can't happen. And Leary's gone for the aggression. Now he has forging. He doesn't have armor. The micro, though, game number 1. Hera tries a gate. Scouts are still there. Leary should keep moving here.
This has to be so annoying. This is like a little wasp flying around your head and he keeps stinging you and then running away. We've got the villager at low HP. Leary's going to be looking out for that. His scouts are at low HP, but he's gotten value with them. He killed the scout from Hera and he has more army on the way. Can he distract this defensive army from Hera and maybe get in through these walls?
I don't know if that's the fight you want to take there if you're Leary. Those archers, Hera's controlled them very nicely. Hera should know that this could be job done as far as the scouts are concerned, and walls get down, and you could tell Hera looks starting to feel a little bit better about life. There are some skirmishers here, but the walls are still up for Hera, and he says, thank you very much, dear.
One little, did you just call me dear?
Not you, the deer right there, it walked around.
Okay, I was slightly uncomfortable for a second. One little misstep for Leary, second misstep for Leary. Yeah. He was so good with the control early. He's got the skirmishers forward, he's got fletching in now. And he does have the fishing ships, which Hera has been unable to add thus far.
Well, that's the thing. So Hera spent so much time walling that his eco isn't nearly as efficient at the moment. And he'll get a nice little trap there. He'll kill that scout. The other scout's super weak. Well played, Hera. But he doesn't have the fish, Dave. So this is amazing start to the final because you have Hera showing his defense. Another tier wonders in. I'm not calling you deer.
Pero también es porque ahorita Hera tiene toda la presión.
But Leary's going to be fine here. He's on skirmishers. His opponent's only shown archers so far, and Leary's going to use
eso ahorita lo veremos en el APM.
But look at Hera's res. Hera's res is looking great. He's also going for the market. This is what we were talking about, toe-to-toe with these two. Hera going for the more defensive approach early. Leary expanding to the water and sacrificing some units to make sure that that's safe. Hera's attention has been purely defensive so far.
Hera doesn't know about a dock, and Leary doesn't know about those archers. Hera will see the dock. The fishing ships could garrison to shoot some arrows there. But man,
un dato interesante, el APM de Hera, o sea, acciones por minuto está en 234.
Hera's going for the villager. Will we see our villager kill? Villager survives. And the archer's still moving around there for Hera. We still don't have a villager kill when they have spawned right next to each other.
The fact that Hera almost got that villager is ridiculous. Yeah. He was running circles around that villager. Perfect.
Well, the fact he didn't take damage at all from the scouts with fixing as well. But guys, this is why this is why Nilly said what he said. This is why everyone's so pumped for this. These two are clearly number 1 and number 2 in the world. It's not even close. Now that'll be determined today which is which. But look at Lear. He knows the archers are around. He's waiting for them. He's lurking. He's waiting, and he finds them. Beautiful find. Hera obviously can kill that scout, but the important thing here for Leary is to know those archers are there.
Excellent game sense for Leary. Let's see if it extends towards the water because Hera's adding a dock now. He saw the dock from Leary. Hera's going to get some value against this skirmisher, and of course he's paying attention to the random unit over on that side of the map, as he's also microing these archers. Leary pulling back the weak scouts. He's going to kill all of these archers without losing any scouts, and then gets up to the castle age. Good couple moments here for Leary. He's also got the skirms pressuring forward, but Hera completed that dock in the center, so Leary's got to be careful there.
Obviously with the KD, very good start for Leary. As far as the map gen goes, maybe one of the worst golds you could ever have to start a grand final. That gold there on the front, which is still not walled, by the way, incredibly exposed. And Hera went back for the villager kill. He might be able to come back and get more, but Dave, that is a warning sign for Leary, and you can't town center it because of the elevation there. So he needs to always win fights. If Hera gets any counterattack damage there, it's going to be so bad for him.
These weak scouts from before, the ones that cleared up the archers, now being upgraded to light cav. He's only got 4 of them, but they're really going to help him get through these walls quick. Hera has 1 knight and a bunch of cav archers in production behind this, so I think he's going to be able to defend. Excellent job from Hera to snipe that villager and then have the units out just in time to keep this army away.
This is what Hera does really well. Defense first, little counterattack, defense again, little counterattack. He's building up for that second or third counterattack now. He still needs to keep this army out. He does have cav archers, but there could be a camel coming as well from Leary. And what Leary's known for is being able to have the perfect micro on the front. This is the only player that can match him.
Leary getting ballistics.
Okay, entra la
hasn't gotten it yet. I think he just completed the university potentially. He's going for a Hulk now on the water, so we'll see how long it takes for Leary to identify that. Leary is pushing in. Leary is not afraid. So many players I think would back up considering it's Hera, but Leary knows him so well and he believes in himself. He's in here with the skirmishers.
Crazy micro. Crazy micro. Who's going to win the fight? Ballistics about to come in for these skirmishers. That camel, Hera needs to focus it down. He focuses down the camel, which means the skirmishers will have to back away. That is perfect defense, or about as good as it can get from Hera. But it's not over yet, Dave. I don't think those knights are enough.
Yeah, the knights only have the first armor upgrade in Bloodlines. Like, they're not enough against these skirmishers. Hera's going to have to dodge ballistics while trying to save this knight as well. Looks like the knight's going to go down. The cav archers need to get out of there.
That camel micro was insane, dude. That camel dodged 3 or 4 volleys, and Leary's right back. This is what we're talking about, guys.
Peak.
This is what we're talking about. Still no second town center for Hera. Both players going full army. We do have a little bit of activity on water, where the fishing ships for Leary are being disrupted, but he sees that.
And he's got 4 fishing ships now, and Hera hasn't taken those out yet.
Look
just
how they
going
don't
for the
even
second
attack
hull.
the Vills.
No,
they don't even attack the Vills.
They go after the army first. If they attack the Vills, they lose their entire army. They might kill 6 Vills, but then they lose the game, and they both recognize that. You cannot let your opponent get a huge advantage in terms of running that. Fantastic play from both of them. First game of this best of 9.
Hera won't even accept the inefficiencies of running to another woodline, because the 30 seconds of those villagers not collecting resources could swing the situation here. I gotta say though, Dave, this is a much better situation for Leary. I wonder if it's worth it for Hera to try any type of counter. Like send 1 or 2 units to Leary's base. It's incredibly hard to do.
Hera's got a lot of villagers near that dock, taking the oysters. That's where he's like primarily on gold. Look at this, 28 on gold for Hera right now. He needs gold. And he's got so many villagers there. He also has a Mangonel in defense, so that's very creative. I think maybe initially went for the Mangonel against the skirmishers.
Leary's just got to kill a couple vills here.
Here he
kill
goes.
A couple villagers. Hera's army isn't perfectly here, so yeah, kill the villagers. And Dave, Hera doesn't have ballistics, which means his cav archers are going to continue to miss here. Leary's micro is just so smothering. He's been patient. He will have a camel get blocked off there. Oh man, what a game. What a start to the finals. But I really like Leary's position right now.
The absolute confidence to just keep coming in here through this 1 tile gap.
Yeah.
And he knows that he can get out again.
Yeah.
I think so many people would have been punished by that. He's going to the woodline again, and Hera doesn't abandon that woodline. He wants to keep baiting Leary in here.
I think Hera's looking at the Hulk. I think he's looking at his dock right now. There's a lot of activity around those villagers. He had to use the Mangonel there. That is a lot of exposed eco. I think Leary can save that for later, though. If he can take the hill, he can always move to the dock there. He can always send a demo or more Hawks in. Our defending champion is under pressure right now, and it feels like Leary, through pure military, could take game number 1.
Fighting uphill against the Tatars, but he's got the skirmishers here. He still doesn't have that second armor upgrade for the skirmishers, so the cav archers are doing some damage. Hera now dancing. He's got to be careful of these camels. He still hasn't pulled the villagers off the woodline, and Leary is attacking the oysters again, and Hera's going to have to run away, but he doesn't notice.
Hera's going to run out of steam here, Dave. He has to micro at the top of the hill. He has no choice, but now he's taking more 4 losses. His eco was so efficient. Leary takes game number 1.
Incredible game from both. It was a fairly short game, but it felt like we saw everything there. The military control was so precise from both players. Leary took a little bit of an edge, a little bit faster to Castle Age, and he never gave up on that top position and then just punished Hera on the water.
Remember that scenario, though, okay? Because we are going to see very similar scenarios about 7 times in this grand final, where you have Hera trying to defend, stabilize, and then later push out. So I think that what Hera did there was no big issues, no big mistakes. It was he couldn't match the armor.
Tiene ayuda,
and it all came down to Leary's amazing macro behind. But remember, if at any point Hera stabilized there, he gets a counter to the That's how Leary plays Empire Wars. It's like, I will sit and kill you. You can't counter me. Hera needs a counterattack next time.
There is exactly one player in the world that could have applied that much pressure to Hera and broke him in that situation. And he's sitting right down there at that computer.
Production
It's
guy?
Leary.
Oh, him. Leary.
No, production guy sucks. I saw him play yesterday. Terrible.
Oh, it's okay, production guy. We understand. But
I'm sure you have other talents.
But isn't it insane? Like, for those that watch the road here,
son del mismo equipo profesional y son muy amigos
so far
también.
this tournament, by the way. 1 in the entire thing. And as he tries to relax and calm down and breathe everything you need to do. David, it didn't even look close when people tried to defend from him before. Now you understand.
Yo veo a Hera con la cara de cómo perdí esa partida.
The 4-0 against Sebastian.
Con una civil muy buena
Here's
para
the
el
highlights. This is how it all started.
All control here from both of them. Yeah, the control here from both of them was insane. Like, and Hera tried to get this villager. He's dancing around. Look, he's not taking the hits. He's trying to get the downhill hits. And it finally goes down. But it was a series of battles just like that.
Yep.
And Leary just seemed to eke out a tiny little advantage.
There was your counterattack. Hera had an opportunity to sneak in with those archers. It was really intelligent, actually.
Tremendo, el Leary también le está haciendo unas
He
jugadas
just wanted value from 5
increíbles
archers
ahí.
before switching into CA. Leary was patient here, Dave. If I'm in this situation,
You go after the
I
vills,
go
I
after
think.
some of those vills, and then I try and take the army, but then maybe Hera snowballs the army, and then I lose the control of the
And
hill.
even Hera has some weaknesses. You can see he didn't see the raid in the south. He was too busy. Usually that's not the case, right? We talk about how he seems to be just aware of everything at any given moment in a game, and Leary caught him off guard.
We've seen Hera fall behind before. If he has a weak game, it might be game number 1.
No, se vendrá.
It's so crazy how often that's the case for reigning champions in anything. It's like they fall behind in the first quarter or the first period or the first game, and then they end up turning it around. And it was close. I didn't see any mechanical issues. I didn't see any of what I said earlier of where he feels like he's not warmed up yet. It was just Leary.
Well, Hera is one thing he's probably the best at in our scene is when he loses a game, he's good at recovering mentally.
Yeah.
He's good at getting himself back into that mindset, that zone that he needs to be in. He's a winner. Leary looking at his draft. What a moment here. Let's take you to our special conversion chamber as we get ready for game number 2.
No, otra vez.
La conversión. Pero ese ya ni está, mira. ¿Qué está haciendo?
¿Qué hace eso? ¿Qué hace eso? ¿Qué hace
Es donde te hacen preguntas y las tienes que responder bien. Si no, no te conviene.
Conversion chamber. 3 questions will be asked.
Ah, serían los mismos.
Creo que ya el Viper la hemos visto como 80,000 veces.
Success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Fail. And be
El Viper, mira el Viper si no, y no lo mandaron para la casa.
Okay. Fair enough.
Que sería el último que perdió. Sería tercero. ¿O no?
Sí.
Ah, por eso quedó. Por los que quedó entonces.
That would have to be a monk.
Primero
Bueno, igual que
se gana una medalla.
Gives you 15 extra
No,
HP.
ese hombre merece Merece que le den el juego.
One pierce armor, two pierce armor, and one melee armor.
Viper empezó desde que ni siquiera asistía a la edición definitiva y durante 10 años seguidos lo ganó todo, sin perder todo.
Se nota que tiene más años que
sí, claro, Viper está como en unos 34, 36, no me acuerdo bien, pero por eso,
sí se nota.
por eso te digo que es el jugador histórico de Age.
We have heard enough. Heard enough. That's a fail.
How is that a fail?
That's a fail.
How is it a fail?
Yes, fail.
It makes no sense.
Stop complaining. You're gonna be converted. We welcome the converted into
Apenas
our
empezó a jugar
world.
antes del 2000, ahora que estoy sacando la cuenta. El AgeofEmpires.
Más o menos por esas fechas, ¿no?
Congratulations to your conversion, the Viper. Everyone, please give it up for the Viper. Historic player joining us in a historic
Y ya por ahí
venue.
bajo el nivel.
How have you been
De hecho,
enjoying
de pronto
yourself so
seguiría siendo
far?
uno de los mejores, pero
Oh, I honestly just
no
got
sé
in there
si
because
viste la
all
prótesis
these
que
people have
llevan
been
las
keeping me busy
muñecas
outside,
porque
so no,
ahí
it's
How
le
dare,
habían
how
detectado un
dare,
tumor.
do you know who this is?
What the?
You have to wait in
Pero
line.
ahí ya
I'll sort you out next time. Don't worry
Sí,
about
ya obviamente.
no, it's been
La
an amazing
habilidad
experience
y
so far, and
eso,
of
la
course
habilidad,
everything now
claro.
culminating in the
Exacto.
Ahora ya es veterano,
here is
capaz que
insane,
ya
so for Age of
tienen otra
Empires we are
estrategia,
truly
los más
blessed.
jóvenes.
We really are. I don't know if you saw, some of us possess some magic. Have you tried to
Hay que darle
say?
mérito al hombre porque a pesar de
So
eso
you try to say it really loud
se
and see what
acostumbró
happens.
a
Can I try right
Yeah,
now?
unas
try it,
tácticas
try it.
diferentes
Vololo.
y clasificó. Se fue en semifinales,
Yeah,
perdió,
he's got the
pero
magic. He's got the magic
sigue ahí
in and out of the
todavía.
server. Speaking of magic, Leary taking this first one, now up a 1-0. Do you expect a close series between those two very familiar foes?
Yeah, they're both in really good shape at the moment, and they have been neck and neck for a long time already. And yeah, Leary has looked super good so far, as has Hera. I had the displeasure of facing both of them. So no, I always expected a super tight final here, and Leary's off to a great start. I mean, Hera probably the favorite entering the match, but yeah, Leary off to a great start.
You've been the giant. You've been up there. You know, you've been the player with the target on your back before. Has that ever gotten to you? Do you feel like it's maybe getting to Hera? Because eventually he's going to lose a match. It has to happen.
Yeah, you would
right?
expect that, right? I mean, for me, it was always like the pressure was more internal. I didn't really mind the outside pressure. I cannot speak on Hera's behalf of what he feels or if he feels the pressure, but you would imagine at some point that you start maybe creeping into his mind as well. When is the incredible streak going to end, right?